Most players start their road to glory as a 5-star recruit, but I'm starting with nothing. No stars, no offers, just a dream of eventually lifting the Heisman Trophy while leading my team to a national championship, all starting from this football field in Alaska. To achieve anything as a 1-star recruit, it's going to be the most challenging road to glory ever, where playing on the hardest difficulty is already a given, and I might be the #1 player in Alaska, but I have no offers. I also only have 5 games left in my high school career to get some, but I started this as an underdog for a reason. I'll be playing as myself, so I'm 5'9", but I'm also 240 pounds instead of 160. I just figured that giving myself some extra girth would help out. But it's time to start my journey from the bottom. It'll be very important that we commit to the right school, but I had to put a bunch of bottom feeders on our interest list because I wanted us to at least have options of schools we could go to. We have Oregon at the top because that's my favorite program, at least in this universe, and Dan Lanning reached out to us to basically break the news that he never wants us on his team. My thought process, though, is if we play well against Sitka High, we might end up getting on his radar, but we are running out in front of not many fans here in Alaska. For our first drive, all we have to do is rush for 10 yards and successfully juke or spin out a defender. So that at least has me feeling a little bit better. We're going for the juke, but we didn't get around him. If I can't succeed in Alaska high school football, then it's going to be a very long career for me. But as you can see, we're rushing down the sideline. And there at the end of the play, I would have considered that a successful spin. But the game did not, so we're going to go for another big run. We got it. We just need to juke a defender. You don't have to tell me that Road to Glory this year is extremely dumb with how they've set up high school. We're all aware. And this is a perfect example of it. All we have to do to be successful is juke a defender. Whether or not we get a scholarship offer does not depend on anything besides that. And starting as a 2-star, we know that we're going to have to upgrade stuff like our juke move eventually. That's not a successful spin. If playing for Oregon is ever going to be on the table, we're going to have to achieve everything. But as you can see, it is now 3rd and goal. We still haven't juked a defender. And why didn't he pitch it? At the very least, I need a touchdown on our first drive. So we're going for it. We dive in. But even though we should be excited, we didn't achieve our main goal. Our game tape is still going to go up by 150, which is nice. But not for getting a lot of scholarship offers, which is why this next drive is going to be big for us. Can we break off a big run? We see the space, and they're catching us. You know what? I think it's time that we also prove our use as a receiver, that we're not just a running back. Wasn't the greatest route in the world, but I like how we're staying on the field, and we need to be dominating high school football if we're going to have a chance at being good in college. On 3rd and inches, it looks like our blocks are going to be there for us to get like 5, and we need to keep a close eye on our rival because our only goal in this drive is to not take a tackle for a loss from him. Our first successful spin. I like to see that, but why is this guy our rival? What did he do that makes us hate him? I was gonna say, did he take our girl or something? But the rival on the field is changing with every play. Last play it was 46. For that play it was number 10. Now it's number 11, a completely different kid again. So did the entire team just steal our girl or something? I mean, at that point, she is definitely no longer ours, but we're not scoring off of this. And even though we had no success there, we completed the moment, so we got a better game tape score than our first drive. High school football is an interesting space. I'm ready to just go ahead and get on to college. And I think after this one, we're just going to really reflect on our board and see what all can we change up as we head into the rest of the season, because I think we're going to get some offers. We might be starting as low as we can as a 1-star recruit, but it doesn't matter where you start. It matters where you finish, and we should probably pay attention to some of our goals as it's now 3rd and long. We need to make sure the chains stay moving, so that is why we needed that pass accurately. Come on. I get it's a high school quarterback in Alaska, but we are trying to grind our way to the top. I think things will be a little bit easier for us on this drive, though, because all we have to do is get the clock under 40 seconds. And that was a really big run from us right there. That's what you want to see. I will say running the clock under 40 seconds was a relatively easy drive goal for us here, though we want the touchdown too. And I think we'll be able to punch it in on this play. Our offensive line's looking nice. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but off of just one performance, Akron has already offered us a full athletic scholarship. And so is a program like Hawaii, which would be a completely different environment from playing in Alaska. We've actually gotten so many official scholarship offers, and this is because I put a lot of terrible teams on our recruiting board. But I was not expecting it to be that easy for us starting from the bottom as a 2-star recruit. They won't let me start as a 1-star, so that's as low as I can go. That performance didn't change where we were ranked, though. I wonder if there's even scouts out there in Alaska. We've got college entrance exams this week. Do we want to study? We could, or we could just prepare for the next game. I think that was the the right decision. We now have a +5 change of direction for our next one. And it's not like we're trying to get into Harvard or Vanderbilt, so it won't matter that we struggled on our entrance exam. In fact, that has alerted schools like Navy that they should really start considering us. I don't know if we want to enlist in the Army, but we're going to let them scout. And I'm actually offended that Sam Houston has not offered us a scholarship like the rest of these awful schools because they've not been good in real life. At the moment, I can't say I'm surprised that we're projected to be a walk-on at either Oregon or Washington, but there's a real opportunity for us to actually get a scholarship there. I'm going to revamp this entire board. With this many programs having this much interest after just one game, I think we're going to be able to bet on ourselves to go to a bigger school than I was ever expecting. But at the same time, it needs to be a good fit, and I think Tulane would be a really cool place for us to start out if we could earn that offer, especially with how much they run the football. I'm also not opposed to switching up and becoming a Mormon, as BYU is now going to be on our board. We've also put West Virginia and Iowa. If we could save the Iowa offense, their defense is going to support us well. I still have no idea where I want to play college football, but we have another 4 high school games to help us decide. Once again, it looks like on our home field, we're just not going to be dealing with any snow. I have a feeling this is a little bit odd for Alaska, but it's what we're working with. And our only goal for this first drive is to rush for a touchdown. I'm pretty sure this is what Navy wants us to achieve. So if we want to play for a military school, we needed to get the ball there, but there was just no pitch. And that's got to be a secure catch. Well, it took us almost no time to fail our first drive. A 3-and-out is far from ideal. And this handoff, we just don't have the speed to get around him. We need to make a catch on a play-action play, though. And we just got leveled right there. So I'm hoping maybe this time around we can call for it immediately. Though he's not throwing it. And it's a fumble. It's a fumble. We gotta scoop this up ourselves. See, this is where it all just goes downhill. I mean, our game tape score and other colleges are literally blaming us for our quarterback just sitting there and holding the football. And our only shot at redemption is having a very good drive. Starting on the 6-yard line, we need to rush for a first down. We need to rush for a touchdown. But I just noticed it's 3rd and 11, and we're stuck. We're stuck. We're calling for it late. We got to reach for it. We have it. We don't have many opportunities to make a great impression on these coaches. So I'm really trying to take advantage of every opportunity that we can get. But we aren't that much more athletic or talented than most of the other players on this field. I think that's been the most eye-opening part about all of this. We're not able to dominate. And it's preventing us from breaking off a lot of big plays, though there's a lot of offside penalties. I don't know what's going on at Anchorage, but they have had like 3 or 4. And this is a slow grind down the field. Can we break off a big run? It feels like it's never going to happen, so we're just going to go for a halfback screen, see if this can put us in a better spot to get our first rushing touchdown. It's not happened yet in this game, but it might occur right here. And I feel like it's only right that we stay in hurry-up mode. We continue to pound it, and we just see that open space and reach forward. I hope that makes up for a slow start in this one. And what would truly make up for is if we could rush for 3 first downs on this drive. That's the goal that they want us to achieve. I think we're just going to go for a halfback angle. But once again, 3rd and long, I always feel like the best way for us to have a chance at picking that up is just going 5 wide, and we're able to run under it, but we don't want to get too many yards. We still need to gain 2 more first downs. I can't believe we held on to it. And I'm not sure what the cover ball thing is. I think it might be R1. That's what it says it is in the top right corner, but I was holding R1 there, and we didn't cover the ball at all. As long as we just finish off this drive strong, though. Come on. Allow us to get that 3rd first. And I guess we're not going to be able to cover the ball in any of this. Are you kidding me? Oh no, that is not R1, that is L1. And I thought if R1 wasn't working, let's just see what L1 does. It's normally lateral. Well, that's going to give us another turnover. I'm just going to blame EA for not having a working game, though. I'm not going to blame myself for doing something that might be seen as dumb. We've gotten our first offer from a military school. And look at this, even head coach Brian Newberry is reaching out. He says he commends us for including them inside our top 10. The backs are the cornerstone of their offense, which they are. They run the triple option. So I think we want to go there. And you know what? At the moment, I am so sold on going to Navy that we're going to post them as our top school. It says it'll make it slightly easier to get a scholarship from them. Misspelled, by the way. But I actually don't think we should have done that because now that everyone else has seen it, it's going to be harder to obtain a scholarship from other schools inside our top 5. As for our star rating, it keeps on increasing a little bit every single week. We might not even be the lowest star rating that you can be headed into college if we continue to play well. Still the #1 player in the state. But literally like 20 minutes after Brian Newberry was so excited to have us, and we even made a post about Navy, he said that we didn't quite accomplish what he was looking for, so I am disappointed. To make up for it, I'm gonna go to homecoming. We're gonna have a good time at homecoming. I'm not sliding into DMs of the most popular senior. That is setting up for embarrassment. I'm not asking the head cheerleader. I know our role at the moment. Wait, you know what? We're the #1 rated player in the state of Alaska. We can ask the head cheerleader. Surely she'll come. Or maybe she won't. We're not big dog on campus. They respond they can't go because of her relative's birthday, which is just such a fake excuse. They show up with the team's 4-star safety. That does not exist in Alaska. We're the #1 player. You know what, though? If we're not going to have a girl, we're going to take all that extra time and just pour it into our athletic career. She will regret that decision at some point. Looking at some of the offers that we have at the moment, once like Navy, we get an increased starting academic meter, which I don't care much for. I want stuff like our starting XP to be higher, but for both Akron and Charlotte, I'm not excited about either of those opportunities. Halfback 3 for the 49ers, halfback 4 for the Zips. We better start playing a lot better. This game's actually homecoming for us, so there's not much time left in the season. And we're starting with the challenge of successfully juking or spinning a defender. We got one right there. We made him miss, and we just don't get any credit for it. So I guess we're gonna have to do it again. It's the only goal we have on this drive, and we literally just juked out another defender. I saw his ankles go on the ground, but we're still getting 0 credit. I really hope that next year they just fix Road to Glory. I think it's definitely a lot better of an experience once you get to college, but in high school, it's just not good. So many parts of it simply do not function. We haven't juked a defender still. This was something that we struggled with earlier on, and I was trying to find anything besides that challenge. But unfortunately, there was no avoiding it. We got a great running lane here, or it looked like we would have. I'd actually love to have this playbook once we get to college, though. We've been able to move the ball out of it pretty well, and that's going to be a dot that we drop. It turns out when you can't bring a catch in like that, nobody's impressed. So I'm doing a pretty good job of us keeping the same star rating and beginning this road to glory not doing well. I'll tell you what though, that is not good news because this was a challenge when I tried this as a receiver. So to do the most challenging road to glory with a running back's going to be even worse. We couldn't even get an inch there. It's about to be 4th and inches. Please do not get us off of the field. All we had to do was pick up a little bit. We're still on our feet. And that was such a sick run. It might be the best one that we've had. You know the drill though. On a 3rd down to keep this drive alive, we needed a catch. Our challenge on this drive has actually been to audible for 5+ yards, but we can't get it. It brings up a 3rd and 4 where no one blocked him. This is not ideal, but we're going for it on 4th and 3. We need to get an audible for a touchdown on this drive. And we're catching it out in space. Come on. Okay, so the idea here is simple. Audible for a touchdown. We get a lot of game tape bonuses. We just went from a passing play to a running play. He's untouched. But we're going to try it again. We went from a pass to a run. And here we go. Straight up the seam. Or the middle. I don't know. I've been tripping out. This whole game has been frustrating. But now we need to go down the field, score a touchdown on an RPO play. And I think we're going to become a good pass catcher, especially early on in our career when we get to college. That might be where most of our stats come from. It could also depend on the school that we commit to. That will play another factor. Is that a first? It was. But as I was saying, depending on the school we go to, who knows what we'll be doing. If our offensive line is no good, it's going to really impact how well we can run the football. I mean, here, you've seen what not having a great offensive line has done. We have so many carries that we just get hit in the backfield, and we end up needing to pass more than run. For what we have done on the field, I can't say I would recruit us. It feels like there's been almost nothing from our game that would make a coach super excited. And it's another drive we got stopped. Heisman difficulties, no joke. Now we need to rush for 7+ yards on multiple plays. That's the first one. Second one could be a little bit harder. We're also working with only 50 seconds left on the clock, but we cut it back. We're reaching forward, and that wasn't enough. So now we're just going to rely on Meeks to pitch us the football. No one near us, and this is how we're going to end this game. Okay, at least we did something right. Surely we're going to get a lot of game tape. And just from the looks of it, we have walked away with 650. In fact, Rich Rodriguez, West Virginia's head coach, who we just put on our board a little bit ago, we've gotten a scholarship offer. Georgia State, scholarship offer. Old Dominion, scholarship offer. And I think it's time that we set a realistic top 4. Washington, we should have a scholarship offer after this week. I think for now, though, we're going to have to remove Oregon down farther here. And you know what? Oregon State should probably not be on our board if we're massive Ducks fans, so we have room to add one more school. It needs to be one that is interested. We could go to the Big Ten through Purdue, but I'd still want to go to Iowa first, just because they got some cool traditions there. We could save their offense. And then we started to really look around. There's interest from Florida State. There's interest from Miami. I don't understand how there's interest in the first place. But a lot of schools want us, and we're actually going to put Boise State on our board because I think we could shine there if no one else has given us many opportunities. I think it's pretty neat that immediately after putting a school like the Broncos on our board, they've just offered us a scholarship. Same way with Central Michigan. And out of nowhere, after Central Michigan offered us, Michigan State wanted us too. Then we had Brian Newberry reach out again, and this time we're going to decline. I would rather go to another school. Navy's no longer on our top 3. And I even moved the midshipmen down to number 10 on our board. We took off the rest of the bottom feeders that were on here. We want to try and get some good offers to colleges because even if we're not going to start immediately, we could develop better there. But honestly, I have like no idea what we're doing. We're lucky that we're even at the position where we have multiple schools to consider us, because if we're just being honest, we've not had the most impressive high school career. We actually have a huge 3rd and 5 coming up. We cannot get held already, which is why we're just going to run an angle route. And what these schools want to see this week is us getting a first down off of an option play. It just won't be coming here. We also need to have an inside zone go for a touchdown. I feel like that's pretty easy for us to accomplish. It's getting there in the first place that's a little bit harder for us, but we'll take 10 here. With us lined up as a receiver, I'm not calling for the football. I don't know why he threw it. I just went over there to check out one of the cheerleaders on the sidelines, but we're going to get a flag out of this play. And instead of 2nd and 10, it's 2nd and 5 with the halfback power close to the marker. It feels like a very good opportunity to pull out the read option as well. This can help us get the first down, which is going to be one of our drive goals. And from here, all we have to do is have an inside handoff go for a touchdown. For whatever reason, this running back reminds me a lot of Cam Scadaboo. We're going to call for it. We're going to reach to the marker, and we're not going to get credit for the first down, but we can fight for one on 4th and inches anyway. I'm just starting to realize that it is taking us absolutely forever to get down the field. Whatever college we decide on, we are going to be milking the clock basically whenever we have the football. And whether we get this 3rd and 5 or not, this has to be 4 down territory. The blocks are amazing. And for the first time in this, I think we completed our first drive successfully. That's saying a lot out of a 1-star prospect. We have flipped our run on this play because they asked us to. They said, flip a run, go for a touchdown. We didn't quite come close there, but we know that we can return to that whenever we get a little bit closer. I actually really like what I'm seeing until I noticed how much time was left in the half. We only have 24 seconds to score that touchdown. I didn't realize that there was a time limit, but this should allow us to get out of bounds. And I'm hoping that he just immediately hits us again. It's not a good throw, though. We have flipped the run. We have our setup to get our touchdown. We just got to get around these defenders. And if we don't pick this up on 3rd and 2, we don't have timeouts left. So we had to. We got it. 700 game tape is more than I think we've gotten in any of our games so far. And on our next drive, as long as we have an outside run for a touchdown, we can get even more. This is beautiful. Finally, we are going to be putting the nation on watch. Well, maybe not the nation. We're the only ranked high school football player in Alaska. But we got to be putting at least somebody on watch as we get stuffed. On 2nd and 9, I was hoping that he would get caught on the line, allowing us to get 8. But we have yet to have an outside run play go for 10+ yards, and that's not changing. I think we'll get a touchdown out of this drive just based off of the way we've gotten blocks. But maybe I was a little bit too confident for that as well, because now it's 3rd and 6. These outside runs have not been panning out, though this play, we got 10, and we can continue to just run it straight down their gut. As we approach a 3rd and 4, it's going to be 4th and 3. But I have to have faith in this play. It helped us finish off the last drive, and they're going to adjust until we cut back. Perfect. Those are the types of running back visions you got to have to be successful. And coaches are certainly going to start taking notice of it, even out in Alaska. What's great about this final drive is all we have to do is score a touchdown. It doesn't even matter how. We're calling for it. We're getting 5, and we're really hoping that whatever college quarterback we have is not as slow at getting it out as Meeks is. I wonder if there's going to be a 2-minute timeout in high school football. We might not ever find out as we just make the catch. We break a tackle. We're still on our feet. Number 10 doesn't bring us down. And those are the types of plays that get your star ratings going up. After we've gotten a game tape of 1,300, we might not be a 1-star anymore. And we have an official offer from BYU. We have an official offer from Iowa. We have an official offer from Memphis. Even Washington wants us. Oregon is the one school that still doesn't, but I think we might get an offer if we advance the week. That is actually exactly what happened. I don't know what type of spot we'd have on the team. We aren't a walk-on, though. And with our national rating jumping up to 2,000, we are no longer the worst star rating that you can be. We are a 3-star recruit. We also have senior night coming up for our final high school game, and this is when our head coach told us that we got to cut down our list to our top 3. So before we take on Wasilla High, we have some very tough decisions to make, as we have to decide what programs do we want to leave inside our top 3. I think a lot of that decision is all going to come down to the opportunities that these teams are willing to give us. Like West Virginia would have us as halfback 2. That would be incredible. Behind Jaheim White, we'd fit in well. He'd graduate the year after, then we could take over. But if you look at our projected role at a school like Iowa, at a school like BYU, even at a school like Boise State, we're only supposed to be halfback 4, and that's not good. In fact, I think for most of the schools on our board, we're just supposed to be halfback 4. Memphis would give us halfback 3, so would Michigan State. And you might think Central Michigan is the only school on your board that has you at halfback 1. No, halfback 4. So they're getting removed immediately. Oregon actually has us as halfback 3 too. So then I got to thinking, why not see what our role would be see by just looking at their depth chart, but they have 2 freshmen that are going to be way higher overalls than we're going to come in as, so I know that we're not going to play for them. But it really looks like West Virginia is an opportunity for us to walk in the building and immediately get on the field at a Power 4 school. I think after everything that I've seen, this is going to be our top 3, West Virginia, Michigan State, and Memphis. We also have to look through their offers because each one of these offers are going to have different bonuses that we can get. So for the Tigers, we'd get an increased starting coach trust bonus. For the Spartans, we would get that, plus we would get an increased starting leadership meter. And then for the Mountaineers, well, they're offering the most of any school. However, we are not dumb. I saw that they had 2 4-star running backs committed in this class. Michigan State also has 3 4-star running backs committed. Memphis does not have any 4 stars. So as we play this last game, that's another thing I got to keep an eye on because I don't want to be sitting behind a bunch of other players. We are going to need senior night to go our way, though. We got to go ahead and find our parents in the crowd. This is the one cool thing I actually appreciate they added to this game mode. For the rest of it, though, I am just ready to get to college because that's where we can start to have the most amount of fun. Our only goal for this drive is to gain yards on run plays, which means we're running the entire way down the field. We need to get 50 rushing yards, and why won't he pitch it? Doesn't matter how much we call for it. So much for running the football every single play. And then we get a bad throw. I think Meeks is just tanking our stock. But you know what? We have 3 offers to choose from that we can be proud of. So no matter what, we are going to be able to hopefully get on the field somewhere. I guess they haven't guaranteed that to us or anything, which is a little concerning. But let's be honest, we know how college recruitment works. They're just going to lie to us anyway. When we step on campus, whatever campus it ends up being, we are starting from the bottom again. And you have to earn every last rep. You have to earn any minute you're on that field. If we challenge some of these 4-star freshmen to try and take minutes from them, I'm not sure how that'll go. There have been a couple of very explosive plays throughout our high school career, but not enough to have the confidence that we can just walk out in a Power 4 level and actually dominate the way I want to. The last time we ran this halfback swing play, by the way, we lost like 10 yards. Seems like this time the blocks just won't hold. So we'll go back to our bread and butter, this inside zone that's getting stuffed. We really wanted to get a touchdown out of this drive, but it's going to be knocked. And then we got the worst challenge ever, successfully spin or juke out a defender while also getting 7 yards, something that we won't even get credit for. We have tried to complete that challenge so many times, but we have never been able to do it, and it's not going to happen here. It's starting to look like we might not get any game tape at all out of this, which is really bad for us, especially since we locked in our top 3. There's no changing things now. Can we at least juke a couple guys? We did. That's a successful juke. The fact that the game won't give us credit for that just shows how broken it really is. I thought that we had the football there. It's a fumble. Let's just go ahead and get off of this field and take a look at our -20 game tape score. Now, here's the thing. We can still make up for some of that. All we have to do on this drive is score a touchdown. That's our one and only goal. But you have to see how much time is left on the clock. It's not much. And that's one of the worst passes I've ever seen. I mean, he just threw it up. He didn't even check to see if there was any chance of us bringing that in first. We will be in the red zone. And this is the final time we ever have to be besides Meeks as we try and take down somebody in high school. It's a big run. What a way to end our career. It's definitely not the amount of game tape that I was hoping to get, but we have somehow still become almost a top 1,000 player nationally. We're 152nd at our position. And I was hoping before we selected a hat, there would be a little bit more information on what school we should choose, but there's nowhere to see anything, so we just got to go in blind. Everything we have been doing up until this point has come down to this moment between 3 schools. You all know the names of West Virginia, Michigan State, Memphis. Let's just go ahead, stand up. We're going to put our hand over the hat that I'm thinking of the most, and I think this might surprise some of y'all a little bit, but I added them onto the board late, and Michigan State, the Spartans, are not going to be the team that I select. See, here's the thing. We saw the recruiting boards. They had too many 4-stars signed. Same thing with West Virginia, which is why you think Memphis is the place that we're going, but we don't want to go there. No, the second that we saw that they were interested in us, West Virginia is where we wanted to end up. We want to try and take them back to the glory days, and I really hope that we just ended up making the best decision for our career. This didn't even feel possible starting as a 1-star. As we arrive on campus, we knew they were going to give us a lot of skill points for choosing them. 62 is far more than I was expecting, though. I think we got to upgrade our speed. But then it hit me. If I just looked at the roster, we were the 6th highest overall running back, which means we might not be getting on the field for multiple years. It's very concerning. There are so many players in front of us, and if we want any chance at ever playing this season, we're going to to have a much higher overall because that's how you earn more coach trust. I think we can catch Diore Hubbard pretty fast, but then Lamar Sperling and at the top Jaden Bex, it's going to be hard. For now, I think we just need to become more elusive. 68 juke move, 67 spin move is certainly not going to cut it. And by the time that we're done, it's going to take us to a 77 overall. We're still going to save 15 skill points if we wanted to upgrade our quickness again. And I think this will give us a much better outlook for getting onto the field this season. As you can see, we only need to earn another 400 coach trust to earn our first position battle, so we just got to perform well in practice. We're going to be studying for classes while also making sure our health stays top notch so that when training rolls around, we can make sure that we perform. And if I think back to the games I grew up playing as a kid, like a Madden 06, these type of rushing drills in the preseason were awesome. We're going to try to do as best as we can. No one out there on the edge, but we need to score a lot of touchdowns and a lot of touchdowns fast because that is what's going to help our multiplier. It really doesn't seem too challenging though for Heisman difficulty. Practice is typically pretty easy. And then once you get into the actual games, that's where things get extremely difficult. Down on the goal line, about 40 seconds left, we already have our bronze medal. And that last touchdown gave us silver. We're just going to keep on getting more. With a couple extra probably getting us that gold medal, we're going to get around number 7. Not all the way though, which is unfortunate. If this run pans out for us, I think we'll finish with a gold medal. It's going to be close. I don't know. But it turns out we did everything that we needed to impress our head coach during that first practice. So I thought Rich Rodriguez was going to give us a position battle, but that's not going to come for another week. We are going to need a total of 6,400 coach trust to catch Jaden Bex unless our overall continues to go up. But here's the thing. We have skill points to do that if we need to. We're going to continue to get more and more as well. And with another good practice, I don't think it's going to be a problem for us to get that battle. I mean, we have just crushed the defense here. We had a gold medal with 20 seconds left. And I think we might earn like 80,000 points off of this drill, which means it's going to be time to explore some others in the future. In total, we were actually able to get 88,000. And it actually says that makes Rich Rodriguez extremely pleased. As we head into our first game of the season, hosting Alabama, we wanted our head coach to be happy with us, but as a 68 overall, I'm concerned. We get to run out to a gold rush crowd, but if we are that low of an overall, we're going to struggle. I don't care though. We waited for this moment. And now we are here. Country roads, take me home. I don't think they run out to that song, but we will be singing it when we have success. And do not let this score fool you. It was never a close game. We never got an opportunity to step on the field. But that was the expected result anyway. Things have been a mess at West Virginia for a while, which is why we need to win these position battles so we can turn things around. I think it's only right that we're confident to head coach Rich Rodriguez as well. Our coaches have told me your attitude has been really positive. We've been pleased with how you're doing. Keep it up. You know it, coach. That's what we'll do. We're actually going to be massive suck-ups as well, and when we got our offensive coordinator asking us to watch some extra film, you know that we're going to do it. The benefit of doing so is we learn a ton from our film sessions, and the coaches notice your attentiveness, they trust you a little bit more, and we get an XP boost. All we care about right now is earning more coach trust so we can get onto the field. I'm not sure what this drill is, but it is called Backfield Survival. Evade the defense for as long as possible to earn points. If we want to win this battle, we have to beat 1,500. That was not a smooth start right there. Stamina, we're going to take that. We only have one guy chasing after us, but he got caught as well, which means if we get this, I think we got all that we need. But here's the thing. We don't just want to win this position battle. We want to make sure coaches are happy with us. He is stuck again. I mean, we could not have gotten a larger man trying to chase us down. And I'm sure he will eventually just get his hands on us. But I take back everything I said about wanting to do as well as possible. All that matters is that green check in the box. And now we got rushing attack. They have an extra defender. This is the same drill that we've been doing this whole time, though. And I'm not sure how we're gonna pull this one off. That extra defender makes a major difference, though we are gonna evade to the right side. And we only need 3,000 more points. It's not going to be that challenging. I think it takes like 1 or 2 more touchdowns. We just need to break a couple tackles. And then we will be halfback 3 on the depth chart. What's that juke move looking like? I mean, we all know that it didn't look great throughout high school, but I was hoping by college things would change up a little bit, especially if we upgraded it like we did. With 1 more touchdown, I think it's going to be over. We didn't get it, but we're 4 yards away. Come on, give us that position, battle, win. I can't say that we've been the most impressive on this drill, but we did just enough to impress coach. That should really do it. And for this third drill, all we have to do is run through as many small hot spots as possible, which would give us even more coach trust. We have already won the position battle, but now we just want coaches to be as impressed as possible, though they should have caught us right there. Luckily, we're going to get this circle. And I'm going to be honest, this drill was kind of weird. I didn't realize that sometimes they could tackle you outside the circle, but I at least made sure we got enough just so we could win. And after going 3 for 3, we earned 600 coach trust. Now, it has just hit me that West Virginia promised us to be running back 2 coming into college, so the fact that we just had to fight for running back 3, it's a little bit disappointing, but we're going to have a chance to challenge for running back 2 in the coming weeks. And eventually, I'm sure we'll get that opportunity for running back 1 as well. As we take on an FCS school, we're ready for our second game of the year. Not a full crowd. But here's the thing, I get to step onto the field anyway. Who cares if it's as a slot receiver? I guess it was pretty short-lived though, because we're back to watching our team. And the only time that we actually get out there is if they're willing to put us in the slot. I couldn't tell what happened on that play, but they held us to a 3 and out. And since I've learned that we're just going to be a receiver for a little bit, we're going to make the most out of this opportunity. We're going to motion over here. We're going to hope for man-to-man coverage, and we're going to cut. We're going to catch it. One guy to make miss. Hold up your block, buddy. We had a real opportunity there to take that play to the house. Now we're stuck back on the sideline again. And this is when we're just going to get a massive play. Of course, blocking's great. He's wide open and no one's going to come close. So by the time I'm going to get another opportunity in this game, there's like 50 seconds left. They wanted me to block on this play. I don't know if I did a great job. But then coach took me out. You know what, though? Even if we won this game 45-7, we got to be a part of a West Virginia football game. And Rich Rodriguez just won't stay out of my phone. This is a good thing. We are earning his trust over. He says we're doing a team-wide community service event with the local after-school club for kids under 12. We're going as a team. It's not optional. Why'd you tell me, coach? And also, why did it decrease our energy? I can't imagine that anything we were doing with a bunch of 12-year-olds to keep them happy could have taken too much. After high school, you would have thought that I would have learned my lesson with women as well, but here's the thing, they're just too enticing. I can't help myself. We could go with our sorority sister to a party. We're gonna skip that lab. And apparently that's gonna decrease our brand, but I don't really care. We didn't have a brand in the first place. There is nothing wrong with going with Riley and an angry Audrey who then posts some of your DMs on her story. Oh no, our DMs got leaked. Never mind, sometimes you just let some stuff fly. It's a little bit of an embarrassment, but you know what? I think fans would like to know that we're just a shooter that shoots our shot. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's the type of guy that you want on your roster. Anyway, we're just going to upgrade our speed. It's going to go up to a 91. We're also a 78. And what that means for us is next week, we better be having our next position battle to go to halfback 2 from Lamar Sparling. Take that job away from him. We're also closing in on Jaden Becks, who thinks halfback 1 is just his job forever. I sure don't though, but before any of that can happen, we're going on the road to number 18, 2-0 Utah. I think it'd be fun if we could also run out at these opposing team stadiums from that POV perspective. Just an idea for you next year, EA, because it would be fun for us to get booed. And I wish this one went our way, but we lost 21-11, which means we're falling to 1-2. I'm just going to be real. If we're going to make it to the college football playoff, we probably need to win every game that is still left on our schedule. And I think we're going to have an opportunity to make a difference if we could just win this position battle. I'm also more than willing to spend a ton of energy studying because I did a road to glory early on whenever this game dropped, and if you all saw it, we missed out on a conference championship due to our GPA. I do not want that to happen again. There's no reason for us to get benched like that. Jump cut drill. This was a fun one last year. Got to avoid the balls. We're about to get hit by the balls. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Oh, look at the maneuvers there. You're telling me all we have to do is do this twice and we're automatically going to win this first battle? That's not challenging at all. In fact, by the end of it, I think we're going to get a gold medal on this drill. And to immediately follow it up, we got the elusiveness one, the one that I was hating on that is really boring. I don't know what it is about this, but it's just like the fact that the players will sit there and freeze after so you can run around. You can make it so there's no chance that they tackle you. And it makes it super easy to get a medal in, so I don't care if we're tackled. With both of those wins out of the way, we're still looking to complete this one successfully. Apparently, all we have to do is run through as many hot spots as we can and then go to the end zone. I've never seen this drill before. So we just got to get through, hurdle over it. Uh-oh. I might actually mess up this drill. I didn't even mean to run out of bounds. You got to be so careful there. What? Okay, this is definitely a failure. We're trying to like inch our way over now so we don't run out of bounds. But things are not looking good. Things aren't looking good at all. There's not much time remaining. And we're out again. I can't believe how bad I am at this drill. I really can't because we've been so successful with some of the other ones. I want to get this right. Not for the medal or anything, but just to prove that we can get it done. That was definitely a learning lesson. We're only going to get 300 coach trust instead of 600 because we messed up. But guess what? We got the result that we wanted anyway, and let's see if we get onto the field against Kansas. I have literally been waiting this entire video for this moment, a chance for us to get meaningful snaps at running back in college. And it told me we were going to be out there, but we're watching Lamar Spurling. It's actually a sick joke that it's been playing on us. We beat him out for the starting job, but we didn't actually step onto the field until the fourth quarter. That's also going to be our only carry. And I should be happy because we won 21-3, but we didn't get the opportunities that I was hoping for. We got one carry. I guess Mary Potter's going to make us feel a little bit better. She's our academic advisor. She told us that we did very well on our quiz grade, so that'll increase our GPA all the way up to a 2.8, but I was hoping it'd be a little bit higher the way she was talking. We're going to keep on spending energy here until we're in degrees. It looks like we are immediately going to challenge for halfback 1 as well after our bye week, which is just incredible. I was not expecting that to happen. Rich Rodriguez prepared to stay for an hour after practice this morning. We think we might want to shake up the depth chart a bit, and that is exactly what I wanted to see. For our first drill, we got the one with the extra defenders, the rushing attack. We were able to complete this the last time, so I don't see why we wouldn't be able to pull it off again. They got us there. But we just got to get a burst of acceleration a little bit quicker to get around all those defenders and maybe go for 6. I don't remember needing to score as many points as we need here, though. It says the score to beat is 12,000. The last time, I think all we needed was 4. With this time frame, that's going to make this almost impossible to pull off. We're going to have to get a lot more touchdowns. And there we go. We got one there. We got to get around this defender and not get caught. I am very worried that we're just not going to be able to pull this off, but I like a run like that. It puts us at 6,000 points, where if we just get a couple more touchdowns, we might be able to win. Okay, we got 14 seconds to do it. We're going to the outside. Juke inside, still not great, but I think we'll be okay. We just can't get caught. That was how we got our explosive run the last time. I'm hoping we can beat them to the outside here. And apparently that was it. So it's on to drill number 2. Now, this is a drill we're pretty good at, but I might be panicking. I might be jinxing myself. I'm folding under pressure. Stop getting caught. Just get around the defenders. Avoid the balls. He didn't get hit there. We had literally already run by it by the time it said that we got hit by the ball. I think we're going to have to be perfect if we want to complete this drill now. Why are we struggling so much? This is something that we just did with ease. All right, here we go. Third attempt. This one was actually the smoothest, I thought, but we're just not gliding between the two like we were effortlessly on some of the other drills. I don't think we're going to have enough to complete this. No, we're short. It doesn't even matter what we do on the reaction and footwork test. My least favorite drill in the world. Sometimes we're able to do this part. The other times it was just sending us out of bounds. But we did not do very well on this. And I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, there it is. I will say I have eventually figured things out. There's like a little arrow. Well, I thought I figured it out. We lost everything. There's no way we won a single one of those there. Lost 300 coach trust. And it's clear to me if we're going to become the starter for the Mountaineers, we're going to have to be so much better. At least we should get another position battle extremely soon because we already have enough coach trust earned. And 2 weeks before exams, we are prepared to pass with flying colors, which should increase our coach happiness. I just imagined headed into this game on the road at West Virginia, we'd be in a different spot. It seemed like we were going to win the starting job. We were going to be taken over here in the rain on a neutral site. I don't know if this is a tradition between these two teams or what, but we're playing at a Bank of America stadium. And every time it says that I'm going to be out there for a play, I select a play and it just makes us watch. It's actually the most frustrating thing ever. As you can see, we're ready to get in, to get our opportunity, and then we have to watch. I don't know what we're going to have to do to actually play. All of a sudden, though, one of those times that we select a play, we're in for a carry, and we might be able to get a touchdown. We fight our way in. It's our first rush of the game. We get into the end zone, get our first college touchdown, and then we'll never see the field again. I'd imagine if my team would have used me a little bit more, maybe we wouldn't have lost to Virginia by 7. But you know what? All of that was avoidable in the first place if we just won our position battle. Now we're getting quizzed by our coach. A couple of questions coming in. We're 2 for 2 at the moment. And if we don't get this right, I'm going to be pretty upset. But we got all 3. So our coach trust just continues to increase. And it turns out they couldn't be any happier with me either. We got the max happiness out of our coaches, but we still don't get onto the field, even as halfback 2. For us to get another position battle, I think we have to wait 1 more week. And going on the road to TCU, I'm hoping we can pull this off so we still have a chance at winning the Big 12. I think we all know that there's not much I can do since I'm just stuck here watching. But after that drive stalled out, we've been put in for a massive 4th and 11 to keep the game alive. and we make the catch. Now, coach's response is immediately taking me out, but we are in at tight end for this play, so we might just get a receiving touchdown. I wasn't even planning on getting the ball, but we're in the end zone, and we have been an impact player. When are we going to get a bigger opportunity? It's just frustrating because apparently we didn't get the 2-point conversion. So we picked up another loss, but who cares? We have another chance to become the permanent starter. During that same week, we've also been told that we got straight A's during our midterms, but the schooling stuff doesn't matter to me at the moment. We know what we have to do to win some of these drills. It was not easy, and we're going to have some really big runs like this. Scoring touchdowns fast is the only way we're going to get that multiplier up. And so that's what we've done, just outrunning these kids. It's actually not that bad. If you can get them to suck in and then just jet to the outside, you can score touchdowns a little bit easier than I was thinking. And this is about to be 3 or 4 in a row. With 27 seconds left, we only need a couple thousand more points. I can't believe we didn't complete this the first time. I was so nervous. I was so worried. We made a couple mistakes like getting tackled in a spot like that. But it's just made me realize there was no reason we should have lost that first battle because we literally got a gold medal. As for our next drill, it's the elusiveness one. We have to get 2,000 points. And I told you all, it's kind of weird. You just got to run around the defenders, make them get stuck, and then you're able to get all these circles. When you're more careful with it, it is a lot easier. As you can see, we still got plenty of time left. And we've been able to get up to about 1,000 points now. But the time remaining does run down kind of quick, so you have to keep that in mind. Either way, this drill has been incredible for us to just rack up more points and to win another battle. On our final 2 reps, we literally need to run through 2 more circles, and this could be the one right here. We are going to become the starting running back. It doesn't even matter how we do during backfield survival, though we know more coach trust would just make it so the starting job is actually permanent. If we play poorly, I guess it could be taken away still. But in order for us to actually put up the 3,000 points we need, we would have had to do better than that. We will take this position battle being won. I just hope that we actually get the snaps that it says we will. At the moment, we're sitting at 2-4, but it's our first start. We should be able to beat Cincinnati, who has lost 3 conference games. And if we magically somehow just ended the season winning every single matchup, maybe there's playoff hopes. It would be a stretch, but we could still become the Big 12 conference champion. We only have 2 conference losses, and I have to set our goal super high, though a more realistic one is just getting to a bowl game and actually winning. First carry in this game did not go too well, but we've scored a touchdown in the last couple, so I'm hoping I can get another. It just seems like we're going to be a lot more reliant on throwing the ball, as on 3rd and 12, we're open, but it's not enough. Back on the field pretty soon, though, and that's going to allow us to get a 7-yard gain. As a freshman, I don't have much control over the playbook, but as we earn more coach trust, that'll change. And it is a little crazy that we're getting 3 carries in a row already, especially since we're averaging like 1.5 yards per carry, but we got the first down. I have to say, though, this playbook is pretty rough. It's pretty dull for West Virginia. All the time in the world, by the way. We have to step up. And I feel like we need some under center runs out of this. If we didn't get caught there, we were gone. Definitely a little bit of a disappointing start. We literally have 7 carries for 8 yards. Heisman difficulty has not been too kind, and I thought we were about to get a lot more there. They're all over us. The only way we have an opportunity to score is us getting the ball back in a really good spot, and we are still finding ways to mess that up. I can't believe how little yardage we got. Halfback screens at least going in our favor, but I think this is going to be similar to the last 3rd down where they just stack the line. Somebody gets through, and we lose some yards. It's so weird, but in a running back road to glory, I feel more confident as a wide receiver, which we got. Maybe that's where we just need to decide to spend some of our skill point upgrades. And we're running back our favorite play out of high school. We might be able to get a touchdown out of it. It's overthrown into an interception. Are you kidding me? I don't know why I ever said anything about potentially getting to the playoff. We are going to be lucky if we even have a chance at a bowl game. We have scored 0 points. I thought we would be a little bit more successful. And on 3rd and 2, the blocking just isn't there. With all the wear and tear damage that we're taking, I'm not breaking off a big run. In fact, I think there's a higher probability of us getting injured and not seeing the field for a while. I mean, this is awful. It's now 3rd and 8. We are averaging less than 1.5 yards per carry for sure. And that was just spotted as a 4th and inches. To keep this drive alive, they're going to let us go for it, and the blocks were really nice. But at the end of the day, they've not looked like this the entire game. We're also being forced to run like the same play over and over. We have no options. So without switching up the look, Cincinnati should never be surprised by what we're doing. I mean, we have literally come out of this set so many times. But maybe a pass is going to catch them off guard to a tight end. 4th and 1. Here we go. We have the numbers on the line. We just had to get off the snap. And I think a speed option could go really well as long as they aren't playing me. I just can't believe that we're not being taken off of the field. But I guess coach wants to keep us out there. We've scored a lot of touchdowns in recent weeks, and it's about to be another 4th down. What's crazy, though, is if they just hit me in the seam, I'm gone. I'm gone. We're going to score a touchdown 3 weeks in a row. We're also going to celebrate with the Cincinnati cheerleaders. I mean, can you blame me? You've heard me talking. This is what we're doing. And we also have the ball back with 2 minutes left, which means this game is not over. I mean, we just drove a dude into the ground for fun. It was an excellent block. It didn't serve any purpose at all. We are ready to come back. And I actually think the best thing we could do is come out in 5 wide. First play, quarterback draw. But we're going to hurry it up, and this is the only time that we get some decent options with the play calling. It's when we have the most success offensively, immediately 10-15 yards. And it'd be nice if we could snap the ball, but apparently this is another glitch. We're gonna have to use one of our few timeouts. It truly is a shame how buggy Road to Glory is, because this could be such a fun game mode. And we better lock in. There's still a minute left. We just caught that last one. I was hoping to get out of bounds. We're now at 8 catches for 93 yards, and we're gonna go over 100 with this one. There is still hope to beat the Bearcats. I can't believe they haven't figured out how to stop us. I mean, that was the same type of look over and over. The blocks are there. We're not in, but we are literally half a yard away. Rushing touchdown, 2 touchdowns on the day with this play. If it was up to me from this moment, we're going for the 2-point conversion. But it's not up to me. We have -14 speed as well. I really don't think that we can handle overtime, but we are. We're just going to have to find a way. Cincinnati's already scored on their first drive, and that should have been a sack. If we were to run the ball, I can't say that I'd get more than a couple yards, so we have to keep on throwing. I guess we can try and mix in a couple runs. The speed option going nowhere. And for the first time, I've been pulled. I guess the wear and tear added up. I got injured. Something happened. Turns out we scored, then got held to a field goal, then Cincinnati got a touchdown. In all of that, we didn't get to step onto the field once. It is so annoying. That's how it all plays out. When we just had a game where we put our body on the line like this, we took a lot of shots. We also earned a lot of coach trust because of how well we performed. And we also unlocked a lot of extra plays, plus the ability to change up the hot routes. On the ground, we might have only averaged 2.4 yards per carry, 62 total yards, but we did have 127 receiving yards. We had a touchdown there. And we have gotten our first media opportunity. A reporter has asked us, West Virginia now lost 3 in a row. From your perspective, what will it take for this streak to end? I gotta criticize the coaching staff because they have been the problem. I can't say that was the smartest thing I've ever done. Still need some media training. But who cares? At this point, we're just gonna have a bunch of fun. We're in college. We're breaking curfew. We're going to the party with Mackenzie. And this time, going out, having a good time is actually gonna increase our brand and followers. We've also gotten our first NIL deal that I'm gonna take because we need the toughness. We also need the skill points. We need the followers. This is a great deal for both of us. And we've spent so many skill points healing back to full health that I have no energy to spend on training or academics. I've also kind of just started to neglect practice. You all saw a lot of those drills during the position battles. I don't think they're anything too exciting. They don't give us much coach trust. And the only thing that we still need to build up even more coach trust for in the future is being able to unlock audibles, but that's so far down the line because we're going to need 16,000. At this moment, I think it's pretty obvious that we're not going to win the Big 12. We're at the bottom of the conference. And we also have teams like number 14 Texas Tech on our schedule, but if we can find a way to win 4 of these last 5 games, we'd be bowl eligible. I would like that quite a bit. We just went to a team that I didn't realize was going to be this bad. I knew things hadn't been great for West Virginia, but I didn't realize they'd been that poor. It doesn't matter though. The awesome part about playing here is even though we're 2-5, we still got a lot of fans showing out here to support, and we will take a 10-yard run off of the rip. I'm thinking our offensive line is about to dominate against Arizona. I decided to switch up our playbook to Michigan's to see if that made any difference as well. I mean, the first 2 runs really worked, but it seems to be similar formations that we're stuck with, so I'm not sure this is the playbook for us. On 3rd and 13, since we couldn't get any big runs going the last couple carries, it seems like we're going to have to give it back to the Wildcats. But just like that, we are past midfield, and we have a halfback stretch play coming up. My favorite one. I'm not losing faith if it didn't work there either because we're going to fake them out with a play action. Hopefully, this leads to a touchdown even though it's been thrown up in double coverage. And on 3rd and 8, they went with a little bit of a blitz. We just sent up another prayer. These are not good reads. We should have been able to get points out of that drive. And it would have been really nice, especially since Arizona marched down the field and scored. But we're breaking off our biggest run yet. And that just lets me know that we got to continue to upgrade our speed. That has to be our focus because that needs to be a house call right there. It would have changed everything. At the moment, we're 7 carries deep for 60 yards. This is so much different than last week. We've already rushed for more than we did the game before until they figure out out how to stop us. I see no reason that we don't stay in hurry-up mode. I see no reason why we shouldn't just keep on running that same inside zone. Though they eventually have figured out how to hold us there, and it's about to be 3rd and 7. I'm not a huge fan of the play calls we got to select through here, but we're going to be able to pick up the first down. And I also don't see why we won't be able to run this in for 6. Well, actually, I can see exactly why. I wish we could audible because Gallagher is wide open. We're still going to get the blocks that we need, though. And we've actually gotten the ball back with a minute left in the half as well. Our defense has gotten a stop. So I'd say things are looking pretty good. One thing I cannot handle, though, is all of these inaccurate passes. It's gotten pretty frustrating to deal with in our career. And Marshall just has to be a little bit better for us, which he was right there. I'm pretty sure Nico Marshall is a senior, which is good or bad news depending on who we would get in the transfer portal. I mean, that was just a grown man's run, and this is what I was hoping we would have looked like last week. We have really started to play better. We're not going to be open underneath, and I think there's a holding call. So unfortunately, all that we just gained is coming back with 26 seconds left. But either way, we should be able to end this first half with a field goal, which is plenty enough for us. I mean, we're going to have a lead over Arizona either way. We're actually open here for a potential touchdown as we just get in time. And that's already 2 for us in this game. All of a sudden, it feels like we could actually finish out this season pretty strong if we keep this up. And putting on all those extra pounds has really paid off for us just with the way that we're breaking tackles. This run has been effective for us too, but on a 3rd and 6, it won't be enough. So we are getting taken off the field as we punt it back to them. Arizona would have followed that up with a touchdown, so we might have gotten a little bit too far ahead of ourselves. Even though things seem great, we might not even be able to win this game. They could have picked that. On 3rd down, I'm just hoping that we're able to move the chains. It looks like that is probably going to be knocked away, though. And sure enough, even though we couldn't see it, it was. Luckily, after forcing a 3 and out, we have the football back. And I just have to believe in our game through the air, especially since they don't seem to want to guard me in the flat, which is getting us a huge amount. It's the easiest read for Nico to make as well, so there's a very low risk of him messing that up. And that was a huge carry there. Not on this play, though. What I would really like is that ability to audible. I think it would change a lot because at the moment we can't. So we don't have many passing plays or passing options whenever we do get a passing play. That's risky. I mean, it worked, but it was definitely risky. We had the leverage. I just get scared that there could be an interception. We cannot have that at this point in the game. And to be honest, I just got to be better there. We should have been able to get a lot more yards than we did. As for our 1st and goal play call, we're going to have a corner on us, but we're going to immediately call for it. And it made me realize maybe we should have just handed the football off. That doesn't work either, though. We're going to try our best to just have our quarterback throw it to Gallagher. Maybe he can scramble in. I had the block. And look at Nico Marchio making plays, giving us the lead. We'd also get a defensive stop, which means with 3 minutes left, it's on us to run out the clock. We might be giving it straight back to the Wildcats, though. Depending how these next couple of plays go, don't get in our way. I now have 150 yards on the ground, but this is a huge 3rd and 2, and it's there. It is there. That makes me feel a little bit better, but I just realized we still need one more first. And on the other side of the 2-minute warning, I will probably be calling for this ball immediately. We tried to end it, but we weren't on the same page, which means Arizona went down the field and they scored. Now we need at least a field goal ourselves. That was a good start there. Not for us. We look completely clueless, but we're open with the halfback angle route. This time we bring it in. And we just have to stay out there in hurry-up mode, continuing to run the same plays if we need. We still have all 3 of our timeouts left as well, which is very good news. I wasn't sure if they'd be guarding us over in the flat. And we could catch them off guard with a run here, which we did. We're at the 12. From there, coach is taking us off of the field. I really hope that they managed the clock correctly. I can't with how dumb the AI is. I am done trying to create storylines as well, making excuses for it when we didn't even attempt a field goal. I can't even sit here and act like we missed a field goal because we didn't even attempt one. It's ridiculous. We had 3 timeouts. We were in a perfect position to just win this game, but EA can't code this game correctly. I just don't get it, man. There's just so much potential that goes completely wasted because of them. And we might lose this game because of it. Come on. Allow us to score. We're not going to get in there, though. On 3rd down, I'm running underneath. Slant. Touchdown. Then after that, Arizona scored, but on their 2nd drive, they were only able to get a field goal. So if we score a touchdown, we will take down the Wildcats. At this rate, though, we might just miss our field goal attempt because it is now 3rd and 19. So here we go. We got to cross our fingers. There was no way for us to watch it, but We didn't end up hitting the kick. So we have lost another overtime game. It's actually disgusting too, because it should have never gone there in the first place. We had 185 yards on the ground, 5.1 yards per carry, touchdown. Then we had 2 touchdowns through the air, 125 receiving yards. We did everything to win that game, and it still was not enough. Then we have our head coach, Rich Rodriguez, hitting us up. Someone on social media took a picture with you the night before our game last week and posted it at 1 a.m. Meet outside the stadium tomorrow morning. We'll be doing some running while we talk about the importance of curfew. Are you kidding me, coach? I just went off. I don't care if my coach trust is getting decreased. I want to transfer. I'm just kidding. Not yet. We're not going to blow things up. We're going to give a polite answer to our head coach, who is probably going to be gone at the end of the year anyway. And for whatever reason, like 5 minutes after he was just super upset at us, he is now telling me that the entire coaching staff has been really pleased with me lately. Then he sent me the 4th message in a row. Rich Rodriguez, buddy, I just want to get into our next game. After winning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week, I've realized that we have a bright future. But apparently, I don't have enough energy to fully recover our health before we take on number 20 Texas Tech on the road. I feel like so far, there's been a lot of unlucky moments in my career. And we know what is on the line here. If we don't win this game, then we're not going to have any shot at making a bowl. I have a feeling this is probably not going to go the way we want it to. I mean, Texas Tech is extremely good, though we're getting a decent carry here. We're staying on our feet, and it was marked as a 3rd and 1 somehow. I thought we had that first down for sure, but we're going to get it on this play. If West Virginia just could do a better job in recruiting and retaining this roster, I feel like we could have a lot of success here. I really don't want to transfer after a season like I typically do in all my road to glories. It makes for an easy thumbnail. It makes for an easy title, but I think the real story would be if we could stay with the Mountaineers and then have so much success that we win a national championship. I gotta say, some of these offensive linemen, they're doing a great job for us, but we have to fight ourselves for this 3rd and 3. And we're only at the 36-yard line. This has been like the longest drive in the world. If we're able to eventually finish it off, we'd be like 20 plays deep, though we're getting a huge run. And I can't believe this, but we already have 61 yards on the ground. Make that 67. I think that creates a perfect time, though, for us to finally pass the ball, because they can't be expecting it. And the quick dump-offs are just not working that well for us. We'll run the ball. Running's been working. Once Texas Tech goes to that goal line defense, though, that is where we typically just get stopped. We should have been rushing to that right side. It was so much more open on the last play than it is here. Come on. I swore that we were in on 3rd and goal. Please don't get any block sheds. Allow us to fight and don't pull us off so we can just kick 3. I want it to be known, by the way, we actually did miss that field goal. It somehow got blocked, so we didn't get any points. And that was after 14 rushes for 75 yards down the field. We worked so hard. We just got to get better as a player, though, if we're going to carry this Mountaineer team. There's no excuses for not finishing off that last drive. We should have done it ourselves. Looks like we're getting 3 big runs in a row. And eventually, we've gone 5 wide. We're about to get railed. Should not have caught that. Sets us up for a 3rd and 7, where I'm just going to go for a halfback angle route. That has been our bread and butter. We now have 8 first downs to the Red Raiders 3, but they have the 7-point lead. Our wear and tear is already a major problem too. Plus, that was just an inexcusable drop. We had no options for passing plays, so we have to run it, but I guess it worked. And I'd much rather just sit back and pass protection for a play, hoping that we get off more than a couple of yards here. We really need to get into the end zone on this drive if we want any chance at winning this game. But I think I just got injured because we're getting taken out. I haven't seen the field since that moment, by the way. I haven't seen the field since that moment. That's it. That's it. We just lost the entire season, any chance at a bowl game, because we got pulled out in the 2nd quarter. As the frustration just continues to grow, we're going to start cheating. I don't care about school anymore. And we actually didn't get caught. Our GPA got a bump. We have to spend all of our energy basically every single week just recovering our health. And you know that you're having a bad season whenever Oklahoma State has a better record than you do. It's starting to hit me that as badly as I want to stay with West Virginia, I'm not sure that we can. We have to somehow bring this place back to glory, though. That has been the goal. Another goal that we're going to set is just winning a game this season, because we haven't been able to do that yet. At least one that we've started in, and that could have been a bigger run. It just feels like there's letdown after letdown at the moment. But we wanted to start at the bottom. We wanted to work our way up, and honestly, I feel like some of our first college starts have been really good. Like, you see the moves that we're pulling out right there. Lots of potential still. We're about to score a touchdown. The question just becomes, do we get this run into the end zone, or are they going to shed us like crazy and make us lose like 5 yards? Turns out they aren't going to shed us. We're going to get that first tutty. And when we get the football back, we're going to look to dominate Oklahoma State's line again. I understand that won't happen on every drive, though, which is why we're also pulling out a pass. I probably should have been a better check down option for us there. I'm open in the flat, though. Come on. I was on a block and release. You gotta hit us there. But it's all good. Oklahoma State did nothing with it. We have the ball back, and there's a gaping hole that I am going to hit in stride. This is going to be the biggest play of my career. Our longest touchdown run, of course. And that is exactly why I want to continue to upgrade our speed. We just did a gritty on the mascot. Oklahoma State is taking all sorts of disrespect at the moment. I almost got loose there, too. And we're currently just 10 rushes in for 160 yards. This is what we were hoping for. It might take facing the Cowboys, but this is giving me hope for the future of West Virginia. And let's see how our blockers hold up here on a 3rd and 4. Me personally, I wish we went for it there, but we're getting taken off the field. And we'd actually end up hitting that field goal. Our next drive, we're going to come out, catch a pass for 10. Though there's not much time left in the half, so I don't wish that we'd be running the football, except if it's going to work out like this, maybe we should just keep giving it to me. What we're going to do to follow that up as well is just hand it off. We can't go all the way, but I thought we might just pull off another touchdown, which would have been insane. I was kind of hating on the 2 tight end, the 3 tight end sets, but it has worked out really well here. So maybe we should just stick with the West Virginia playbook, because I don't think I changed it for this game. We almost had him. Then we can quickly come out in 5 wide, maybe get off a fast pass play. Don't step out. It could have been another touchdown. I mean, a performance like this is going to put the nation on watch either way, but I want to get as many touchdowns as possible. And we're just going to take this next handoff up the middle, which I thought was more open. I didn't realize it, but on 20 carries, we have 281 rushing yards. And I was hoping that we'd get another run play, but we decided to go for a pass instead. With the way that they're stacking up on the line here, it just made the most sense, especially if I wanted to score. But they're going to hold us again. It's so annoying how they'll just leave receivers wide open, and they'll always run the same goal line defense. It makes it very hard to score as a running back and run up our touchdown numbers, but we got the ball back pretty quick. This is where we're looking to just end the drive here, but we're going to be short. And I think we know how this is about to go. They're going to make us lose yards. In fact, they've come out to stop the run on 3rd and goal too. I wasn't sure if they would, but we're going to get in without being touched. And I wish coach would just take us out at this point. Our wear and tear's adding up. And the game's over, so I think he finally did. Although we can't make it to a bowl, this is why you continue to play. You continue to try, because we had almost 300 rushing yards on the ground. But apparently, after I thought I got away with it, we were caught cheating on the last test because we got turned in by a TA. I am so disappointed. So now I have to spend time with Nate Flower watching some film made before 1960 and writing a paper on it just to get my GPA up. When I decided to attend West Virginia, I didn't think the academics would be this strict, especially for a player that just rushed for almost 300 yards, winning his 2nd Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week. And on top of that, our first ever National Offensive Player of the Week award. They just don't want things to be easy for us here, which is why we have continued to make sure that we're just scraping by. At one point, I might have tried to achieve more, but we're fine with where we're at now. I think we're just going to upgrade our speed. That's going to give us 93, 95 excel, 95 stamina. We could have focused on elusiveness to get that juke and spin up. But if I learned anything from our last game, I just want to have more breakaway touchdowns. With Iowa State being an 81 overall though, and we have to play them on the road, I don't know how this will go. Surprisingly, it's the first time where I've really noticed the stadium pulse. I didn't notice it at Texas Tech. That's why you have speed. The fact that I can look at the camera as we just rush for a touchdown is incredible. What an opening play to this game. You know, there was parts of me that was like, there's no chance we stay at West Virginia. I can't carry this program. Well, I take it back. I think it is a no-brainer that we got to stay with the Mountaineers for another year. We have to see what's possible whenever we're playing a full season, and EA is also not just cheating us out of games. Now, that wasn't the best way to call for the ball, but I also thought it was going to be a bullet pass. And it's not like Iowa State did anything with it anyway, as they're still at 0. I think they've picked up on the fact that I want to get fed the football quite a lot, though, except they weren't ready for me to break away on that route. Not a great spin. That is the problem with only having a 76 spin move, but we focused on speed for a reason. That breakaway run to open up this game solidified exactly what I was hoping for. That was a great block. And I gotta say, for all the little frustrating things that are still in place in Road to Glory, there is nothing more satisfying than watching our offensive line block so far. I was kind of hoping that we would have reached for the first, though, but that was on me. I could have just avoided the defender. We didn't get anything out of that drive. And it's almost like we broke off that one run, but ever since then, we've done basically nothing, which is exactly what's happened. It's now 3rd and 8, and we need to make sure that this drive stays alive. But it didn't. Luckily, Cyclones offense still struggling a lot in this game. We have to be better after the catch. 9 yards is okay, but I want to turn that into a much larger gain. And we're actually going to go for a huge passing play here. I can't help block. We didn't even get a chance to let our deeper routes develop, but they were supposed to be there. Now on 3rd and 1, apparently, we need to block for this wide receiver screen, but it was guarded. And that means we're going to get held to end this half. Ever since that first play, we have not scored again. That's really all it's been. I was so excited, so pumped up with the way the game opened. And ever since then, I feel like I've just been let down. We're about to get stopped again. It is 3rd and 6. We're actually approaching the end of the 3rd quarter as well. That's short. But fortunately, Iowa State only got a field goal. We still win this game with the touchdown if we manage the clock correctly. I really don't see it happening, though. I mean, they have focused so much on stopping me, and they've done a great job. We might be able to break off a big run if the speed option is actually pitched, though. Pitch it. Let's go. Why'd he fall? No, you've got to be kidding me. It took that as a conservative catch. I was running the football. I've never seen that before. I was spamming the call for it button. That's what happened. You just got to be careful. That's something you got to be noted and worried about in the future, I guess. Just got to chalk it up to, I don't think today is our day. But if we still pull this off, maybe it is. Right before the 2-minute timeout, we're going for one more run play. Could have been big. But even if it isn't, we need to take some time before we inevitably score. I don't want the Cyclones to have any time to respond because they will find a way to if they haven't. And these block sheds just keep on getting more brutal and more brutal for us. I'm trying to run behind our blocker. Now that it's 3rd and 2, we're just going to take the easy space, easy catch. We still have 1:15 left and we couldn't get out. There's actually quite a long way to go before we score a touchdown. And there's a sack. So that is not good news at all. We're going to have to call for it and just hope that we make the play because nobody else is. Here we go. This is it. 4th and 8. We got a little bit of a tight end angle. Bring in all the distraction on the defense. Why would you throw that immediately? I feel like my entire college career so far has just been frustration after frustration. The Oklahoma State game was the only time that we got all good things. And as we head into the final week of the regular season, we're going to be facing off against Houston. We're the only 2 teams in the conference that have only been able to win 2 conference games. So whoever loses this one is going to finish at the bottom of the Big 12, and we don't want that to be us. I just feel like every team that we've played has had a much better overall than we have, and I'm not sure if that's going to change next season or not. Although I don't think I'm going to transfer, I genuinely might just dip my head into the portal to see what potential options for the future could be. And the worst thing that could happen is West Virginia just starts giving us some more cash. They realize that if they want me to stay around, they're going to have to pay me a little bit more because other schools want me. That's the hope, at least. On 3rd and 10, I don't even want to be out there. We're supposed to be blocking, but we didn't have time. We still had to go through the play action animation, and Houston did not fall for it at all, but we might just crib it. A couple cuts differently, and we might have actually done that there. We need the shifty ability more than anything. I think that's going to be the first thing we focus on going into next season. And on 3rd and 6, I'm just going to have to run a Texas route. They're still going to hold us up. We're also going to be very passive and punt it to them. But it is what it is. I can't even blame us for that. The offense has been struggling. It's been uninspiring ever since that one game against Oklahoma State. I also think it should be noted there's no way we last our entire college career with wear and tear on with as many carries as we're getting. I don't know what it's going to do to our lifespan, but it's got to shrink it. They were ready for the speed option. And on 2nd and 14, I'm just going to get off of the block. But it doesn't really matter. They got their pressure in time. And they did there too. It is truly looking like we're just going to finish 3-9 with West Virginia. I've done no good here so far. And I'm not sure how next season could be any better for us. But we got a wide open tight end. We're going to be at the 10-yard line. All right, after a couple runs, this is where we finish off the job on 3rd and goal. Or it's just going to get stuffed and we have to kick another field goal. It is not looking good for our odds of beating Houston. Maybe things will change in the second half, but it doesn't seem like it's going to. We have to go like 95 yards down the field, actually getting a huge lane right there. But we should have turned that into so much more than it was. 2nd and 5. They're all committed down to the run like they should. And most of our success offensively still came off of that one passing play. I wish that we were getting more passing plays to choose from, but the computer literally gives us like the same 5 or 6 plays to choose the entire season. But this is one we have never seen before, so we are going to run it, and it's actually working. It's amazing what can happen whenever the computer doesn't know exactly what's coming. And I can't do it anymore. Just give me a new team. Give me a new quarterback. I need help, because I can pull off plays like this. Just imagine how much we could thrive if we could earn a job at a really big school. That's got to be the end goal. I don't know if the Heisman Trophy or the national championship's going to come at West Virginia. Maybe the Heisman Trophy could if we had to carry this team as much as we already have. I mean, you do that for a full season, 200 yards a game, couple touchdowns. You finish with some really good stats, so maybe that's our goal next year. As for actually winning those games, though, that's a whole other story because we have struggled with that so far this year. And on 3rd and 5, you know that we can't run it down here. We're going to just call for it, and that's enough. We're in. 2-point conversion is a major deal. We had to go with a run play. That was just the best option that was available. Run into the outside, and just like that, it's all tied up at 14. Confidence is back. I'm actually feeling really good about this drive, especially this first play. But we just could not block that guy on the outside. If we block that guy on the outside, it is a completely different outcome. Now on 3rd and 3, pressure is on. And guess what? It's going back to Houston. Our defense did not let up, though. They got us the ball back as well. We were open for just a split second. And on a very big 3rd and 8, we're open, which is going to get us just enough. Odds are looking a little bit better in our favor now. We are also going to break off a huge run. No one catching us. Finally, I did something good, man. I've been waiting for something like this. And the best part, our defense got a stop, so we're just going to take a knee to win. We're going to finish off this season with some positive momentum going into next year, 233 yards on the ground. And after all of that, we're still getting hit up by the student newspaper saying that we had a disappointing year, not making a bowl game. What's it going to take to turn the season around next year? We just have to commit to being better. I also got my final exam results back, and there's room for improvement, but it's enough for us to be eligible. So that's at least a plus. Texas Tech ended up winning the conference championship over Arizona State, and the Heisman Trophy that we want in the future went to Kevin Jennings. Even though we only played like half the season, though, we finished first team all Big 12, and it looks like we're also going to finish on the freshman All-American team. I honestly thought that I was going to average less yards per carry than what we finished with. On the receiving side, we actually had the most receiving yards of anybody on West Virginia. I don't know how that's even possible in the first place, but there's a reason that we weren't one of these top teams. And here's the thing, as we come to the end of my freshman season, I've got some tough decisions to make because we spent a lot in speed. We didn't spend as much in elusiveness. We have 7 skill points left still. We're only a 79 overall. So it feels like what makes the most sense is just staying at West Virginia, keeping our starting spot, and running it back here, hopefully leading them to more success in the future, especially if these are our transfer options. So depending how the season goes, we might have to jump ship. They don't respect me. Our #1 transfer from this offseason was at my same position. I don't know much about Zay Wilborn yet, but what I do know is he is much better than me on paper, and he is more experienced. So if we're going to earn our starting job back, we have to perform really well during this position battle. Starting off with this first drill, this was one that I did not do very well last season. So we're hitting all the circles. That's a really good start. I don't know if you want to hit any of this, though. We're going to fail the drill. I think the key has to be don't hit sprint. I'm sure one of you all would tell me that in the comments, but if you hit sprint, you got a much better chance at finishing it quick. And with 3 attempts left, we still need about 2,400 points. I've missed the circles multiple times now. It's not a very good sign for our odds of completing this before the time is still there. And that's why I've been a lot quicker on this one, which has made a huge difference. We're going to have to do it again, though, and I'm not sure that can happen. I've already missed multiple circles. We need to hit this one in stride. I predicted it perfectly. Get around 1, 2, we're stuck. All that means is we have failed the first drill. The second drill really isn't that difficult anymore because we got speed, so we can just outrun these guys most of the time for touchdowns. But whatever that third drill is going to be the decider between whether or not we can win this position battle. It really is nice how easy this drill became the second that we got faster. And this is not good. It's all going to come down to backfield survival. I don't think I've ever gotten 3,000 points on this drill. It's what we're going to have to get if we want to end up beating the computer here for that position battle. I mean, we're about to go down already. We got a big guy chasing us down. What's up with this? We should not be in a position where he can ever catch us. Got a plus stamina, which is really nice. He also just got hit right there, but I see a faster guy coming. I see another guy coming, and when there's 2 of them coming instead of 1, It's a lot harder to be able to pull this off. Everyone's stuck. We're somehow still on our feet. How do we get around him again? Okay. Okay, we only need 500 more. This could be it. This could be it. But there's a third dude coming. Where is that last 500, man? I just want to earn the starting job. I just want to earn the starting job. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's over. We've won. I don't care if I just took the tackle afterwards. All that mattered was we won the position battle. And this is exactly what Zay Wilbon deserves for transferring in and thinking he could take our spot. He only has 4,800 coach trust as well, so he shouldn't be challenging for it again this season, though it says coaches are neutral with me at the moment. I'm not sure what's up with that, but early on, we're focusing on academics just like last season. We also have an exciting upgrade to make. Before we hop into our first game, I want to save up some skill points for more speed, but first, we have to get shifty, and we can get shifty twice. That's going to give us silver. It's one of my favorite abilities in this game, but we have to play on the road at number 2 Alabama after we open up the season against Ohio. That is not what I want to see. I still have to set our goals for the season extremely high, so what I want to do is win the Big 12 Conference Championship. And this might seem a little bit crazy, but we're going for that Heisman Trophy as well. It's a new season at West Virginia, so there is hope in this crowd again. We have a sold-out one. And we also have a new quarterback, which is something I was requesting all of last year. I think with Will Wilson, we're going to be able to run the option really well, not just with me keeping it, but we might not need that. We are already starting to just carve apart this defense, and we should have gotten more. I think our playbook has changed, which means we might have gotten a new offensive coordinator or a new head coach. But it's working so far. This is better than our offense looked most of last season, and it's another big run. What stinks is how easy this feels and seems is not going to be a thing next week. I'm sure playing against number 2 Alabama is going to be a major struggle for us, and I was going to call for that ball. I guess we've been the entire offense for most of this game, though, so we should let other players get their opportunity. It was dropped, which means they had to go right back to me. And our first touchdown of the season is going to come right here. I think we're going to have many more of those to come in the future. But what I really want to see against Ohio is breaking off a big run. I felt like last year we did a great job of that, especially near the end. They were some of the most exciting electric plays that West Virginia fans have seen since Tavon Austin. We just had to send it on third down. It was kind of hard to tell, but it wasn't caught. So the Bobcats got it back, and they scored again, bringing it within just 1 point. If we're in a tight game with Ohio, I don't even want to imagine what Alabama might do to us next week. We got to start getting some bigger runs. It's crazy that we're currently averaging 6.2 yards per carry, but it just doesn't feel good enough because we know what our potential is. We're actually outrunning our blocker. And I don't mind Will Wilson having the opportunity to throw this ball with an RPO if he's going to make the right read. We should have gotten to keep that ball there. We're just going to call for it immediately, get the first down. And if you're familiar with last season, a lot of our biggest plays did come through the air catching passes. How are we still sitting there on our feet? We should have finished that off for a touchdown, but I just wasn't expecting us to stay up that entire time. As long as they don't stack this box, though, it's going to be so much easier to punch it in. It is. And this is where our Heisman campaign should start. We have 150 total yards before halftime with another play to try and get more. But after that, we would just run out the rest of the clock. And if he got out of our way, we would have had a bigger run. I will say, sometimes we hit the hole so fast that we actually end up hurting ourselves, but the vision here was beautiful. I'm taking off down the field, and there isn't a defender in this stadium that's going to catch us. I have been waiting for a moment just like that, and on the next run we get a nice gain. I think by now we're over 200 yards, and we're going to keep on going. I will say, the longer the game goes on, the more the playbook that we're unlocking, and there's a lot better plays deeper in. It's just taking a little bit to get there. With the halfback screen, we're losing a couple. But I'm not convinced that they can stop our rushing attack, so we're going to hand it off, and we're going to get 7. On 3rd and 6, it looks like we're just going to have to block for our teammate. I didn't know it was going to us, but that means we're settling for a field goal. And it ended up being okay. Our defense played really well. On 3rd and 6, I actually want to let our other guys get open. I think it'd be better for my season health if I wasn't consistently getting fed the ball alone, but I'm not sure I've seen anybody else make a catch until this play. Then we ended up getting the football back in the red zone. So we have to try and pick up another touchdown now, even if that wear and tear has added up quite a bit. I am curious how they play this read option. They're obviously going to focus on me. But now if we get the handoff instead of being the fake, we're going to take it in. I feel like for an opening matchup, this was a perfect start to the season, though we know what is coming up on our schedule next week. And one of my teammates, Jason Cross Jr., says he's got to leave the city for a few days for a family thing. Can you watch his dog? I'll take care of his dog. I don't have a problem with that. What are you going to do with him? I think it's only right that we decide not to take him to the park, not to get him groomed, but take the dog on a walk down Greek Row, especially by some sororities. It's a great decision. An attention magnet is exactly what I was hoping for. It says all the sorority girls came out to pet the dog and talk to you. So I'm thinking on the same wavelength as EA. I gained 50 followers. That's a great 50 followers. But immediately after, I was so happy. Now I'm getting hit by my offensive coordinator with a quiz on what type of run play it's going to be if we're running to the 8-hole. I'm going with a stretch. I'm right. And this next question's not too bad either. It's which of the run plays uses a pulling lineman to block a defensive tackle. Well, you have a pulling lineman on a counter, but it's not going to be the defensive tackle, so this should be trap, which means we're left with one more. I think I should just admit to coach, though, I'm not entirely sure what the answer to this one's going to be, so we're going to go with B, midline read option, and just hope for the best. I thought it might be right because of the 0. That right there is exactly how you increase your coach happiness, your coach trust. We also have an NIL deal coming in, 6-week contract, cost of 2 energy. We'll get 3 break tackle, permanent, and a teammate and I get 1 skill point per week. We're going to give Will Wilson that skill point. That's going to help out our offense. I feel like it's an incredible deal. We also were the National Offensive Player of the Week. And with one more NIL slot still available, we can hopefully fill that in the future if we continue to play well. I think most of our energy is just going to go to recovery. We had to deal with that last season too. At the moment, we're not in the Heisman watch, but it's only been 1 game. I have a feeling if we have that type of performance on the road at number 2 Alabama, that would put the entire nation on watch and we'd move straight up to number 1. With there being so much excitement for this matchup, we just skip practice. We're ready to get straight into this game. And Bryant-Denny Stadium's actually the last place I watched a college football game about a week ago. Now I'm getting to take the field there. We know it's going to be a tough environment, but the blocks are looking great. One guy to beat. I figured it might make sense to go to more of a heavy playbook, taking on the Crimson Tide. Will Wilson breaks a tackle, but he also fumbled it away there. And you know what? It all worked out. We still ended up getting a lot of yards. If our blocks continue to hold and we hit that faster, we are going to have a massive play at some point in this game. We also pulled out the play action, working wonders. So far, so good. The stadium pulse not getting to us at all, but we go down. And I definitely want to upgrade our speed even more as our next thing. What is that pass there? We all know that that should have been intercepted. I'm just hoping that we can at least get into field goal range. I don't know how good our kicker is, but we're about to find out if he's decent. Turns out we weren't able to hit that kick. Maybe we didn't even attempt it. We almost went all the way. There's just certain plays where we're so close to exploding all on them. And I'm going to continue to put some faith in play action on first downs, especially since we run it a lot. Same thing here. We got play action. Alabama only sent 3. I was probably supposed to be helping block. And you never want to see a drop in that situation, but we're able to get out of there. Not a defender in sight. 5 yards behind us, set that ball in the end zone, and just enjoy the peace and quiet that we currently have because this crowd is silent. I really don't appreciate where we're starting most of these drives, though. As you can see, we're on like the 5-yard line, and the heavy sets just continue to work for us. It's exactly what we want. I'm actually starting to believe that we might be able to beat the Crimson Tide. But if we're going to be able to do that, we should probably end this first half in a smart way. What that means is this has to be the final drive, especially since we are now inside the 30. And we already have 122 yards on the ground, though we might just score right here if they're going to give it to us. That was actually the least ideal outcome because we stopped the clock and we've made it very clear that we're going to get in. But I have a feeling that Alabama's probably going to score before the end of the quarter too. Never mind, they punted it back to us after getting held to a 3-and-out. We're going to call for this ball, go for an aggressive catch. I didn't know if that'd work out or not, but I thought it might be worth the risk anyway. And here we go, 3rd and 6. Just a quick call for the pass that they're not ready for. I really think these read options could be massive plays for us, depending on how Will Wilson runs. I can't say that he read the defense the best there. And on 3rd and 14, this should probably just go to halftime. You know what, though? We're going to be up by 7. And then they would score to start the 3rd quarter. But if we wait on our blocker, we should be able to get a lot more yards. It's just the wear and tear that scares me. We've already picked up so much of it. And I also think for being a top-tier running back, our juke moves aren't very impressive. We're a young player, which is why there's so much to still upgrade. And it's now 3rd and 18. I was calling for that ball there. We're going to get the pitch, but there's just no way we pick up the first. So Alabama's right back in this one. They've been taking so much time on their drives too, which is why there's only 2 minutes left in this game by the time we got it back, and we just took another sack. I think our offensive line has done a pretty good job when it comes to run blocking, but the pass blocking is a whole other story. On 4th and inches, this ball needs to be in my hands. I'm reaching for it. We got it. Problem is, we're down like -12 or 13 speed now. I can't believe that we're still able to get a big run like this. And I'm going to need coach to stop giving us the football so much. We got an RPO, which was really helpful. But on 3rd and 3, you know the ball needs to be in our hands. And I missed the hole. From here, it looks like we're being taken out. And you could say that has something to do with the fact that we have -15 speed. But I don't know what's going to happen on 4th down. We definitely didn't get it. After fighting all game, we're going to come up short by 7 points against Alabama. And it looks like on 4th down, they decided to just go with a run while we weren't there. Here's the thing, though. We just averaged 9.6 yards per carry versus them. We also had another 53 yards through the air, so over 250 total yards. And if we can continue to do that, the NIL deals are going to keep on rolling in. We're going to accept this one as well. We get free steaks for our offensive linemen. They're going to love me. And I had no idea that we hired Shane Beamer as our head coach. That's who replaced Rich Rodriguez. Now, I remember last season, we took time to study with our kicker because we got caught cheating and we had to increase our GPA. Now he's hitting us up saying, did you hear Sarah from our intro to business classes throwing a party this week? I'm not going because I can't get caught. I'm willing to get caught. And we didn't get any more leads on Sarah, but we did get a little bit of a brand and follower increase. I also think it's safe to say we should be in the Heisman watch after another Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week award, but it looks like our name still is not up there. And the best way for us to change that is simply going to be going off against an FCS school. My expectation for this game is genuinely like 300 yards, 5 touchdowns, and I sure did not think that they would be the first team to get on the board. We have to do better than that, though. On this next run, I'm calling for the pitch, and it's seeming like we're about to get held to a 3-and-out, especially since coach called a run on 3rd and 13. I mean, that was not ideal at all, but at least the next time that they got the ball, they did nothing with it, and we're trying to fit through that hole. Although they don't work most of the time, I'm so convinced that eventually the speed option's going to bust off for a big one. But I feel like they're containing us pretty well so far, and we almost got through. We've been just one cut away from so many touchdowns. That was especially true against Alabama, and on a play-action play. Will Wilson just spent way too much time making a read, so it's now 3rd and 8. We're going to run a slant, and we're not going to get enough. I can't tell if we're going for it or if we're punting the ball, but we won't be on the field. And this is really bad that with a minute left in this first half, we have still done almost nothing, though this could be the play for us. All we need is a little bit more speed. I don't know if 23 has it in him to catch us. And that could have just saved any hope that we have a win in the Heisman, because until this run, I had done absolutely nothing. You can't count us out from getting another big one as well, because this is literally how we're going to end the first half. I mean, where was this the entire first half before now? It's like everything just came together all of a sudden. They are in man up 3 deep to start this 3rd quarter, and that's how they stopped the run. I would love to get another big play, though. I know we just got 2 of them, but this is our opportunity to pad our stats as much as we want, and that's not going to be caught. Just like that, we got to punt it back to the FCS school. But it's not like their defense did anything with it anyway, and their defense had us in a really good spot. After we fought for the first down, though, it's going to be a lot harder for them to stop us. And we're going to run that one back, because if we hit the hole a little bit better, we could have had a massive gain. We just got to get around number 29, and then it's off to the races. No one out there on the field has the speed that we have. This is what you want to see out of a 240-pounder. We got the girth, we got the size, and we have the speed. So we have turned everything around. It was a slow start, but now we're dominating. I think I said I wanted 5 touchdowns, 300 rushing yards. That's still something we could achieve in the 4th quarter. But I will say, in order to get there, we're going to have to rush for 2 more touchdowns, which is hard. We only have 5 minutes left. We don't know when coach is going to bench us. And 33 more yards on the ground would put us above 300. At this point, it's just inevitable. It's coming. We get the pitch off of the speed option. We need to still upgrade our spin move. I know it's been working okay, but that plus getting even faster are 2 of my bigger goals. And we're off to the races again. Even though we're over 300 rushing yards, though, there is one final thing that we're chasing. We want that 5th and final touchdown. But unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like it's coming. 3 straight runs only got us 4 yards. But guess what? They were not able to hang on to the football. They threw a pick. So this is it right here. I think this would actually put us into the Heisman race. We just need that one last touchdown here. And there's still a good bit of time that's left on the clock, which is nice. Can't break out, but we've stayed in hurry up mode, and that'll get us a little bit closer. Now, this is shameless stat padding. We already had 33 carries, but I set a goal out for this game, and that was get 5 rushing touchdowns, which we did. Even if we can't carry West Virginia that much this season, I want to get that Heisman Trophy. And for all we know, we could end up carrying them to the playoff and never losing another game. We're only 3 weeks into my sophomore season, and we are the only running back that is currently in the Heisman race, which makes sense why. We have literally rushed for more yards than some of those quarterbacks have passed for. It's time to upgrade quickness. That'll get us to 95 speed. We got to max it out with 16 more skill points. But it might be a while before we do that because we have a lot of other things that we got to work on as well. Now, the Cowboys might look like they're better on paper, but if you remember last season, they were my first college win as a starter. And it's kind of ironic that they smacked the believe sign before the game because they're the only team that gave me belief that we could be something. Up until we played Oklahoma State last year, I hadn't been doing that hot. It's about to be 3rd and 3, except we fumbled before that could even happen. Somebody make the tackle. Come on, I shouldn't have to. And I wish we could challenge this, see if my knee was on the ground or not, but we can't. That has led to them getting onto the board first, and we're going to have to escape multiple defenders here with our new speed. I can tell you right now, though, it is not going to be as easy as it was last week. It is already 3rd and 8. We should have probably called for it. And I can't believe how much they're locking down our offense. Now, we're going to go with a little bit of trickery here to lose 7 or 8 yards. It wasn't the right decision, but I was hoping that it would be, and that could have been picked. We all know the Cowboys have not been very respectable in recent years, but the Stadium Pulse is still a top 25 place to play, yet we are breaking away with a massive run. We took that catch in stride and just kept on going, but whoever that kid was somehow caught us. I thought we might be the fastest player in the conference. Evidently, we're not. Get out of our way. Not only did our offensive lineman just get embarrassed to get sent to the ground like that, but he also messed up that run, making it 3rd and 7, where we got to call for it quick just to move the chains, stay on the feet. Just 6 more yards, and we can take that lead versus Oklahoma State. Though I think this might be one of those situations where we're going to have to go through the air. It's a halfback swing pass. They are all over it. And on 3rd and goal, we're going to call for it immediately, but our tight end has it at the 2. I think from there, coach is just forcing us to kick 3. Or maybe he's going to give me a chance to fight my way past all of these players and get into the end zone, which we did. In fact, I almost messed up by trying to run into them, but this is perfect. We also got to stop to end this first half, so we have a chance to get more. I thought we got the first down, so the clock's going to run off more than I would have liked before this next play, but now we're at midfield. And I'm not sure if these defenses just don't watch film or what, but none of them guard me out of the backfield. I mean, we have so many more receiving yards than rushing yards at the moment. I didn't want that pass, though. They should have tackled us. And I think if we can just get to the 30, then we're probably in field goal range. That was the idea there. We're going to go for the flat on this one. And I'm not sure if it's going to catch them off guard or not, but we're going with a halfback draw, and that's going to allow us to get what we wanted. Now we just wait, see if we hit the kick, and it turns out we did. So getting this ball to start the second half, we are in the driver's seat of this game. Just 52 yards rushing at the moment, though. And that brings up a major 3rd and 2. The blocks are there. Now we're going to mix in a halfback screen. I feel like we just haven't gone through the air much. We had the blocker if we got around him. And what is it going to take for everything to just line up perfectly and us bust off a big one? Even though this game has seemed a little bit slower, we're having one of those games that running backs would dream of. We almost have 200 total yards, and we haven't even hit the 4th quarter. Unfortunately, since I'm controlling myself, though, the vision is not something that I can upgrade statistically. I'm just going to have to get better at it. And look at the way we were gliding off tackles to get down to the 2-1 touchdown. We finally passed up how many receiving yards we had with how many rushing yards we had. But on our next drive after they scored, we got taken out. I don't know why, but by the time that we're returning, we're trailing by 4, so we can't mess this drive up. It is very literally touchdown or bust. And on 2nd and 9, I feel like a blitz is coming, so we were going to just run a little angle route, get that defender lost, and be at the 44. I've really had to question whether or not we run out as much time as possible on this drive, but I'm not sure that would be our smartest move since there's no guarantees we come away with 6. We're just going to give them time to score 2 and then see if we have to respond. And let's hope that Will Wilson doesn't make a bad read here. I wasn't even calling for the football. He knew his quick read, though. He knew where he wanted to get it, and this handoff puts us up by 3. As much as we want to excessively celebrate, though, there's a lot of time left. But getting the ball back with under 2 minutes and still up by 3 has me feeling a bit better. All it's going to take is 1 first down. But you just saw what happened. We didn't get that catch, We're wide open. There it is. There it is. We're then taken off the field, so I hope we close things out. But apparently, we're going to get back in on 3rd and 7, and a first down run would have ended it. I never feel very good about having to sim from a point like that, but we did close things out 24-21. And with over 150 rushing yards and 150 receiving yards in that game, we have finally unlocked audibles. I feel like that's going to be a major difference maker moving forward. We can't spend too much energy on studying, though, like I normally would. And that's because I knew that we would need as much as possible to recover our health all the way back up to full. We're also in our first important Big 12 conference game this season because we're about to take on number 20 Arizona State, and at least they're gonna have to come to Morgantown to play us because they're an 84 overall. I'll tell you all this as I am running out knowing that they're that good. We are very nervous, and it is showing. It took them less than 2 minutes to get the first points of the game. Already up 7-0. We're looking to respond back with a big run, but we could not break that first tackle. They are stacking the box on 3rd and short, and it's our worst nightmare. It was marked as 4th and inches. By the time that we have the football back, we are already trailing by 2 possessions, but it is still early on in this game. We get the pitch off of the option, and they were still all over it. It'd be really nice if we could just hit a hole properly, like this one right here, and get a bigger play quickly. But I've noticed something. It's only the first quarter, and our wear and tear is going down. Also, our center just completely forgot to block on that play. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to run behind him with confidence on that one, but he did a better job. By the end of the first quarter, we have 58 rushing yards, but we haven't scored. And we really need to finish this drive off with a touchdown, but I dropped it. That's going to force us to just kick a field goal. It could have gotten worse from there. We could have missed it. They could have scored more points. But instead, I feel like things are still working out. They didn't do anything with the football. We were able to hit our kick, and we're just sitting back there helping block as we wanted a big passing play. Play action should be working for us. That's how much we've run the football. But they sure did not fall for it 2 times in a row. We're taking a quick dump off. You know, if this is man-to-man coverage on 3rd and 7, we're going to be wide open. But since we're not, I was hoping he hit the hitch. Instead, Will Wilson just took a sack. And we had to kick another field goal while Arizona State got one too. I think we can still get some points to end this first half, though, especially if he picked up that block a little bit better. And all we need is about 15 more yards. Now, this is not going to be enough. In fact, we're going to call timeout just so we have a chance at taking that kick. But it didn't go in, so we're starting the second half down by 7. It also looks like we're about to get held to a 3 and out. 3rd and 12. I'm going to try and get open, but instead they just throw it up in the double coverage. It's been an all-time bad game from Will Wilson. But look at that. Our defense has bailed us out. They've gotten us the football back on the 29-yard line. So we're somehow still in it. All we have to do is finish off this drive. I think we're about to have enough skill points to upgrade our elusiveness after this week too, which we clearly need because we should have been able to turn that last play into a touchdown. As a response to ours, Arizona State also got one, but we just got 15. And we have plenty of time to get down the field. I can't be on a route all the time though, because as you can see there, it just didn't work out. Though if I'm not on a route, Will Wilson doesn't know what to do. So on 3rd and 13, he goes down. I think we might just lose to Arizona State. But the universe doesn't want us to lose because we got the ball again. They were on our 33-yard line, and then they fumbled it away, which is great. At least it's great if we could stay on the field. I know our wear and tear is starting to pick up, but it's not that excessive yet. Coach took me out for the rest of the game? For the rest of the game. We never got back out there again. Are you kidding me? I think that's how we lost Arizona State last year, too. I thought I'd adjusted the wear and tear sliders and the fatigue sliders to a point that was super realistic, but clearly not because we should have been out there. Now we need to win the rest of these games on our schedule this season to even get to the playoff. And like I said, I've been focusing on getting faster for quite a while now. It's about time that we work on our elusiveness, which is going to give us 80 juke move, 77 spin. I can't say that it's great yet, but at the same time, we're only a sophomore. We still have time to continue getting better, and that's all that matters. If we can't beat Baylor either, though, and this season continues to fall apart, transferring might actually be our best option. I know I wanted to stay loyal to West Virginia, but I'm not happy about how the coaches are treating me with my playing time. We're a Heisman finalist for a reason. We should have been out there at the end of that last game. On 2nd and 11, we might just call for that too, but it didn't work out, so it is now 3rd and 11. It's a 50-50 ball that is going to be dropped. It's hard to be happy when Baylor's already up by 7. And I think this next drive needs to be all about getting some big runs, staying with them. We're going to come out in a very heavy set 90% of the time. But I guess if we want to audible, that's something that I can do now. And I completely forgot about it because that was a great switch up. If I see something that I like, we are going to be able to adjust. And I'm not sure why I ever thought Will Wilson was going to be a good quarterback for us. I guess he made the right play there. On 3rd and 3, we're just going to have to get right through that. It was hard to tell if there was even going to be a lane for us, but we didn't have a choice. I feel like for these trap runs, Baylor's been all over them. But they keep giving us the exact same play calls, so we got to go with it, and we're short. It's 4th and inches, though. Coach is going to let us hurry the ball up. We're going to snap it. I don't want him to be passive and kick 3. I'd rather get 7. And I'm really not feeling great about a toss here that they're going to make us lose 5 yards on. But we should be able to get at least a little bit back on this next play. And on 3rd and 6, we're running a slant for the first down. I swear, for us to just win games, we have to play so well. And the reason we haven't scored all half is because we're not doing that. West Virginia is extremely reliant on us, and we have a pick to end it. I don't think these first 2 quarters could have gone worse. It's a miracle Baylor somehow didn't score with that opportunity, but we are rattled. And I would just appreciate if our offense could do something besides us running the football. It's really all I'm asking for. We get to keep this RPO, but we had no excel. And on 2nd and 4, I'm running quickly to the flat, but we did not get the run after catch animation, and this isn't going to go well. Oh, it did. I swear, I don't even know what's going on at this point. I feel like I am just out of control. Maybe Will Wilson can do better than just immediately throwing it to us, though. I mean, it'd be nice to see him go through a progression or two. They know the ball's coming to me. And we're going to pull out play action just to see if that can get us 7. From here, we should be able to just run it in ourselves. And going into the 4th quarter, we have the football back, all tied at 14. Wear and tear better not take us out of the game if this one comes down to the wire. I mean, it looks like it's going to, and we just ran the ball again. I'll tell you what, 20 carries for 88 yards is a really rough day. And there's a flag after the play, after a missed throw from Will Wilson. It's a holding call on me. It is genuinely impossible for us to just catch a break. 2nd and 17. I'm relying on him to make a huge passing play here. On the run, it's swatted. And here we go. We're actually open. No one's on me, so we're somehow converting. And I just took a look at the clock. There is no reason that we should be in a rush to get into field goal range. Then again, I thought more about it, and the computer would find a way to mess things up after we get in that spot. So I'm not sure if we can trust just settling for 3. We might need a touchdown. On 2nd and 10, it's just these immediate throws I don't get. I don't even have time to run a route, though we did here, and there's a flag. It's holding, so it would have been coming back anyway. But I think we're going to be stuck punting to Baylor. And this is the game. Baylor drives down the field. We just went to overtime. Why didn't they kick a field goal? That is exactly why I wouldn't have trusted the computer if we got in field goal range. I'm not sure what they're doing, but on 2nd down, we might get a first through the air. And they can't get us off the field. We cannot just take 3. It really hasn't felt like a great game for us, but we do have over 100 rushing yards, almost 80 receiving yards, and a potential touchdown coming in just a second. Though we are really relying on our offensive line to create a hole like that. Unfortunately, what Baylor would do is they'd score a touchdown, then another, but they didn't get the 2-point conversion. That drop pass should have been the end of the game. And Will Wilson is choking so hard at the moment. Just hit me in the flat. He can't throw a pass accurately to save his life. We're just going to have to hope for the best, and it's picked. And it's picked. I look up. They're returning it back for 6 as well, so the score is going to look far worse than it ever was. And you tell me, what do we do from this point in this season? Can we even still get to the playoff at 9-3 out of the Big 12? I'm really not sure, but one thing I do know of is we're not going to cheat again because we got caught the last time. We're going to have to spend our hours on it. And we need skill points more than ever, so this was the perfect time for another NIL deal. It doesn't matter how many National Offensive Player of the Weeks that we win. We have only been able to get this team to 3-3, and I'm actually surprised that we're still in first place for the Heisman race because of it. I guess that just shows how good of a season we're having as an individual, though, so we need to continue to do that on the field, taking on UCF next. It's going to be a night game, so those are some of my favorite ones to play in. And I've decided to give the Penn State playbook a chance since nothing else has been working for us so far. We might just bust off a touchdown run on the very first play. No one is coming close. And that has got to get this crowd riled up. I can't believe we just pulled that off. To open up our next drive, we haven't done anything else, which is how it's very quickly become 3rd and 9, and he's going to have to get out that throw on the run straight into a linebacker's hands. What can we expect out of Will Wilson, though? He hasn't had a good season. And maybe the halfback toss is going to work for another big play. I mean, it seems to just get us out into space. We could also be out there in 4 verticals, and if this is a good throw, That's another 20. I still feel like we are moving the ball better than we typically would. We got a blocker out there, but nothing came from that play, and nothing's coming here either. On 3rd and 9, we're just going to run a quick out, and we're going to be able to get there in the flat, getting us to the 14. But I just haven't been a fan of the run plays that we've been getting out of the playbook. Since for whatever reason in Road to Glory, you are stuck with like the same 6 to 7 options. If we're going to have success, we need some good choices, and it wasn't the right decision to go to the outside. On 3rd and goal, we should probably just run a route. Of course, he throws it before we could even get open, though. And this is the type of crap that we've been dealing with all season. Imagine having a Heisman contending running back on your roster, and it's still gonna amount to almost nothing. I really don't know how we save this year. We're getting tackled for a loss. That's why I'm not a huge fan of toss plays. And running to the outside, we got to get around this kid too. I think this is just going to be another game where we grind out a low-scoring one. That first touchdown really did a lot, because without it, I can't say that we've run the ball well at all. It is weird, though, how we could have 200 total yards in a game and still feel like we're not playing well. You would just think with a performance like that, we'd be up by at least 14 points. Not the case at all. And as we approach the 2-minute timeout, we get one more run. We are going to motion over another blocker on this play, but by the time we got the handoff, it was almost like that wasn't there in the first place. Don't be a third pick. Thankfully, it was swatted. We're going to settle for 3. And with 17 seconds left in the first half, we actually got it back. They're just going to force it into a window where the ball pops up in the air, and it is interception number 3. What is Will Wilson thinking? Like, it makes me so mad playing with him. And I thought we had it bad last year. Turns out I should have never complained, because this is so much worse. We really need to understand, though, how have they not scored? Maybe UCF is way worse off than we are. We're about to be near midfield. And this next carry, we cut it back. We see that there's about 10 yards open. So that was solid. And as we continue to get more and more, I'm noticing touchdown on this drive, we win. However, that's not occurring. Yet we still managed to get onto the board when I was off of the field. I'm ready to move on to the next game. This is going to be the worst feeling 300-yard performance that we have ever had in our career, slipping through the cracks still. And eventually UCF would score. So that put us in a spot where I was hoping we could get a little bit more points as well. And now we're at the 10. I feel much better, though, about just taking a QB kneel. So we are going to walk out of this stadium with a win. And more importantly, we had almost 200 rushing yards. With another 150 through the air, I am shocked to see that there are rumors coming out that there are people not happy with my leadership. I'm just going to deny anything. I'm also going to attend this party with at least 300 people. I don't care if it's a little bit outside of town. Weather looks rough, so we're going to take one car. Please tell me we won't get in a wreck or something and I get injured. It looks like nothing's come of it, though. We didn't see any update. We just get to see that we won Offensive Player of the Week. Those have been a given at this point, and we literally have 1,400 rushing yards, 19 touchdowns, 7 games into the season. With all these schools in our conference also having a loss, you have to wonder, is it possible for us to get back to the conference championship? And if the Big 12 is this good, is it possible for us to make the playoff at 9-3? I feel like that might be feasible. We're about to spend all of our energy just recovering before we take on Colorado, and if we could get 4 more skill points, we'd have enough to max out our speed. I'm not saying that's what I'm going to do 100%, but I am considering. And for our first carry of the day in the rain, we're just going to take off here. I don't know how we're still up either. Our teammate got in the way. That's so annoying, but we were able to avoid him, and now we can get another 8 or 9 on the ground. I think there's going to be a lot of inside zones in this game, but it might be better if Will Wilson has the option to just pull it, because they're going to be all over me. He actually made a defender miss too. So there it is. He's much better on the ground than through the air. Yeah, that's awful. It's genuinely just a disgrace to even have him on this team. You're telling me this is the best West Virginia could find? I am 100% transferring at the end of the year. I can't do this for a 3rd season. I mean, we're going to be lucky if we can even survive this game. I've also been able to tell that our career wear and tear keeps getting worse, so I'm not sure what a 3rd season could look like for us. I think it's pretty much a guarantee, though. We're not staying in college for 4, so we need to make the most of the final season and a half, and I fumbled. I fumbled straight to Colorado. Now, I believe my knee was on the ground, but we can't challenge it. We can't review it. They get to act like they got that legit. And I don't think this is going to be a game of running the football, because it's not done anything for us so far. We have to have some better routes out of the backfield, though. Maybe he can just throw it up the seam. And this is the one time I can't audible to an inside zone, which would just shred the defense. As we approach halftime, this is set to be my worst performance yet. And it doesn't help that he couldn't get out that ball fast enough either. I'm not sure why I got taken out for the last play, but this is going to be the final one of the half. no one gets it. So it's looking like Colorado is about to beat us as well. I also think with only 24 total yards, my chance at the Heisman could get a little bit worse. And it's just going to keep on going downhill, isn't it? We're going to call for it quick. We're not going to hang on. So we need a miracle on 3rd and 19, and that's what he's going for. An absolute miracle. I wish he would just take more time to make a read or two. And it's a surprise to me that Colorado did nothing with it once again. They've just been really effective offensively for most of this game, while we have not. Everything is a drop. On 3rd and 6, I'm going to try to make the most out of this halfback screen, and that's going to keep us alive. But we need to do so much more than just that. I'm just going to hang out in the flats so Will Wilson has check down options on every single play. And we're going to stay passing it for basically the rest of this game. We are moving it pretty quick, which is exactly what we had to do. And as we step inside the red zone, for the first time, a little RPO action is going to get us a touchdown. That's not very helpful for my Heisman campaign. But if we wanted any chance at winning this game, we had to put that aside because running the football, it's just not been there. On 2nd and 10, I got stuck on the line for a second, but it actually worked out in our favor as we juke out one defender, we juke another, and we're going to see if we can pull off another play like that immediately after, which we do. I feel like where we're aligned is really good. Unless we get bumped like that, easily could have been a turnover. We'll go for a run instead and see if that does any better for us, as we just needed to juke to the left. And I still can't believe that there's even hope for us after the way that we started. I gotta say, though, it doesn't feel like we have 95 speed. We don't move like we're that much faster. I really thought between that speed upgrade and the shifty ability, it'd be a little bit different for us, but now it's 4th and 3. We're doing another run, and it pays off. Will Wilson was just behind me for whatever reason before this play. I don't know what he was doing back there. I just need him to snap the ball as quick as possible. We're staying in hurry-up mode. We want to get that touchdown. Getting at least one touchdown really helps out with our stat line. But you know what doesn't help out for how we're going to do in this game? The fact that we missed the extra point. That is right. After that touchdown, we missed the extra point, and then our defense gave up a field goal. So we are going to need a touchdown in order to have any chance. And I just got pulled out in the most crucial spot. Luckily, a play after, I get back out there on the field, and we're going to have to outrun 0 for a touchdown here. Come on, get there. No. Why was the ball in the air so long? If it wasn't in the air so long, I might have actually had a chance. But instead, it all comes down to this, and we're just going to run back that same play. I'm going to call for it, and I'm not making anything happen there. It's our 4th loss of the season. Heisman hopes might have gone out the window. But then again, we have to think it's just one bad performance. And one bad performance for us is still 78 rushing yards, a touchdown, and then 99 receiving yards. So it's not like it's even bad. For the 2nd week in a row, though, this same reporter keeps on trying to stir up drama. So I'm going to push back on the question. He needs to stay out of our locker room, focus on the games, which actually don't focus on the games because we're losing. And one of my teammates is asking, where am I at? Because this is where we're at the party. It just took another week. I'm not a good reader. I should have read it. I think it said something about Colorado. Anyway, call your coach and lie. That's the best thing that you can do. And it actually increased my brand. I say that I'm with my grandmother and she'll drive me back. He believes me. My brand gets a small boost from lying. And I was just out celebrating anyway, because even though we only scored 1 touchdown, it was enough to get us the West Virginia single season rushing touchdowns record. Unfortunately, Shane Beamer did just say he got handed a picture from social media of me at a party last weekend, and no one looked like my grandmother, so he has found out pretty quick. But do you know how broken Road to Glory is? Do you know how bad this game mode is? I didn't understand it was this bad, especially as a running back. This is awful. Immediately, we get a message that says the entire coaching staff has been really pleased with me. I just have to wonder, has anyone played through this and said, yeah, this looks like a great acceptable game in 2025? I haven't touched Road to Glory in a couple of months, and it almost feels like it's gotten worse than it was. Keep in mind, my entire channel and all my success came through doing Road to Glory stuff, so I would love to do more inside of it, but even when I do a perfect player, it's inside Dynasty because you just have better control that way. See, coaches are happy with us, and it just told me they were really angry. Then it comes back, says they're happy again. It just feels like nothing makes sense at all in this mode. We just have to set our own personal goals, which is still winning the Heisman this season. It's going to be beating number 20 Iowa State. That would help. I also just want to get to a bowl. And the one feature I really need to work at the end of this season in video is the transfer portal, so we can go somewhere better. If we just had a really good offensive line and team around us, I'm hoping I can still have some some fun in Road to Glory in my final season of college. For now, 3rd and 1. We're just going to run an inside zone. We got enough. And this is the formation that we're really looking for. I think I might just turn into more of a receiver than anything else. I mean, that's where we've excelled. After that play, though, we got taken out, which is okay. I would never expect to be out there on the field for every single play. I just don't want to get taken out for multiple drives at a time, especially as the star player with the game on the line. I can't say it was a great thing that we got pulled there either, though, because it caused our drive to get stalled out. We're going to work back down the field. And let's see. Can we get another big run going? That's what we needed. I needed a little bit of a confidence booster, a little bit of a morale booster. We're in the end zone. We had just enough speed to make it there, and this crowd is going crazy. It's not like they've gotten to watch a great offensive game. It's 7-0 as we get closer to the half, but we are in control of this one, and it should get better. 2nd and 12, inside zone, gonna get a 7. And here we go. On 3rd and short, we just wanted to run a quick route, but he threw it up instead. One thing I've noticed about Road to Glory is they just make the same read on every play. So if you don't spam for it quick enough, you know exactly where the ball is going to go every single time, whether they're open or not. I just saw a sign with my name on it, though, for the first time. I didn't even know that existed. This was a feature I saw in some of the marketing that I haven't gotten the entire time we've been playing. But that was also the final play of the first half. And so that's going to take us to halftime. I think I've been able to make my decision, though, on Road to Glory this year. Whenever it comes to anything but quarterback, don't play. I think there is a very good reason I've not touched more of this mode sooner, and I'm being reassured on that. There's just so many dysfunctional parts of it out of your control. It bugs me. It bugs me a lot because it's stuff that if it's not going to work, it should at least be getting a patch. I think you all have learned, though, there's a lot of stuff that I ramble on and complain about that just never gets touched. I can sit there and hope that it does, but unfortunately, it doesn't. And on 3rd and long, after a holding penalty, it seems like we're just not getting anything out of this drive. I really don't know what to think about this game because on one hand, we had a couple huge plays. We're about to beat a top 20 program if we can do something. But on the other hand, we still have only been able to score a little bit. And this is what we needed. We needed a wheel route to do well. It's not like our stats look bad either. We have almost 200 total yards, 140 rushing yards. You might be able to make it 150. And let's lock in. Can anybody guard a white boy from Alaska? Well, the answer to that would be probably not, but Will Wilson isn't capable of doing anything right. He always throws it to that receiver. That time it was a dot, though. What on earth? I mean, let's just appreciate that throw for a second. And that's what gets me about this game, is there's just so much potential. You can see it on plays like that. It just needs to get there most of the time. Now, as we're supposed to be running out the clock, we're breaking off for a huge run. So this is going to really pad our stats and make this game look way better than it was. In fact, you're probably wondering, if you can dominate like this against a top 20 team, against one of the best teams in the conference, how are you 4-4? It's weird to think about because it's not like this is the first really good game that we've had. We've been putting up stats like this all year. But I have just got to wonder, when is Nick Feldman going to shut up? It has been 3 straight weeks of the exact same question. And I don't know what to do. We've denied it. We've pushed back. I'm not going to own up because it's not true. I'm not going to criticize my teammates. So I'm just going to keep on telling them to be quiet. I'm also going to take this opportunity to not max out our speed. We could, and that would probably be nice, but we've got to become better on the ground, more elusive. I mean, our juke move and spin move is just now getting up there. Plus, I also believe since overall is like all that matters, we're going to be a lot more respected in the transfer portal as an 86. It's a shame that it couldn't happen at West Virginia. And some of you might say, why don't you run it back for another season? But I think we know that our time is over here. And why do we have so much wear and tear damage already? It said that we were fully healthy. We just got pulled on the first play. I didn't know when we were going to get to play again either. It has taken all the way until this moment in the second quarter. And it's like we've taken no damage at all. I don't know if it was trying to say that we had a little bit of a bang-up injury or something, but we weren't on the field for a play to have it. We had just come out and we were already dead from the jump, but maybe we partied too hard the night before. That's something I think I used to do a lot better of a job at, is just making up storylines for faults of the game. If there's a bug or a problem, you just got to give yourself a little bit of a chance to pretend about it. It helps keep me a little bit more immersed, so I'm just aware of it now. I'll do that more in the future. We're stuck. We got stuck, and the spin move was not the right decision. If I would have trucked him, we probably could have gotten a first. I'm actually terrified to check the Heisman watch list as well, just knowing the types of performances that we have put on recently. I'm trying to use our new spin move and juke move, though. There we go. A highlight play, finally. And Cincinnati has just shown no life in this game, have they? We're already up by 13, and we're looking to make it even worse we're not going to get out of that situation. But maybe a halfback draw catches them off guard. We should have waited on our offensive lineman. And this doesn't feel like a great spot for us to run to the outside. So I tried to stay more inside, but they were there for that as well. We've gotten held to another 4th and inches, but this time we're just going to pick it up. And that rushing touchdown's coming. We just needed another play or two. For the 2-point conversion, we're calling for it quick. We're wide open, and they might as well just turn the lights out in the stadium now. I guess Cincinnati's trying to show some hope. They're trying to show some resistance. They scored a touchdown to follow ours, but I think it's way too late for that to even make a difference. Even if they do happen to hold us, which it seems like they're going to, unless we somehow broke 3 tackles. By the time that we get the football back, we're taking a knee. And the score is going to look a lot more respectable for the Bearcats, but we know how this went. As for how we're doing in the Heisman race, we better check back in. And from the looks of it, we're staying in first place. Taven St. Clair is right behind us with 26 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, so I feel like there's no way he should be catching us. I just can't trust that it's going to be calculated properly. Now, we would have had our chance at the conference championship if we just beat Colorado. But you could say the same thing about our loss to Arizona State, about our loss to Baylor. We struggled at the beginning of the year, and we might struggle at the end of the season too. We have to go on the road to number 14 Kansas State. It just hit me though. Another thing we can do is we can start to get these sidestep abilities since we've gotten our juke move higher. And our game before the Wildcats is against BYU, which is another college that I was considering committing to. I think winning the Heisman would already do this, but we have to prove to them that they missed out on a good one. And I don't think Braun sidestep is going to be too noticeable in this game against the Cougars, but I would like for us to get another highlight run like the one where we had a couple of spin moves and went all the way. After holding us to a 3-and-out, they are still playing the run really well. As the season's gone on, teams have realized all we do is run the football. It makes our offense really one-dimensional, but who is blocking him? If we're not going to block well in the run game though, we'll just come out and catch a lot of passes. That'll have to be how we move it. And there's still about 35 seconds left in the first half, but we can't get it every single time. That's actually exactly what I've been asking Will Wilson to do. Not just feed it to us immediately, but look for other receivers on the field. Though this is just set up to be a huge run play, so since we can audible, we changed our play call, and now we're getting so much on the ground that we're just saying bye. We're waving to them as we get in. What's weird though is we didn't get to be a part of our first drive of the 3rd quarter. I mean, at least it makes the load that we have to take a little bit smaller since we didn't get out there for it. We're also up by 1, so there's no reason to complain about not getting out there for that drive. It does seem like BYU is dialed in a defense that's going to be able to hold us though, unless we're able to just get above those other guys. And who would have thought Will Wilson didn't take a sack? He had all the time in the world. Plus he made a good throw. You might be fooled thinking he's developing, but trust me, that is not going to cause me to stay at West Virginia. I don't know what would. I'd have to enter the portal and literally nobody else would want us. I think that's what it'd take for my final season in college to be with the Mountaineers again. These last 2, I don't want to say they've been awful because we are literally in the running to win the Heisman Trophy, but there's just been so many moments, that one is my fault, that have drove me nuts. Sometimes you just need a fresh start, and sometimes that can make you appreciate more what you have. I don't believe that'll be the case though. I think for my junior season, we will be competing for a national championship, which is what we wanted. And the Heisman Trophy, another one of my goals I had for this series. Well, we achieved that this year, hopefully. There's still an opportunity to go from being one of the lowest rated recruits to getting everything that we wanted. It just can't all happen at West Virginia. I mean, we are in a tie game with 2 minutes left against 3-7 BYU. We should be able to just run out the rest of the clock and kick 3 though. Even if we're losing 6 yards on that run, I have faith that we'll be able to get into field goal range through this drive, and that's another great throw. Will Wilson is waking up. It took him a long time, but he is getting better and better, so maybe he'll transfer wherever we go. Just kidding. There's absolutely no way I want to play with him again, no matter what. Is he as bad as Alexander Bean? I don't think so. I think Alexander Bean is a whole other level of inaccurate. But he definitely missed a lot of passes early on, and we just gave them a lot of time to score. Our defense held things down for us, though, so that means we're now 7-4. And I should have known the second that I walked out of the stadium that Nick Feldman would be there. Buddy, I'm not answering your question. He's one of the most persistent people we have had to deal with. We also got ourselves an AI NIL deal. I think we've basically accepted every single one. You could say that we're selling out for the money, and I'd say that you're right. We still have a slot for another deal as well, since they expire pretty quickly. I want to get elusiveness up again, but I also would like to get quickness. We don't have enough skill points for either, so maybe that's something that we have to look into during our junior season. We only have 7 at the moment. Let's just get this final regular season game out of the way. If we're able to pull this off at Kansas State, we would be finishing 8-4, the potential to go 9-4 with a bowl game win. So maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed originally. I just wasn't happy with West Virginia. Shane Beamer and I have not been getting along. We're going to catch this speed option pitch. We're going to get perfectly through those two dudes. And when you get through them well, you're going into the end zone celebrate. Then for our next run, cut it to the outside. Straight into 2 more. But we're playing for the Heisman Trophy. That is our focus. We don't have the luxury of having an extra game during the conference championship. While some of the other guys in the running will. They'll have a chance to get even more stats, which is why we need to do really well here. At some point, you would think I'd realize it's no longer college football 25. The spin move isn't as overpowered as it was, but it's just a habit that I can't break. We're going to cut this run back, get the first, and then get stuck in pass protection for this next play. But we did our job here. If we just found our rhythm a little bit earlier, we would have been a playoff team. We would have been in our conference championship. I mean, we are running through Kansas State. But then they ran through our defense. They scored as well. So although we've already rushed for 132 yards, although we already jumped out to an early lead, this game is not over. And on 3rd down, Will Wilson's down. Just like that, it is 14-14. The Wildcats have all the momentum. And if we could just get our blockers coming over to this side of the field with the counter, I thought I might take that one all the way, but we'll be open. 2 minutes left in this first half still. Hit me with the option here, or just hang on to the football, whatever. I didn't want it anyway. Our blocks are looking nice on this run. And on 3rd down, we don't need much. We're going to be able to get a little bit more. Though I think we would have been better off just never hitting a spin move in the first place. Come on. I know we haven't focused much on strength, but we're not much of a bruiser. I was kind of hoping it would just turn into a given, being as heavy as we are. And you have to think, this game is incredible for our Heisman campaign, because we're currently at 200 yards. It isn't even halftime yet. We got 3 touchdowns on the ground as well. And if we're going to get in field goal range, this play needs to get off quick. Will Wilson's going to have to make a very fast read. But he threw it to the ground. Can you believe that? He threw the football straight to the ground. We're going to wait for the deflection. I thought we had that. And there it is. It's halftime. We're up by 7 on a top 25 team. But despite our success, we have not put this one away at all. I'm afraid that if we don't convert on 3rd and 9, they're just going to score. I was calling for it. But it turns out we got held to a 3 and out, and then they got a sack. We should have just run the football. There was no reason to be dropping back to pass there. And it's wild that we're even on top because Kansas State's playing for a playoff spot. 3rd and 2. This mesh concept typically works well for getting a tight end open. And I'd love to get a 4th rushing touchdown in this game. Our runs just haven't been there. It was like in the first half, we were popping one off every 5 to 10 times. Second half, much different. That's short. And I could have used a little bit of a push from behind to get that. At least Kansas State just threw an interception almost immediately. And since there's only 3 minutes remaining, we could focus on burning clock. The farther that we get down the field, the easier it's going to be. We just need them to use their final timeout after this run. And that's going to basically do it. We're so close to scoring, though, we might as well just go for that last touchdown. And I am afraid that on the other side of the 2-minute timeout, we're not going to get this chance. There it is. At the very end, Kansas State, if they would have gotten an onside kick, they could have pulled off a comeback. But the only reason that they couldn't is because we did all of this. Finally, we're getting a different reporter hitting us up as well. We're just going to credit ourselves because we did all of that ourselves. I guess the offensive line helped. I don't care anymore, though. We are literally just going to continue to take all the credit. We are transferring out of here. And there he is. We knew that Nick Feldman would ask a question. You know what? If we're going to go out criticizing our teammates, taking all the credit, let's just do it. Maybe this will get him to shut up. It made our leadership decrease, but we're getting all of these records. We actually had the Big 12 single season rushing touchdowns record and rushing yards record, which had me think for a second. What about Barry Sanders' records? This can't be better than what he had unless Oklahoma State wasn't in the Big 12 back then. My guess is they weren't in 1998 because he still has those national records. Listen, I was born in 2002. This is not something that I should know. And I'll take being in more record books. We're just going to blow off any last assignments. We're ready to leave. I'm sick of seeing these National Offensive Player of the Weeks and not being on a team that's in the playoff picture. But something really concerning I have noticed looking at our health is we don't have much of our season health left and much of a career health left either. It worries me a lot about our long-term career, even in the NFL, because we aren't going to do well in the NFL if our body's already deteriorating this much in college. It's just going to be the way things are for us, though. Since we weren't in the conference championship, it is time for award week. The Heisman Trophy should be after the Walter Camp or one of the other ones that is going to pop up. I can imagine that we're taking home basically everything. everything. And this is great news. We wanted the Heisman Trophy. We deserved it. We didn't even have as good of stats as Ashton Genty, but we did it in the Big 12. And my final game with the Mountaineers is going to be the Liberty Bowl against Florida. As we head into it, I could upgrade our spin and juke move instead of our speed. We got 12 skill points, so we need to save up a few more if we want to be as fast as possible. But I've decided to just wait. I don't know what I want to do yet, and I hope that we don't lose this because I would love to finish 9-4 and still give West Virginia one more win. It's not that we don't like the Mountaineers. We just want to be able to win championships, but we get to play our first snow game. So this alone is worth it to me for staying through this season, keeping our head down and locking in, because I've never gotten to run out during a snow game. Snow games are so rare on this one. And here we go. Can I like make a snowman or something? That'd be pretty cool. I don't think I'm gonna get to go farther in this. And let's get things started. First play. I wanted to get play action out there for Will Wilson. I felt like it could open up a lot. We're trying the UCF playbook, which I might want to use a lot next year. It depends though. There's a lot of trip sets out of it, so it would be a lot better if I was a quarterback. And I'll tell you this right now, if I was a quarterback, I would be making throws like that. Luckily, we got the ball back in the same spot. So it's almost like nothing even happened anyway, and we're going to get off of that. It's not been a great start for us so far though, but we just got the first down, and we always run into something. I feel so unlucky that the second I hit sprint, it always ends up being into another player. We're going to use our juke, get locked up anyway, and they're just in the gap. Maybe Florida could be a school that we consider transferring to, though. It will depend who they have on their roster. And if they're interested in getting a Heisman-winning running back, you would think that they would be. But we couldn't get into the end zone there, so we're getting held to 3. So far, we haven't played great in this game. Will Wilson is going down, and we should have just taken a handoff instead of letting him throw. Unless he makes a great one on 3rd and 16, it's going to waste this entire drive. He's placed that to the outside, and that's going to help us move the chains with this next run. Headed to the outside. We might be able to take this one to the crib, though. I feel like the snow is just slowing us down. It's been harder for us to run it as quick, and Will Wilson just isn't snapping the ball on 2nd down. That's another bug that I've run into a lot, along with there always being a certain receiver that I'm just not able to audible. But that's the great thing about being a running back. Most of the time, we don't need to anyway. As Florida ties it up 10-10, I'm wondering how they're even playing in this game. They are not used to the snow down there. But what does our tight end do? And that is the same guy that caught a 50-50 ball on someone's head a little bit earlier. At least there's just something about seeing snow that makes me happy. I don't know what it is, but the other day in Kentucky, it was snowing, and it was awesome. I was so glad to finally see snow for the first time in years after moving to Florida. This player's career, by the way, we started him in Alaska, so he is used to this weather. And that was a great run to have, but Florida would get a touchdown to tie things back up at 17. There's just something about snow, though, man. I love seeing it every year. I think when I was in Florida, I really missed having 4 different seasons. The downside is it can be a little bit cold. You gotta scrape your car, but it's worth it. Now, if you live up in Wisconsin or something where you can get like a foot or 2 of snow, I don't think that'd be as fun. But for Buffalo Bill fans, they seem to always have fun with it. And we're breaking that. We really needed a first down. There's only 3 minutes left, and we're trying to end this game. We just got an open receiver deep against the Gators, too. It truly is nice having to do absolutely nothing until Florida scores again. They have tied things all up at 24 with about 30 seconds left, and we've yet to run this play. We've had a lot of motions going on, but it's always been a run. It's never been a pass. But now I'm disappointed. Coach is taking me off. By the time that we're back out there, I'm almost positive that we're not going to be getting into field goal range. So we have headed to overtime, and the Gators only got 3 on their first drive. We are set up to finish 9-4 with West Virginia. We just need like 10 more yards. And I can't even tell where the end zone's at. Will Wilson, come on, snap this ball. Let us just jump over the line. And that is how we are going to end our career at West Virginia. I can't say the Liberty Bowl is the most impressive win, but we rushed for 184 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was a really good day. And I guess we have to deal with Nick Feldman one final time before we move on to a new school. For the local newspaper here, he was annoying, but we gave West Virginia our all. I thought this was an incredible season. And don't forget about our receiving stats either. I thought we were over 1,000 yards for sure. Turns out we weren't. But we definitely deserve that Heisman Trophy. I figure every school is going to want a Heisman running back, except that's just not the case. How would we be on the bench at all of these programs? We just won the Heisman Trophy. Penn State would actually only let us walk onto their team, but that doesn't matter. We don't want to go there anyway. Our top 3 schools are Texas, Florida State, and Oregon. Those are 3 teams I know will walk in day 1, and we're guaranteed to be the starter no matter what. And the reason I'm so sold on Texas is they're high for NIL opportunities, plus they just have a very good team. As for Florida State, they're actually going to be the first first team that I eliminate, their offensive scheme is air raid, so we're not going to get as many carries, which means it all comes down to Oregon versus Texas, and the Ducks were actually my dream school when I started this road to glory with this kid out of Alaska. Just in a quick comparison to Texas again, Oregon is the same NIL opportunities, plus I feel like their schedule will be a little bit easier, and honestly, since their playbook is the pro style one, it's just a perfect fit. That is right, my final season in college is going to be taking place in Eugene, and I gotta say, our defense is looking incredible, but when I look at the offense that we're going to be working with, I'm not very excited for either one of these quarterbacks. In fact, Cole Warner is injured, the starter. It says it's a knee strain and he's only going to be out for 2 weeks, but we don't want to start our career playing with a backup. And I just imagine that Oregon's offensive line was going to be better than the situation we had at West Virginia, but I'd say this is very similar. That's actually had a massive impact on whether or not we're going to win back-to-back Heisman trophies. We're currently not even in the projections. And our conference, the Big Ten, is going to feature 7 teams inside the top 25. Before we hop into our first game, though, of our final season in college, we have 22 skill points to spend, and it almost works out perfectly for us to just try and max out our speed. We're going to get capped at 97 and then spend the other 6 on Shifty, bringing that ability up to gold. I was really hoping that we could get 99 speed, but that's just not going to be the case. We're going to work on our juking abilities, getting better throughout this season. And you saw our first game of the season. It's against an FCS school. Here we are, coming out of the tunnel at Oregon. I feel like this should be a great game to start my career. The crowd looks awesome. We're going to have different jerseys that we can wear for every single matchup. And we also get to go over to the student section and give a little point out to them. Our first snap with the Ducks is actually going to be at receiver. We weren't able to make that catch, but we've not focused on getting better at catching throughout our entire career. And I don't want to be that guy, but we're feeling a little bit slow and chunky until this play where we got 9. By now, we should feel as fast as we possibly can. And so far, I can't say I've been in love with the playbook and the run calls, but we're going to take this to the complete opposite side of the field. And all I can think in my head is surely we don't lose this first game of the season. At West Virginia, there was no guarantees that we'd win every game. It was actually painful, some of the losses that we took. There's a holding penalty on this play, so it won't matter if we get in. But I take that back. It was actually against the FCS school for jumping offside. I really hope that we can win a national championship in this season anyway. That was the one reason we transferred to play for Oregon instead of finishing out our career with the Mountaineers. So that's one of our 2 goals for this video. The other one being winning a second Heisman Trophy. And how we're going to do that is if we're able to break off some big runs, but we're getting stopped on 3rd down. I can't say I've been too impressed so far. The offensive line is not much of an upgrade from what we were working with at West Virginia. And that might seem crazy for me to even say, especially since we've already rushed for 67 yards in the first quarter, but that was on 10 carries. We're averaging 6.7 yards per carry. I think last season we finished with about 10 yards per carry, and you got to think about the quality of opponent that we're facing. The expectations are just a little bit higher. On 3rd down, we're going to make our first catch. Or maybe it was our second. I can't remember if we already caught a halfback screen. We're going to spin around that defender, and this is where we get loose. We are just begging to break off a big run at some point. Cut back. We got to get that juke and fight up. And I actually think we're going to get some really good blocks on this play. It's the easiest touchdown of all time. As this game has gone on, I've realized that getting our Heisman campaign going at Oregon is going to be pretty easy, in my opinion. It seems like we might be able to finish this game with 5 or 6 touchdowns, and that's a great start to the year. We're going for Barry Sanders' huge records. As time has gone on in this game, I feel like it's been relatively boring, though we might be able to break off a touchdown run, breaking a tackle, but even then we couldn't finish it off. And honestly, I think all these touches are going to be really bad for our wear and tear later on in the season. We were able to see how that impacted us with West Virginia. There were times where we literally just missed part of a big game, and for every carry that we're taking, that's just going to add on to that toll. So we're going for 1 more touchdown, even with the hurdle, and after that we can probably take a break. In fact, we got pulled out from the game by our coach, so I appreciate that. It's not Dan Lanning. He left. I'm not sure who it is. I think he came from Boise State. And talk about a pretty solid first game. We had 239 rushing yards on 26 attempts. It is also going to lead to us getting our first proposal for an NIL deal this season. We have 2 slots available, so this would be one of those slots taking away a 12-week contract, but we would get +3 stamina permanently and then 6 skill points at the end. I think it's worth it. It's also nice to see that our introduction to the Big Ten is winning Conference Player of the Week. And I thought that might have put us on the Heisman radar, but not yet. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, we're actually focusing on our academics and leadership this year. I feel like leadership could be important. It makes your coaches happier with you, your team plays better, they're more composed, so that's what we're shooting for. We're playing Baylor in our next game. And like I said, the Ducks have a lot of uniforms to choose from, so these are the ones that we're going to be repping in this game. It looks like it wants to downpour in Eugene, but at least for now, there's no rain, just some clouds in the sky. I guess it's looking a little bit better up there the farther that we look. And honestly, with the little gold trim on the jersey around the numbers, these would be the perfect jerseys to wear if we could carry Oregon to their first national championship. How are we getting caught? That's the difference between 97 speed and 99 speed. We needed to get a couple extra speed upgrades, but we just weren't that lucky. So Baylor gonna have a chance to hold us to a field goal. Maybe even no field goal at all. It's gonna be third down, and our drag is caught, but he's short. On 4th and 2, I think we're just kicking. At least we have a teammate that can hit those kicks, though. At West Virginia, we were missing so many easy kicks that we should have never missed in the first place. And we're still operating with a backup quarterback as well. He's gonna keep this carry, and it looks like he might be able to turn this into a touchdown if we just make a good block for him. That's a great teammate. I have never had a good block in this series yet. And when it comes to the Heisman voters making their pick, that's not gonna show up on the stat sheet. But that was such a great play. To me, it felt better than any big run that we are able to break off. I am just ecstatic at the fact that we were able to do it. And I'd say we've been pretty efficient on the ground so far as well. We're currently averaging like 15 yards per carry. It's becoming a tradition for us to get like 100 yards on the ground within the first quarter or two. I mean, nobody is going to catch us after a couple of those cuts. And we're turning this one into a blowout faster than we did against an FCS school. I think the most eye-opening part about this game so far is if we were facing Baylor with West Virginia last year, this would have come down to the wire. We would have really struggled to beat the Bears, but when we're with the Ducks, it's just a piece of cake. And it turns out we're being pulled out of the game for 3rd and 10. That resulted in an unsuccessful drive, and Baylor scoring their first points of this game. We're breaking off that tackle, though, still on our feet. But I think we have to address the elephant in the room. This game is not over. We're only up by 10, and we're going to need some good throws from the backup. Now, if we can end this first half with a touchdown drive, I'll feel pretty confident off of this play. Our tight end is just going to get 15. I'm not there to make the block. But the more that we mix in passes every so often, Baylor can't just cheat and stop me on the run. Halfback sweep, getting around 2 defenders there. And we really want to bust it to the outside because that's where the speed can be so overpowered. We wait on our blocker there, but that was a mistake. We got tracked down in the process. We should have just tried to take it into the end zone by ourselves. Looks like we're going to be able to on the next play anyway. And I gotta say, this is the perfect way for our season to open up. Any more than 20 carries in this game, though, is going to be too many for us just due to wear and tear. So I'm actually hoping we don't pick up this 3rd and 8. I feel like we're still in a pretty good position in this matchup, and it looks like it's going to be a touchdown on the other side of the field. From that moment, this game is over. We all know it's over, but we're still out there getting some carries, and that's going to bring us over the total of 20, which means we're going to deal with some wear and tear damage that we're going to have to repair after this game. But in my eyes, if we can get one more touchdown against them, then that's worth it. Currently, we're a yard short of having 200 rushing yards on the ground. We might not even get there if we score a touchdown. Don't do a truck move. No need for that. It slowed us down. It was unintentional, but we're going to get a halfback toss. And I think we're going to be able to finish off this play. I mean, there's just no one out there. This is literally the perfect start to the season. With conference play right around the corner, though, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to keep this up. Our stat line was 211 rushing yards on 25 attempts, 3 tutties. We might be touching the ball a little bit more than I would like, but that's also not something to complain about. At least we're on the field. Our play count is increasing. And since we've already unlocked stuff like audibles, there is literally nothing else for us to earn coach trust for because we have maxed it out. I mean, this coaching staff is about as happy as they could possibly get to have me on the team. But one of our starting offensive linemen, he was out walking his dog and he tripped on a curb. So he isn't going to be able to play against Oregon State. He tweaked his ankle. It means that we probably need to watch film with the backup. I don't mind it, especially since he'll now have +8 awareness for our upcoming game. But it's taken away some of the energy that we would have to spend on other things. We're getting our second NIL deal. We'll get 6 points +3 acceleration permanent up front. Our acceleration's already maxed out, but I want to see if you can go above 99. I guess it might not work that way, but for stamina, we're sitting at 100. It would have been really cool to see 102 acceleration. We're still waiting to save up skill points to upgrade our juke and spin move, where we need about 5 more before that can be possible. We only have 1 energy to spend spend this week, though, and it's going to have to go towards repairing our body. Now it's time to take on our in-state rivals, Oregon State, for our first road game. They're 0-3. They're having a pretty rough year. And to be fair, we might have contributed a little bit to that. We left them to die off whenever we went and joined the Big Ten. They didn't get a conference invite. They're trying to rebuild the Pac-12. But it's been hard on the Beavers and Washington State, so I'm impressed that their stadium looks the way that it does. Of course, it is a rivalry. I just thought we might have some more Oregon fans in the crowd. All these poor people wearing orange, though, are about to watch a Heisman winner go to work. And Warner is finally out there on the field, our starting quarterback. Not that he's done anything so far besides just hand the football off. He also is one of the quarterbacks that wear gloves. That always drives me insane. He looks more like a receiver than a quarterback, but as long as he has a good grip on the ball, we're going to get some solid handoffs. On 3rd and 4, we got an RPO coming up. I'm hoping that Cure gets open. I mean, he is right there. We just got to make the catch. And I don't think Cole Warner is going to be as inaccurate of a quarterback as what we were working with West Virginia. Now, off of the play action, I didn't think we were getting the football. I figured a wide open tight end would be his first read, but he didn't want to give him the football again. We're just going to cut to the outside and mess it up. I really think our juke move needs to get better sooner rather than later. We just don't feel as elusive as I was hoping that we would. But to be fair, we're also 240 pounds, and we just lost 4 yards. 3rd and 14. I think we were supposed to block there. It was a block and release route. We released immediately. So we got held to a field goal. I can't say that was the most impressive first drive in the world, but all it takes is one big run. If we just bust off a big one, our stats are going to look so much better. We really need the blocks to line up. And that chainsaw keeps on getting loud. It's roaring for Oregon State. That's their tradition on 3rd down. And it's going to work. Fortunately for us, their offense seems to be pretty incompetent. They have not been able to move the ball at all, but I think that's also a testimony to our defense. I said going into the year, it was a very impressive unit. I felt like they would be able to get plenty of defensive stops, helping us win a championship while we score. But here's the problem. We are barely into the 2nd quarter, and we're already down to half of our wear and tear. I'm not sure how much of this game we're going to get to play, which increases the risk of us losing. So we really need to start finishing off some drives. With this carry, we're going to cut it to the outside. I mean, we got the best blocks in the world there. If he could have been picked up, this should have been a touchdown. And I'm going to trust Cole Warner to make the correct pitch and read off of this option. He did on the last play. He's going to do it again. There's some great blocking going on number 2. So we're in. Just like that, though, Beavers are not backing down. They scored a touchdown in like 3 plays on our defense. So much for our defense having a great game. We're just going to have to go off on the ground as we just skirted straight out of there. And if they're going to score fast, I love that we're scoring fast too. We've also gotten it back with 52 seconds left in the first half. Running probably wasn't the best thing that we could have done there. We're just going to sit back and block on this play. I should have been over there. Seems like we're not going to get a field goal out of this drive. We got to be better. Who are we chop blocking? Oh, we're going to help with the center. And that's fine. Our center's looking kind of skinny compared to some of the other guys on the line, so I'm fine with helping the guy that he's blocking, typically nose tackle. That halfback screen, though, did absolutely nothing for us. We're on a block and release. We're going to immediately release to get us in field goal range. And I think that was the smart decision. With all the wear and tear really adding up from that first half, though, we didn't step on the field the entire second half. And as you can see, because of that, our offense just completely shut down. If we're barely beating a team like Oregon State, that worries me quite a bit. Our fraternity has this test bank with old tests from previous years. We're definitely going to use that. I appreciate Lane for reaching out. But maybe I should have learned my lesson earlier on from in college when I got cheating and then it hurt our GPA, because now we're going to have to focus on it. In fact, we are currently ineligible. I didn't even know we could have become ineligible like this. Not good. Not good at all for the Heisman campaign. I hope we're not out for very long. I wasn't even thinking anything of it. We advanced to the next week. Of course, the GPA is not going to change in that short time frame unless we get an opportunity. And I don't think we're getting an opportunity. This is the student newspaper reaching out. We've just received breaking news that you've been demoted and will not be starting moving forward. What's your reaction to this? I guess I should probably just accept responsibility. If we double down, we might not see the field again. But this is absolutely brutal. How are we supposed to win a Heisman if we're not on the field? I don't know what to do. Our coach happiness is just all the way down. I thought we were safe forever. And currently it says we are halfback 5. All I want is somebody to give us a chance to get our grades up. Coaching staff has you suspended this week until you get your grades up. I'll see you in study hall. When can I get the GPA to grow? Hang on. It said mandatory study hall. You spend most of the week there. Your GPA receives a small small bump at the expense of your energy, which is fine. And this is what I like to see. We're at a 2.0. We are back onto the field. We only missed 1 week of football, and I guess we can start to focus on our leadership as well. Now, it seems like coach is still extremely angry with me, and it lists us as halfback too. I don't know when that changes, but we're going to see how much we play against 0-5 Michigan State. I mean, there's a real chance that we just lost our starting job for the rest of the year. And we have not stepped onto the field once in this game. We almost lost to Michigan State. It looks like our first opportunity is literally coming right here on a 3rd and 7. So we probably shouldn't even be running the football. We're just going to call for it quickly in the flat. But how are we going to become the starter again? I can't believe it. Hit me. I was open. I feel like this entire team has just given up. You cheat one time and no one forgives you. Seems like we got our defensive stop. We'll be out there for the knee. But this is not a good look. I don't know how this is going to affect everything that we wanted to achieve. We had no stats. I was really concerned until Spencer Danielson reached out. Our head coach is saying he knows that we're not happy about his decision. You might have an opportunity to get back being a starter, but we have to prove it. And I am so ready for it. I can't be sarcastic. But we're not getting a position battle immediately. My coaches have to be pleased with me for that to happen in the first place. And we have to start by performing well in practice. Typically, practice is something that I just skip over, but we can't do that now. We're going to be going to film study for both weeks. I will do whatever coach wants. And just like that, he becomes a little bit happier with us. Now, I think this type of punishment for a college football player cheating when we're getting paid the types of deals that we are is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in 2025. But it is what we are working with. Haven't seen you much around the complex. Wanted to check up on you. If you guys are having an extra workout, I'll be there as well. I'm just kind of hoping that coach hears about it. It's going to increase my leadership. And with exams coming up in a week, we're actually going to spend our energy just studying, because if we pass with flying colors, I think that would really help. Apparently, we got sent down to halfback 3, though. We're not even halfback 2. What is happening? I'm gonna be honest, this is just ridiculous. West Virginia would have never done this to us. And if we happen to lose a game or two while I have to be sitting on the bench, that could affect our playoff chances. Now, I don't think that's gonna be the case here. Wisconsin kept it within 8 points, but they've been pretty bad recently. And it turns out midterm results are in. All B's. Results were solid, but there's room for improvement. B's are good. I feel like everyone's just being too harsh on me. Coach is keeping me as halfback 3. He is still angry. And I noticed in this process, we lost one of our NIL deals, which was gonna give us a lot of skill points. I'm starting to think that we might be returning for our senior year as well and transferring elsewhere if we don't get out there soon. I didn't want to win just one Heisman Trophy in college. I wanted to win 2, and I wanted to have a better season than we did the year before so we could start to break some of Barry Sanders' huge records. The worst part is even when it tells me I'm going to get in for a play, coach just makes me watch. And the one time I get out there is for the QB kneel. You know what? This might have been my dream school, but it's making me really angry. This is how he's treating one of the best players on the roster. So I have a new plan, and it's a pretty devious one, but if it's going to pay off, what we have to do is somehow earn our starting spot back, and then we're going to ruin Oregon's season. I'm not sure if we're even going to be able to do that, but it just hit me. One of the things it told me to do was go into practice, and this is how you earn back coach trust. Well, I hadn't been doing that. I had been skipping practice. No wonder coach hasn't been very happy with me, and we've not earned like any coach trust. I mean, this drill just could not be any easier. Now that we've gotten good in our career, I could have probably shut my eyes and still gotten a gold medal. And what did that do to our coach trust? Well, now he's just unhappy. I think if we have another successful week of practice, we're going to start earning position battles. And remember, that is the plan, because I will not stand for how Oregon has treated us. Apparently, they're not going to stand up for themselves in this game either. USC just won 24-0. And that result is going to drop us down to the number 11 team in the country, which is where we started the year at. I still can't believe the position that we're currently in, though. I would have never imagined us getting benched at any point throughout this year, but I guess you got to focus on academics. That is part of being in college. And I gotta say, we are just flying through this drill at the moment. Don't hit us with the ball at the last second. If we can get this final one right perfectly, then we are going to finish with another gold medal, and that's going to help. It's not helping as much as you might think, though. Coach is going to stay unhappy. And I'm going to be honest, it feels like we are never going to get back onto the field for the Ducks. If we lose another game, though, that's almost good news for me, because I don't want the Ducks to have any chance at winning a championship. And it's a little weird to be sitting on the Oregon sideline as a hater now, since this was my favorite school, but this is what they've done to me. To make matters even worse, Spencer says, I'm going to be honest with you, the coaching staff hasn't been particularly enthused with you lately. You don't want to risk sitting on the bench. Don't say I didn't warn warn you, I've been trying to do everything I can. Nope, it's time to blow it up. I just texted LOL to my coach. I don't think it was received well. And now we have a bad situation pop up. Coaches are unhappy with you. If they now enter a game angry, you'll be benched a quarter. If they finish the week angry, you'll be risk being demoted. I've been demoted already. I simply just don't care anymore. We're going to max out that GPA so I don't have to worry about doing any studying as a senior. And that's all that's going to matter to me as a player. We're going to take our talents elsewhere. I mean, we're now listed as halfback 3. We're not stepping onto the field. I don't think there is any purpose in me even hopping into these games, which is just going to continue to get me demoted. It's fine with me. We barely beat Indiana on the road. We still have to face Illinois and then Washington. But once again, I don't even see a purpose in playing this game. It makes me more mad to sit on the bench the entire time. I'm literally just worried about my academics. And I guess that's what coaches wanted all along, but it's going to cost them a loss to Illinois, who was 4-6. With exams coming up in a week, though, I think my GPA is just going to continue to get better and better. And you know what? I kind of want to see the environment for what this game against Washington would be. They are the number 3 team in the country. It's going to be a sold-out green crowd. But I was hoping it was going to start as a night game, not just finish as one. Washington ended up taking down the Ducks by 3. And I don't think I've ever maxed out this bar before, but I can no longer spend any energy on academics. We've also continued to save up some skill points as a player, which is going to give us 92 juke move. If we can get another 5, we'd be able to upgrade one more time. And it looks like the results are in, all A's, so that's going to bump up our GPA even more. During conference championship week, since Oregon finished at 8-4, which was completely avoidable if they just left me on the field, they're not a part of it. And I guess these are going to be our final stats with the Ducks. Some of the averages in the games that we played are a little skewed because we were out there for like 1 carry, but we were on track to have an even better year than what we did the season before. And it was all for nothing. Washington's quarterback won the Heisman Trophy, so this went about as bad as it could have for Oregon. One of their rivals was having tons of success while they went 8-4. And in the meantime, after we did well on our exams, we just went all in on getting skill points through training extra, which is how we got 10. We're not going to be able to max out our juke move or our spin move. But next year, besides getting platinum shifty, we'll at least be able to get side step up and 360. We're not even going to step onto the field for this game against UCF, so there's no purpose. And it looks like Timothy Rodriguez is coming at the very last second to just give me a chance to double down to insult coach, which I absolutely love. It's true though, he isn't doing what's best for the team. He's trying to make a point, and that's the reason that we're going to transfer away. I had to rage bait coach one more time before we just go ahead and enter the transfer portal. We're not leaving for the NFL. And it's only because we are just doing this to really frustrate him. I already have our exact school in mind as well. We could go to Georgia. It looks like we would still be a walk-on at Ohio State and Clemson. But none of that was the answer. I wanted to go to Washington and then continue to beat Oregon with Washington, except we would be a walk-on there too. Instead, I've decided we're not going to go to Texas either. That was one of the top 3 I was willing to consider. Florida State's continued to fall off. We don't want to play for them. No, we want to play for Michigan. Their offensive line looks like it could be incredible. And I just hope that they actually keep us as the starter once we get there. It'll also give us a chance to potentially get Oregon on our conference schedule. And you know what? I think we're going to be respected here. We got 32,000 coach trust as we step on campus, so we already get everything that we needed benefit-wise. But when you're in college for 3 years and you only worry about your GPA for 1, I was wondering if EA calculated it correctly. They did. We're still going to have to make sure that we study. We can't just avoid it for our senior season. And that's okay with me. We will not be cheating this time around. We're just going to be trying to upgrade ourselves as this year goes on. Opening game against Western Michigan. And we're not going to be a part of the Heisman watch list. I guess everybody has forgotten that we won the Heisman Trophy just a couple years ago. But that's okay. As we look at this schedule, I think our first 3 games should be a breeze. If we struggle in them, then we're going to have some major concerns. But as we get farther into the year, especially when we have to face our biggest rivals, Ohio State, that's where things get tough. I was actually really rooting for Oregon to be on there, but they aren't. And it looks like it is going to be raining in our first game with the Wolverines. This is a new intro for us to get to experience. I mean, the lights in here are about as dim as they could get. But once we step outside into the weather, look at the big house, man. This is such a sick view. I am happy to be wearing maize. I am happy that we have found a new home. This is better than what we had at Oregon. Do we get to run up and slap this as well? I'm pretty sure some of the players do. There we go. Not too short to hit it. And headed over to the student section. I know there are students in here that have used student seats. They want a safe place to get their student ticket. I can't blame them. First handoff is going to go for 6. And I think Kirk Herbstreit's son is our quarterback, which, however you want to take that, you can. I don't know how to feel about Chase Herbstreit throwing the ball for us, but as long as he doesn't make too many mistakes, it won't be a big issue. He just missed a wide open drag. So that is not what I wanted to see, but as long as he can hit us in the flat. We had a chance to get a huge gain. If we didn't immediately fall over, we also beat the press. It is being reviewed by Western Michigan, though, saying that he didn't get a foot in. And from the looks of it, at this angle, I mean, I think we're safe. That means we're going to be able to continue to get some carries. No reason that I should even still be on my feet. One of the issues with being as fast as we are is we typically do outrun our blockers. We've got to hit these holes better than we currently are. I mean, there's no excuse for that not being a touchdown, but we'll just score on this play anyway. If we could get some more heavy formations like that, we are going to have an incredible season. The halfback screen, using that new juke move, it was a little late. If we want it to be effective, we're going to have to make that decision a little bit sooner. Are you seeing some of the blocks that we are getting? I mean, this is just incredible. We picked a perfect offensive line to run the football behind. Kind of pushed him into us right there, but I cannot complain. I think we're stuck blocking on this next play. And I don't know how long this has been available, but I can call any play that I want. It doesn't have to come from coach suggestions. I know there was a point in this series where I complained that I couldn't pick any play that I wanted. So the fact that that's been there has got me wondering how long it's been there. I hope it's something we just unlocked recently. And that was supposed to be a massive gain for us, but instead we lost 5. On 3rd and 9, we're just going to immediately run out to the flat. Try and run a low angle route. It is a 50-50 ball that is caught. And if we're being real, this has not been the best game for a Heisman campaign, but it does have me feeling pretty confident about Michigan. And there it is. There's the big touchdown run we've been waiting for. 23 has got some speed on him, though. You would not expect that. Then again, I have to look at myself and think the same thing. With our next drive starting on the 1-yard line, this has the potential to go really poorly, but it also had the potential to pay off. And if we could just bust off one more touchdown run, I think that'd be enough of this game for us to still put ourselves in the Heisman conversation, but not take too much wear and tear damage, because we are now going on our 4th season. Another amazing thing I just realized is I can chew clock since I can call these plays, which means once we get up by a lot in some of these games, we can end it. That was the best thing I could have ever realized, especially since this game is over as we head into the 3rd quarter. And I don't know why it feels like we're still slow with 97 speed, but we'll eventually make it. I'm afraid our day is not going to end there, though. Coach still doesn't want to take me out of the game. And that's just an awful read from Herb Street's son. I don't know what Chase was thinking there, but we're going to have to make a tackle. And let's hope he doesn't do that against better opponents. I mean, the game is over. We should just be ending it here, but they have put us out for yet another drive. And I think since we only have 3 touchdown runs in this game, it makes sense to go for a 4th. We might be running into a stone wall, though. Western Michigan doing a very good job of packing it in. And that means we're going to finish with this type of stat line, winning 35-3. If we keep on playing that well, we're going to earn 2 skill points a week, because that's what we got from that matchup. It's going to give us silver sidestep. And I'm not sure if you'll even be able to really notice the difference against an FCS school, but I'm hoping as we get up to the gold tier, as we get up to the platinum tier, then you will. Well, this is kind of weird, but for whatever reason, we were not on the field for the first drive where we scored 7 points. I couldn't tell you why. I'm trying my hardest to not read much into it. I mean, we had our bad experience whenever we were with the Ducks, and if we continue to show out, there's just going to be no choice but to put us out there on the field. 2 carries, and we're already getting like 75 yards. I actually think we're going to get plenty more of those runs throughout this game. And I wanted to set us up to do the exact same thing that got us a touchdown the last time, just to see if this halfback toss play is really that good. It seems like it is against a school like this. I mean, nobody is close to having the type of speed we do. That Heisman campaign is going to be coming fast. And this game might already be over. We've only had 4 rushes, but we've already been able to go for a ton of yards. We fit through the hole as well. I think we're going to be at 200 yards on 5 rushes. Please just pull us. What this lets me know is our offensive line with the Ducks was clearly not good enough, because you see what great blocking has done. And that is all on the hardest difficulty. You see what a great offensive line should be doing for us. We're just going to explode out of there again, aren't we? I think this halfback toss play might be the one that we go back to whenever we need a huge gain. I can't say the blocks are always going to look that great, but it is now 3 for 3 in terms of success rate. And can we get a 4th? Might even be a 5th touchdown for us. I didn't even mean to call this again. It was just sitting there in suggestions. And you can see the wear and tear, it's adding up. But maybe coach can pull us out at halftime and we won't have to see the field at all in the second half. It'd be preferred. Even though we could be going for a record-breaking game here, we're already at 375 yards. I don't want our wear and tear to go down. We're just going to decline this penalty too, just take our touchdown since they were offside. And like I expected, coach isn't even putting us out there in the 3rd or the 4th quarter because of how much we were already up by. It's exactly what you want to see. You don't want to be out on the field more than than you need to be. And that final stat line came out to 380 rushing yards on 12 carries. I don't think it's a surprise that that is going to set the Michigan single game rushing yards record. And clearly we should have just become a Wolverine in the first place. I figured it wouldn't take too long for us to get some Heisman recognition, especially after a game like that one. But if we're going to make it to the playoff, we can only lose potentially up to 2 games this season, and we know that we're going to have some tough ones on the schedule. Before our bye week, we were seen as the 14th best team in the country. Headed into this one against the Owls, we're now number 12. And this is the final easier game that we have before we get to our 9 Big Ten Conference games. Now, I have not seen this play since the beginning of my college career, but it's the speed option, and Chase just didn't pitch it. It's okay, though. Herbstreit is going to carry us to a national championship. Not really carry. He's just going to hand the ball off, and then I'm going to do the work. But in his mind, at least he'll be a part of this team. Halfback stretch to the right side of the field. I felt like it was going to open up so much for us, and there is simply no way that they're even going to get a hand on me. I will say, though, the FAU offense, it's not backing down. They marched down the field. They scored a touchdown themselves to make it 7-all. They're also hitting me in the backfield. So I think it's only fair we respond by testing out quick pitch. Now, they're going to stop it a lot better. That's kind of how I figured it would go. On third down, I was supposed to help block. And we might have ourselves a little bit of a battle here. I don't know how the Owls have managed to do it, but by the time we have the football back, we are losing. And we are going to stay on our feet. Hang on, this might turn into a house call. There is absolutely zero reason that this should be turning into a house call. But that's what happens when you're 240 pounds and hard to bring down. I told you, giving us some extra girth was exactly what we needed to do. I made everything realistic to my size besides that. I am not that girthy in real life. I wish I was. Oh no. See, here's the problem. There was 100% a hole there, but we just didn't hit it properly. Now on 3rd and 8, we're just going to call for it late. We're going to pick up the first. And we're going to keep this drive alive as we hope to end the first half with a touchdown. I feel like it could come off of this play. I'm giving the pitch another chance. We're just stuck. And on 3rd and 10, we're going to be the outside receiver here. Maybe we run a comeback route, but we're not getting the football. It's dropped. What this game has done so far has made me very aware that a national championship might not come as freely as you would think. And I'm not sure when we're going to get pulled off of the field. Wear and tear is going to be adding up as more of the game goes on. This was the toss. This was the toss play that is going to go the distance. We have found a new one. As I continue to explore this playbook, I'm expecting to see even more of those. And can you believe we still have the ball back again before the end of this first half? We're going to outrun so many blockers, all with the hope of scoring a touchdown here. And it's coming. It's coming. We just got to get around him and stay on our feet. The fact that we're still out there to start the 3rd quarter, though, lets me know that we got to continue to score more points. And as we continue to run down their throats, I have been made extremely aware that this toss play is my new favorite one. I mean, the juke move still needs to be better. I don't know if it's our running style. I don't know if it's the fact that we weigh 240 pounds, but the juke is not as clean as it would be if we were a little bit smaller. I won't lie, it's kind of bugging me. I feel like we could be pulling off bigger runs if we just had a normal juke. The play action play doesn't work. And this drive might just be finishing with a field goal, which would still put us up by 21 points, though that's a great throw from Chase Herbstreit getting us to the 10. Why I was so invested with how this drive went wasn't because I thought we could still lose this game, no. It's for the Heisman odds. I want another touchdown. We're going to hurdle over this defender with ease. And headed into the 4th quarter, they got Mr. Brightside playing. Vibes are immaculate. Vibes are going to be really great if we could have outrun this defender to the outside. But either way, things are going to be okay. When we're more patient, we're hitting the hole better. And I don't even want to be out there on the field anymore, but we got to stop almost immediately, so there's more time for us to still score. And when 84 is putting in the work like that, are we not going to take free touchdowns? This is the greatest blocks we have ever gotten a run behind. I mean, he doesn't even know how to stop us. He moved out of the way. He was so scared of us just ramming through him. And I think the challenge that we are going to face this year is definitely not going to be winning the Heisman Trophy. No, the challenge is going to be winning that championship. It's only week 5, and I already believe that we have the Heisman Trophy wrapped up. Nobody's going to catch us. We got 1,000 rushing yards, 15 touchdowns. The next closest running backs have 400 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. We've been able to double their stats already, and that gap is only going to continue to grow. This is where things are supposed to get a little bit tougher for us, though. We're taking on our first Big Ten opponent, but that opponent is Purdue, and they're not particularly known for being great at football. If they're going to be stopping our run like that, though, they are a team that we still have to worry about, and we're currently 2 rushes in for -4 yards. I'm hoping we can turn this 3rd down into a first, but the combo move did not work in our favor. Luckily, their offense has been held to a 3-and-out twice in this game already. We're going to try and be more patient with this play. just run behind our blockers. But you can already see they're not pancaking guys the same way that they were against our couple first opponents. And that's okay. I wasn't expecting them to keep it up. I mean, we are facing off against a better team. I just want to get some huge gains. I'm also going to let Chase Herbstreit mix in a throw here. I figured the play action would catch him off guard. And that's just going to make it easier for us to get down the field as we take this handoff and go nowhere. What about this close toss run, though? It worked out in the last game. It was the alternative to the tosses that were working for us before. And I think it's one that we're going to continue to mix in. Currently, we have 37 rushing yards on the ground. I'm liking these gains through the air. But this one is going to be coming back, apparently, due to some holding. Actually, it was an illegal block in the back, so that's not as bad. It's going to be 1st and 7. Getting us 15. And I have faith that this play action stretch play could go for a massive gain. We just need not too many people to bite down. What is this throw? What are we doing, Chase? I don't even know where they're at to make a tackle. But it's like he just panicked and threw it up into a group of 4 guys and hoped that we caught it. It would sure be something for Kirk Herbstreit to be calling this game and explaining what his son was thinking there. Off of the wheel route, we didn't really get open, but someone else clearly did. And I have a feeling that this next run is going to pan out really well for us just based off of where the blockers are lining up, but we can't get past that second level. Not every run needs to go for a touchdown. Most runs shouldn't go for touchdowns. We just got really used to it in our first couple weeks with the Wolverines. But you know what? We will still take about 10 yards per carry. This halfback toss, getting to the outside, again, about 15 yards on the ground. And it just feels like we have full control of this game versus the Boilermakers, though our outside block did not hold. 2nd and 9, we're just going to take it straight into 2 guys. And we might just get held to a field goal. It wouldn't be the end of the world. We're going to call for it. We're going to hope that someone picks up number 6. And when nobody does, we're going up 10-0. With Purdue getting the football back, they did absolutely nothing with the ball. I figured if we're going to run a route and they're going to send a corner blitz, we have got to call for the ball immediately since that was our assignment. We can't get around 31. But there is still hope to finishing this half off with some more points on the board for Michigan until now. I can't say Chase Herbstreit is the best quarterback in the world, but he might be the best quarterback that we've played for in our career, which is saying something. We've not gotten to work with some of the best in the country, that's for sure, but if he's still the best of that group, it gives us our best chance at winning it all. And I'm happy that we got that field goal to end the first half. As we start this 3rd quarter, we needed to get around 26. We still don't feel that elusive. After this game, I'm going to look into our running style and some other things to see if there's anything else we can do. But I think it just comes down to the weight that we're carrying, and we don't have that ball. 3rd and 12. Purdue sending a little bit of a blitz here. We did not pick up our block well, but they've done absolutely nothing with it every time they get it back. So I think we're going to end up being okay. I'm not sure if we'll be okay the entire season. I'm really worried for some of our games against other teams like USC, who beat us 24-0 when we were at Oregon, and then obviously Ohio State. But in real life, at least, in recent years, Michigan has owned the Buckeyes, at least at the time of filming this. I'm not sure that Michigan's going to be able to pull it off this season. We're going to run out to the flat. We're going to make one miss. It's going to be 3rd and inches. And this is where that Heisman trophy comes in. We only have 1 touchdown so far in this game. We have got to start getting some more. This is also the biggest load that we've taken all season. We're already at 22 carries. We're probably going to finish with over 30. We just have a lot of recovery that we're going to have to do. After we got into the end zone, Purdue doesn't want this game to end, so they were able to score, but they're going to have to stop our offense if they want to get it back too. And since I can turn on chew clock, they are in a really rough spot. Every first down is just going to continue to eat away at their chances, and if we can get off to the races, then this is going to help out our stats even more. Finishing that drive with a touchdown there was the best thing that could have happened to us. But I made a little bit of a mistake, I will admit. So I was just sitting here maxing out academics. I wanted to see if we could get to flying colors, but I forgot to recover our health, so we're going into this next game with damage already. It's against Wisconsin, who hasn't been good until this season. They're currently undefeated at 4-0, and I think this might really affect how we perform against the Badgers. Our speed already less than we wanted, but at least we shouldn't make that mistake again later on in the season. On 3rd and 3, we're trusting our blockers to help us get a few, and it seems like we have the numbers over on that right side for a stretch play to go for a good bit, which it did. They're coming out like they're ready to stop the pass against us. That was at least until this play where they've decided to stack the box a lot better. And so we're just going to pull an outside run here, where it would have been helpful if I could have broken through that first hole first. On 3rd and 9, I'm there to pick up the block. Herbstreit still goes down. It's like he can't handle any pressure at all. And I really think we're not going to be able to throw the ball much, especially against bigger opponents that we face. I just haven't seen anything from him consistently that makes me feel good about him doing this. But that could be a start. We might bust this run to the outside. Or at least I thought we might. We want to hit that gap and then cut it. Though we are now averaging just 3 yards per carry, we're blocking on third down. We need Herbstreit to make a better read than just sending up a 50-50 ball. Wait, it was caught? Hang on. Whatever I was saying there, just act like I was. I am not entirely sure how that could even remotely be brought in. What a catch. I mean, this is just remarkable. He got 2 feet down, too. Ball hit the ground, but he had it secured first. Clearly, I don't need to be running the football. Our offense should just be all around him catching jump balls. It's wild that without that play, we would actually be losing to Wisconsin. The stiff arm kept us on our feet, but not for that long. It is 3rd and 9. We're going to run to the flat really quick. And it's okay that we didn't get it because we had someone else open. I just don't like that we haven't been able to do anything rushing-wise, though. It felt like we were dominating against teams, especially on the blocking side, until this game, but a little cut-up is going to get us that huge run we wanted. We also have it back with time left in the first half, which means we're just going to let 4 verticals fly, see if we can get a big gain. Not the read that I was hoping for, but we're going to come underneath. And it turns out we didn't even need to be there. 20 seconds left now. It took a long time to get off this snap. But you know what? Wisconsin will not be expecting a run with 17 seconds left. This could go for like 20 yards or even more. All we're trying to do is get into field goal range. And I think we can pull that off, actually. We're going to run underneath, catch that ball as we're being hit. But the question is, can we get off this next run with time still left on the clock, or is this the final play of the half? I think it's the final play. I tried to cut it back. Unfortunate, we couldn't turn that into a field goal, but it would have been a super long kick anyway. And it popped up that the player of the game at halftime was someone on our defense. So that lets me know we're just not doing well enough. We might have 100 rushing yards, but it's taken us 17 carries to get there, and we're getting stuffed. Part of the blame is on our offensive line. They've been letting Wisconsin get through a few times, but we needed that pitch. And this is just a boring Big Ten game. If Wisconsin is going to struggle this much to score, though, I mean, we're going to be just fine. This is the big play we were hoping for. They got a perfect angle. And all of a sudden, we're up to 143 rushing yards on the day. Our stats are looking a bit better. We're now averaging 7 yards per carry. It really just takes a few big runs, and your stats can take dramatic leaps forward. But we still want another touchdown. Only having one at this point, not good enough. And the Badgers are going to hold us to 3. We got the answer that we needed, though. Our defense forced to stop. They forced an interception 1 play later in the red zone. So surely this can be that second touchdown. We just aren't getting any blocks. There's not much I can do if I'm getting hit immediately. On 3rd down, it looks like it's going to be another jump ball that they're swatting. And the Badgers scored again. It's not a particularly close game still. I think we'll be able to close it out. There's only a few minutes left, but it's tighter than I would have liked, and we're moving the chains. If we just get one more big run, this stat line will be exactly where I want it. But what can you do about that? 3rd and 13. We've been motioned out to the flat. I don't think that we're open, so we're not going to call for it. And Wisconsin got their stop. Now, they eventually got stopped, so we can take a knee. But these Big Ten games are starting to get a little bit more challenging. And it's so weird that 152 yards feels like a bad day, but it's because of the yards per carry. We only had 5.4. Currently, if we look at the Big Ten standings, Oregon is struggling. They're 3-2. Northwestern is ranked inside the top 25, and there are 4 teams inside the top 10. We happen to play 2 of them this season. We also have 5 straight road games at one point. I didn't realize that we had basically only been at home so far. We have not gone on the road. And before we potentially run into more problems, I just wanted to switch up a couple of our styles to see if that affected how we run. I also have the ability to upgrade sidestep, which is now going to be at a gold level. We could also spend another 6 skill points to get 360 to silver. And the next time that we are upgrading an ability, probably later in the season, we're going to be getting something to platinum. It's taken us our entire career to progress, but that was always expected. We started in high school as a 1-star. We have worked our way up to the big stages. And considering that we won the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore, the grind wasn't that bad. Pitch me the football. Washington was trying to give up a touchdown there, but Chase Herbstreit was not trying to score one. We are going to be able to pick up 10 on the ground. And we still feel about the same way that we felt in the past, except on this play, we were zooming out of that. If we had that 99 speed, I think there was potential to take that one all the way. But then we just lost 6 yards trying to outrun all the defenders on the field. On 2nd down, we're getting stuffed. So we are in a similar situation to some of the spots we were in last week. and it looks like we are not going to pick up the first. The Huskies were very good last season, though, so I expected this game to be closer. I don't like that I have now seen 3 of our offensive linemen have injury timeouts within the span of just a couple of minutes, but on this next carry, we're going to bounce off of the tackle, and I feel like we're getting closer to breaking off some really big runs. Not if we don't pick up this 3rd and 7, though. We're going to have to just give up a sack. I was calling for it quick. I knew that they were going to send extra off that side, but Chase Herbstreit is blind. That's just the situation we're working with at quarterback right now, and we're not getting anything. I know I've said it before when playing, but I just feel like you get sucked into animation sometimes. Like we are getting fully sucked there when I want to take it to a different spot. I feel like I'm not getting that full control over myself. On 3rd down, though, do we have enough? We do. It might feel like it's been a slow start in this game, but we still have 50 rushing yards on 10 carries at the end of the first quarter. Typically, 5 yards per carry would be really solid. It's just not the standard that I have set for myself. We got out of that tackle, though. But what I'm saying is I got sucked into him in the first place. Like, I was trying to avoid him completely, but we couldn't. Every so often, though, you can just hit a flow state where you immediately take off on the play. And that touchdown is coming. It might have taken until the 2nd quarter, but it's got to be coming in this situation. From here, we have to trust our defense to keep on holding them tight. And there are teams that we're going to play this year, especially if I was on the schedule, that we might just hold them to 0. I'm sorry, Iowa fans. It's a habit. You all have gotten better. And honestly, the joke would go to Wisconsin, but they were able to put up points on us last week. 50-50 ball here. It isn't caught, but that's about all you can do on a 3rd and 16. We're going to be getting the football back with 2 minutes left in the first half on our own 5-yard line and trying to break off a 95-yard rushing touchdown there. Not the best decision in the world. If we just run through the gap, our odds increase a lot more. We can't get around him. I thought we were about to have him beat, but we spun just a second too late. We're going to take this counter run on the next play for like another 10 or 15. And if Washington can't stop the run, we're going to keep pounding it. On 2nd and 7, we got our favorite toss play. Outside block did not hold, making it 3rd and 13. If we're supposed to be blocking, we're not going to run a route, but instead we went out for it, and it wasn't even close to being on target. We hit the field goal, though, and we've gotten the ball back immediately at the 10-yard line. So what is our defense doing? Look at us taking 3-4 dudes at once on that play. Are we about to get in? We are. Clean blocks. Great first half. Washington down by 17. And this is the drive where we look to end things. Now, I have an idea. We're going to actually block a lot of people because I just want him to send up a 50-50 ball here. It's going to be caught for 20. So the plan went as I was anticipating. It was just a fast throw. I really don't know what the Huskies are going to do, though, that's going to help them take us down. They might be able to get defensive stops. They might be able to prevent some huge running plays, but it's not like they can score. They literally made it down to the 20-yard line just to get stopped again. We're going to take the counter to the other side, and we're just going to enjoy heading into the 4th quarter. I do think one thing EA did a better job with in this game than the last one was capturing traditions like that, making it feel more real. So I will give them some credit there. We got about 4 minutes left now. We're trying to chew clock, just running it out. And although all these extra carries are going to take a hit to my health, it's also going to help out our stats even more. When the speed option is run correctly, it can be such a great play for us. Just most of the time, it feels like it is not run correctly. And after ending the game, just reaching across the goal line there, we're going to get our 3rd touchdown over 200 yards. Just statistically, really good performances, even if they're not up to the standard of what our first ones were for the Wolverines. As for Northwestern, they were having a really good season, but they dropped out of the top 25, picking up their 2nd loss last week. And this is the stretch where we have 5 road games in a row. It could get ugly. I don't think the Wildcats are going to be our first loss, but I guess you never know. First play of the game, 1 man to beat, and we're just going to spin around. But if I knew someone was trailing that closely behind, we would have gone for a different move in that situation. It won't matter. 2nd carry also getting a lot. 60 yards, 2 plays into the game. We have struggled to get things going early against some of these teams, but not the Wildcats. In fact, look at where our next drive is starting. We have it inside the red zone already. I mean, we could get a touchdown on this play. And they're so panicked already that they're calling a timeout. I wanted to stay in hurry up mode and just end it there, but unfortunately, we have to call more plays. And look at that. They're burning another timeout. This is actually good, though. We hurried it up when we were going to go with the same run play. Instead, we're just going to go with the halfback toss since they want to bring everybody inside. And it just feels like as we head into the 2nd quarter, this game is already over for them. I mean, look at the average yards per play comparison. It is not even close. And we're going to be able to take this next run for about 20. If we could just get a touchdown out of this drive, that would basically do it. The halfback toss is just not working. It was fun when it was, but we got to stop going back to it. Quick read is going to get us the first, at least until we decided to spin into a tackle there. Doesn't make any sense to me, but we should be able to pick up a yard on the ground. You know what? I like the aggressiveness out of Coach. He's letting me run it on 4th and 2. But that was not what I thought was going to happen there. That gave Northwestern a little bit of life because they'd followed up by marching down the field. And that means we need to respond with a good drive of our own, but we're not getting much. I actually think that it's best if we just chew that clock and take this one to halftime. Unless we can pick up this 3rd and 7, it looks like we're going to have another big gain out of it. And this is the perfect look that we are hoping for. We know that they're not going to be able to stop this run. We wait on the blocks to get 15. It's just not a smart decision out of the Wildcats, and with plenty of time, that won't be completed. I was actually going to be happy that Chase Herbstreit pulled off a play like that. We're going to call for it immediately. Just pick up what we wanted on the ground and then call a timeout to settle for a field goal. I still think we're going to be okay against the Wildcats, but there were definitely some home field advantages or something that hit us, because before every play, our offensive line just continues to downgrade themselves. And I think it's how the Wildcats were fighting back in. With an inside zone, though, we're just going to be able to hit it for 10. And we're just going to keep running up the middle. It's been a while since we've pulled out play action, so I figured Chase Herbstreit, he's going to do decent. But that was a throw into triple coverage. Looked like they were about to get off of the edge. I don't know where he was going. You can see everyone is just frustrated. Our weaknesses have been highlighted. This isn't even a tough road game compared to what we're going to have to face on our schedule. I just don't know if winning a national championship is going to happen here. Now that it's a 3-point game, a game that I thought was over in the first quarter clearly wasn't, and we have really needed these past couple runs, which have put us in a better position to score on this drive. It was about time that we started to shred the Wildcats. They're going to be out there to make that tackle. And do we trust Chase Herbstreit to make the throw here? I really don't, but I also don't think running it's going to get us more than a few yards, as long as he doesn't take a sack. That is exactly what happened, though. We're just going to run our route where he actually throws this. We can't make the catch. And Northwestern could take the lead. They got held on the 2-yard line, though. They went for it on 4th down. They wanted that lead, and they weren't able to get it. So we are very fortunate. Only, of course, if we can avoid taking a safety here. I feel like as long as we just get to the 6 or 7, we'll be good. But if we can't pick up this 3rd and 5, we also might be giving the ball straight back to them. And are you kidding me? He just pushed him straight into our lane. I genuinely have no words. The fact that they were only able to get a field goal is a miracle, but this is such a bad read. Just like it was considered bad shot selection whenever Damian Lillard hit that 40-yard pass in the playoffs a few years ago. Was it a bad shot? Potentially. But if you make it anyway, if you're able to make that catch, you can't consider it a bad throw because it worked out for us. Oh, no. Oh, no, Chase. That was not the read there. This is it. Northwestern is in a great position to either tie it up or win. And the fact that they didn't, the fact that we are taking a knee, is just a testimony to our defense carrying this roster into an undefeated season. I really just don't think my 227 yards on the ground were enough, but here's what we can do. We can get ourselves platinum shifty. I've been waiting on it. And I think that could really help for some of our final matchups that are going to be against teams like USC and Ohio State. Nebraska might be on the schedule as well. We are headed to the Coliseum. Last time we played USC, we didn't get to get out on the field, but they won 24-0. I just want to throw that out there. Now they're undefeated this year, and it's probably going to be the best team I've ever had to face in my college career. We have a hope, though, of getting some big runs. Not going to be on toss plays or options. They just shut down something that has worked against a lot of schools. Inside zone will still get us 8. We might just have to go back to it with an extra blocker on 3rd and 5 so we can move the chains. Running it to the outside, not a great decision. But guess what? USC didn't score anyway. They've given us the football back in about the same spot on the field that we were already in anyway. And we're only going to need to run the football for 50 more yards. Then we can start this game with a touchdown. Looks like we're going to have someone that could have immediately made a tackle on us. But I guess our elusiveness scared him off. I'm really hoping that we can pop this run to the outside. Looks like there's a lot of space over there. And USC is not messing around. They are bringing guys down into the box. So we probably do need to throw it at some point. As long as it's not a turnover, I can see Chase going down. That was his blind side. Maybe I was supposed to pick up that block after the play action. We're just going to shoot out of there, though, and pick up the first. So with one more carry, we're already at double-digit ones. And that's just a sign of what we're going to have to do to win. I guess we need to be a better distraction because it seems like we're about to get held to a field goal, except that was a dot. And finally, we can give some credit to Chase Herbstreit for a good throw. We seriously needed that. I wasn't able to get us into the end zone myself. And Heisman Shifty is just not getting us out of positions like that the way that I was hoping it might. We're going to call for it off of the check down. But we're being double teamed. We're legitimately being double teamed. We're that much of a threat. On third down, you know that we got to take those type of chances. We only catch them about 25% of the time, but when we do, it's a highlight. As long as our defense continues to get stops, I don't mind those 50-50 balls every so often. But our stats in this one, they're not looking good. It feels like we are about to be stopped again. 3rd and 4. Halfback toss to the outside. I mean, they're all over it. And just look at the box that we're facing. I thought the USC offense might open up at some point. They still have not. But when they do, we're in a lot of trouble because we are not moving the football very well. On 2nd and 11, are you kidding me, dude? There's just too much incompetence on this team for us to actually be a serious contender. We have been held once again. And I just want to point out, there's 1 second left. USC would get another field goal. So we're going to go into halftime with a lead, but we currently have 18 carries in the first half for 54 total yards. That's 3 yards per carry. This game has just been a disaster. I'm hoping we can get our passing threat going since I've not been able to effectively run it. And I was worried that this is what would happen anytime we faced off against big schools in the future. I know this is a tough place to play, but I still thought we would find a way to get more rushing yards than we currently have. We've barely done anything on the ground. If we continue to play this badly, at some point they're just going to stop respecting the run. You can see what happens when we finally get good blocks. That last play went for a solid amount. This is going to be an option that we're just going to have Chase pull. And I'm afraid that if we don't catch something out of the backfield, the Trojans are about to stop us on 3rd down 2, but they can't, which is good. It's also looking like we're going to stay out onto the field. No wear and tear damage. But what's it going to take for us to bust off a big run? This feels so passive, but I almost just want to make sure that we get like 5 on the ground and we can settle for a field goal being in this position and then trust our defense to keep on getting stops. I'm telling you, that was the right move. We were able to stop the Trojans. There's 4.5 minutes left. And finally, I thought we were getting out. It was still a nice run, but that was seeming like it was going to go to the house. This play going for 8. And we still have not been able to cross 100 rushing yards in this game, but we should be able to. We just need about 10 more on the ground, and this might be that big play that we have been hoping for and needing that's going to make our stat line at least look decent. But without those last couple runs, I'm telling you, it was a disaster. And with a couple minutes left, we got the ball back almost immediately. They're really trying to make this game look better than it was. We have to keep on taking it because they still haven't used a timeout. But this is good, especially if we could somehow get a touchdown in this final minute and a half. You really wouldn't be able to tell that we struggled for basically the entire matchup. And maybe it's because they're starting to get tired. On 2nd and goal, ready to stop the run. We're trying to get around them to the outside. That juke will get us in. And I can't believe that we were actually able to save our stat line. It was a true disaster before that first touchdown run. I think we had 0 rushing touchdowns, 60, 70 yards. But honestly, we could probably afford to have multiple games like that and still win the Heisman Trophy. We have 2,000 rushing yards exactly. But we still have 4 games left in this season, so we can't get too excited like a playoff spot is even a lock yet. Coming off of a tough conference road game, we've gotten ourselves another one. And Nebraska's offense is not struggling the same way that the Trojans were. They scored a touchdown on their first drive, so we might get into a shootout if we're going to compete. And it could be time for us to start running a few more routes and seeing if that helps us move the chains. Not a good start though. We just dropped the first down. And thankfully the Cornhuskers weren't able to score again after that. I'm telling you though, I'm not making it up. You just get dragged into players for absolutely no reason. We're very lucky that this might turn into a first. The reach forward effort was off the charts, and I feel like with 2 safeties sitting back there, we should be chilling to just pick up this first down on the ground, which we do. I can't say that's the best first quarter though. It is already over, and we'll be expecting to play much better in the second. It is hard to get a run going though. Whenever they make a tackle like that, the pitch was a little bit delayed. It might not have even been needed. On 3rd and 2, we got the blocks right there, so we're going to be able to pick it up and stay up. We need another 55 yards on this drive though if we're going to score a touchdown out of it. And I can't believe that 99 was even coming close to making a tackle there. It feels like we are finally starting to break off a couple bigger runs, which is what we have been waiting on. I don't know why he just hesitated. If 84 would have just continued to run and block down the field, that should have been a touchdown, and they might have picked that. It's going to make it 2nd and 10. We're actually really lucky it wasn't a turnover. But there it is, just a loss of yards, which needed to be avoidable. And I thought they had that pick too. At least we were able to hit the field goal. Now we have a minute and a half left to score our first touchdown of the game. I'm there to try and help block some guys. And ultimately, I think I'm just going to be running this straight into a couple players here. unless we could have gotten to the outside. Not an ideal situation on 3rd and 4, especially since we're dealing with wear and tear damage. I'm not sure how long we'll be out there. But let's see. Are we going to get the right read out of Chase Herbstreit? No. On 2nd and 14, we're actually going to be running a route, which works out. We can get 12. And then stay in hurry-up mode, audible over to a run, and pick up as much on the ground as we can get. That's our first touchdown. That might have been the method right there, though. Get a pass play off, then hurry it up. They won't be in a formation where they're prepared to stop the run. And it really did pay off for us. This next one, 6. That is not bad at all. We're supposed to be running a route, but again, we're just stuck. So it took a while to get free. No effort out of 86. It would have been nice to get a block there or something, but I guess he was just more worried about sitting there, not wasting any energy on his part. And I wonder if we're going to get taken off of the field on this drive. I just see our wear and tear continue to go down. Honestly, that was a bad run. There's all this hope of cutting it to the outside, but if you cut it to the outside too soon, you got the other corner coming down off of some missed blocks that he is always going to be able to bring you down. 76 is a huge dude, by the way. But he wasn't able to catch us, and we're actually starting to run away with this one. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to. Heisman Shifty, though, just glides through. And that was a perfect example of what I'm anticipating every time I try and bust a run to the outside. You get some massive gains out of it. It's a great throw from Chase Herbstreit. Our offense is simply in a flow state, and the blocks are looking incredible down the field. Don't ruin the run. Come on. I thought we'd be able to finish it off there, but instead it's going to have to come a play or two later. And Michaels is so open. I wish that we just threw it here because they're going to stuff us. The plan to counter that, though, on 3rd and goal is to come out in a halfback toss and just immediately run to the outside because we're faster than everybody. And I just realized Nebraska only scored on their first drive, and on their last one, we held them scoreless between all of their other drives. They honestly have not been that hard for us to take down. That's another huge run, Heisman moment. But I guess the Cornhuskers are not done. They scored another touchdown. They want us to have a chance to get more. And they're trying to get the football back. They're still trailing by 10, so we should be good either way. But making it 3rd and 20, they are 100% going to get another opportunity to score. They weren't able to, though, so we win this one 31-21. That was a great road win. And with almost 250 rushing yards, it's been a while since we've seen that number. In fact, it's the most rushing yards that we have had in our last 6 games that we've been a part of. Obviously, our first few were just incredible, but it's the most that we've had in a Big Ten game where it's looking like we are lined up to make the conference championship. We just got to finish this season strong. We could even afford to lose one of our final 3 games and still get into the conference championship. But I don't think Michigan fans would appreciate us losing to any team that's left on the schedule. Now, Michigan State is not a program that's been very good recently, so I'm expecting us to be able to just break off massive runs like this. There is no chance that that guy catches us. And it feels good to be facing a team like this again. The crowd is trying to be a factor. But what if I told you I was about to throw the ball on 3rd and 10? That's how much we're going to disrespect them here. Rolling out. I guess I could just try and pick up the first myself. And that's something that we're going to experiment with more in the season. That's a cool play. At least through the first quarter, our defense has given up nothing. And we'll see if we can get anything through the air here. I had to pick up a block. I didn't call for it. That looked like an absolute disaster. And listen, I'm a Colts fan. I watched the full Carson Wentz season. It wasn't a great time. That was bad. I guess none of that matters, though. If we're just going to get the ball down on the 5-yard line, our defense setting us up. It's great for the Heisman Trophy campaign. And Michigan State just feels out of it. I know the last time I said that was against Northwestern, and they happened to pull off a comeback, but I just don't see the Spartans doing the same. Though I think they're about to get us off of the field on 3rd down. They throw it straight to him. Great. No, this is actually setting up for Michigan State to come back exactly how they wanted to. I mean, they just got great field positioning. Though the fact that they were only able to get a field goal out of it is extremely telling. Why are we keeping it? Chase Herbstreit has like 72 speed. There is absolutely no reason, whether it's the right read or not, for him to have the ball there. And on 3rd and 7, we're just going to run over the middle where our teammate got in the way. Guess what, though? The Spartans had a turnover with 23 seconds left in the first half. So they have put us in incredible field positioning, and we might just get a touchdown. On 2nd and 13, I'm going to run straight up the middle. They could have caught that. And it might have been a little greedy to call for it there. I was looking the stat pad. Maybe we just call for it in the corner, which gets us in. And that's got to be the best route that we've run my entire career. I'm actually curious if we could turn into a little bit of a receiver. So we're just going to call for it deep down the field and see if we can burn them off of the line. It's in the air for too long. But we had the steps, so if we ever need to resort to helping out the passing game, we can. I think that's important to keep in mind for some of our potential playoff matchups. Looks like they are going to get us off of the field there. And we're about to just get a huge run going on our next drive. I still think our juke moves are so ugly. I wish we had some better ones. But it is what it is. This next handoff to the outside should be able to go all the way. I don't think any of these kids are touching us. From there, we would just run out most of the time. But here at the end, we are really close to getting in. So I'd actually like to finish off this drive. We just can't on this play. We know exactly what it's going to take, though. We have been in this position many times. So the Paul Bunyan Trophy is going to be ours. We get to celebrate at Michigan State Stadium. And I think we're pretty close to breaking Barry Sanders' season rushing yards record because we just set the national career rushing yards record, but we got to be at like 2,400. If we can get another few hundred, which we'll 100% do by the end of the year, that record is ours. And our final road game of the year is going to be at Maryland, which isn't too bad. We know what game is coming on the other side of this one, though, against Ohio State. And we can't be caught looking ahead or else we might get shocked by the Terrapins. They just caused us to lose 5 yards. It is already 3rd and 13, and we started this drive in a really good position. We're not going to pick it up. You know, it's really helpful, though, whenever you get to start your next drive inside the red zone because their offense had a turnover. But you got to be joking me, man. How did he make that tackle? I thought we were about to walk into the end zone untouched. We might be able to on this play, or we're going to lose 5 again. And that's going to force us to throw the ball where I'm not open. They're going to have to take a check down and lose more. That makes it 3rd and goal. I have a block and release assignment, so I needed to pick up that guy off of the edge. We've given you plenty of time. Go ahead and run on in. I thought Chase Herbstreit was going to do it, but we're going to be forced to settle for 3. Not the greatest ending to that drive in the world, but we can carve apart this D. We got some big runs coming. I'm sure that we do. We just haven't been able to break any of them off yet. We're going to cut to the outside here. I thought that block was going to hold up for longer, and that's going to make it 3rd and 16. I highly doubt they're going to fall for the play action in this situation, but we had enough time for a tight end to get open. And every so often, Chase Herbstreit is able to impress me, but here he does not. He fumbles it as well. At least it looks like on this down, we're going to have a huge lane to run through. And I'm not sure if coach is going to let it be 4 down territory, but I feel like it should be, especially if we can get a few here. This is exactly what we wanted, though. If we fail to pick this up, Maryland's going to be in a really good spot. At least we can get to the outside, stay on our feet, and keep up the pressure on the Terrapins where I guess we're just losing a couple. We might take things to the 2-minute timeout. I'm calling for the ball. And this is just another drive that's going to stall out without me being able to get a rushing touchdown. Though, let's hope that he's able to bring in this catch, turn around for it, and I guess drop it. Maryland holds us again. I really have to give so much credit to our defense for this season. Not catching that ball there is just inexcusable. Seems like they are going to avoid giving up a field goal, and they definitely are. That just wasn't a good pass. I feel like we did nothing right in that first half, but we still find ourselves with a lead. The cut to the outside, they're all over. And it might have worked a couple of times for us, but it's not working past this point. We're just going to have to actually hit our hole correctly, and that's when we get a huge play like this. Oh my gosh, we have been waiting for this moment the entire game, and that might be the most satisfying run we have had in the last few weeks, but unfortunately, Maryland would immediately respond. Their offense is starting to come alive the second that we do as well. And on 3rd and 13, I think I'm just stuck blocking here. I'm going to try and help underneath, but he stepped out of bounds. That's just going to force us to punt again. You know what, though? It is just a miracle that the Terrapins have been able to do almost nothing with it every time we give it back to them. And I thought our offense was looking a lot better against both Nebraska and Michigan State, but it is slowed down again. We need to get back to that state where it feels like we can do almost no wrong. I bet we can swerve around this defender. That is why you have Heisman, Shifty. They got us. But not before we made it to the 25-yard line, and with another stretch play, a cut to the outside. There's just going to be one man to get around, and it's so easy. Absolutely zero reason for juke moves or anything like that. Maybe we run a halfback angle. The 2-point conversion just didn't work for us, though. And that's okay, because I think we're about to get a touchdown run on our next drive as well, getting us to about 250 yards. If we could break off one more, this performance would go down as the best one we've had since the start of the season. And we still got a couple opportunities to bust one off as we got to run out the time. That really leaves us with about 3 runs. The first one, nothing. The second one, also seeming like it's going nowhere. But we've run so many inside zones, they brought a lot of guys down. I don't know why they shifted it the last second to guard the outside like they knew that was coming, but coach is going to keep the team out there for 4th and 2. So we're going to get off that one final play, swerving around the defense to the 15. We might not be getting a touchdown, but we are going to finish off this game with our 30th carry on the day We got to make both these kids miss. And that's just the downside of not upgrading our spin move ability as much as some of our others. We have done it though. We have broken Barry Sanders' record for the most rushing yards in a season. We're coming for the rushing touchdowns one too. We just need to pick up one more in this next game because we're currently tied at 37. That last game is going to be against Ohio State as well. If they beat us, they're going to have a spot in the college football playoff. And currently, we're not the only undefeated team in the country. Both Clemson and LSU are as well. Out of interest too, I just had to check in. Oregon's number 21. They are 7-3. West Virginia is currently 5-5. And I was apparently checking all that before I advanced the week. It turns out we are now the number 2 team in the country. Ohio State is the higher overall. It has been a while, but we are finally headed back to our home stadium, and that was snow on the ground. Is there snow in the tunnel as well? I can't tell. I think there are some tunnels where it's actually glitched. I couldn't see for that one though. This just looks incredible. And I've been those guys over on the right and left side when you just run out of the tunnel. I'm sitting there trying to film for vlogs. It's a surreal experience to be that close. I got to go to a lot of cool places this year, and I really want to experience that again next season. It has been an absolute blast meeting y'all, but look at this first carry. I couldn't even tell where the sideline was at. I didn't want to step out of bounds or get super close to it. This next one, getting stuff. But we've already gotten one big play to go our way. We're going to flip this stretch to run it to this side. I felt like it gave us a better chance at pulling off a bigger run. And I'm so glad that we're actually getting some snow games in this Road to Glory because they're rare in Dynasty. Here on 2nd and 11, there was a massive gap up the middle that we're just going to take. And this is exactly what we want. We got fans holding up a sign with our name on it. Here's the problem though. Ohio State marched down the field and they scored, and I don't think it's going to be the first time they do it. So we need to have the best offensive game that we've had all season. And it seems like we should be able to get another 5. For this next carry, blocks were looking very solid, but then they all broke apart. Someone got through, and we're going to take this speed option for about 20 to 25, maybe even 30. They did not have an answer for it, and we got a great pitch out of Chase. Now this next inside run, 4 is not bad, but it's not great either. It seemed like we had the numbers on this side of the field, and there was no one even close. Ohio State is not making our lives easy, though. They've scored once again, so we have it to end the first half. We might just break off another massive touchdown run. I don't know who this is trying to chase us down, but we're going to swerve into him. Not the most athletic thing we've ever done in our career. We probably should have just done a spin move or something. But at the very least, we have set ourselves up to be getting a field goal and taking a lead on Ohio State at half. We've even chewed down the clock just in case this 3rd and 11 doesn't go as planned. I'll call for it in the flat, but it's going to be an interception. And I should have probably expected it was going to be an inaccurate throw out of Chase Herbstreit. But it is just frustrating to see. Once again, our defense not getting a stop, so they've not stopped the Buckeyes once. It feels like they are about to take us down. They got a hand on that ball. And I don't love the run call on 3rd and 7, but I trust it more than throwing it after that last play. We got it. The Buckeyes are also ranked number 7 going into this game. So even if we do win, we might still see them in the playoffs in the future anyway. I'm not sure they're going to drop that far. It's 3rd and 13. It's crazy that this has been one of our best offensive games of the season. We got 212 yards, and we're still about to lose to Ohio State. We just have to punt it back to them in the snow. I had no faith in our defense to get a stop against them, and sure enough, they didn't. We are going to be open underneath, but it just doesn't pan out. On 3rd and 13, we really need to convert here, and I'm not sure we're going to reach the marker. We got to go for this. 4th and 2, game on the line, running it straight up the middle and getting stopped. With them tacking on a field goal, there's absolutely nothing we can do. And it never feels good to just be hopeless, but what are we doing? Dropping that is inexcusable. I don't even want to call for it on this play. Maybe I should have though, because that read sure was not there either. Yet it's the one that we somehow bring in. This is just disgusting though, losing to Ohio State. I'm sure there are Michigan fans that would rather win this game and not win a national championship than the other way around. So I couldn't do well by them there, as we're not even in. If we run into the Buckeyes during the playoffs, though, this is the team that would prevent us from winning at all. I mean, just from what we've seen in this matchup, we had home field advantage on our side. We had the snow, and we can't even finish off this drive to get the game back within 2 possessions. I don't know how we'd beat them. On 4th and goal, we're just going to run out to the flat, and they got a hand on it. So what a disappointing day. We started off so well, but the 3rd and 4th quarter did not go our way. And being upset about the loss is going to take away any excitement about breaking the other Barry Sanders record. It's not a good feeling to come up short there, but we're going to get a chance to beat Penn State and potentially get a 1st round bye. I feel like even though we're number 7, if we win this game, the committee would respect that. And I just want to point out, we somehow have a 2.0 GPA. I thought I put enough into academics. We almost failed out of getting to play the rest of this year. I clearly have not learned any lessons from from any of my Road to Glories in the past at this point, seems like there's going to be 4 teams from the Big Ten getting into the playoff. And I'd really like to get that first round bye, but I don't know how we're going to stack up against Penn State. It feels like we just got exposed in that last game. Here we are in Lucas Oil. And since I'm a Colts fan, this is pretty cool to get the field level view of it, even if it's not during a Colts game. What I'll say about that stadium, though, is there are some stadiums in this country that don't really have bad seats. You can 100% get bad seats there, where it just feels like you can't see too much, where you're way too far away, where everyone on that field is a speck. I have been in that position, not once, but twice. Just if you're planning on ever attending a game there, keep that in mind. Indiana fans attending a Big Ten championship. I don't think you've been to one recently, but I should probably start worrying about our own team, because after getting stopped there, they scored a touchdown. It just feels like all the positive vibes, all the momentum that we had went out the window with that loss to Ohio State. Though the blocks on this play have set us up for success, 15 is not going to catch us either. But how much does it matter? Our defense is falling apart. We gave up another touchdown very quickly, and it's not good. It is genuinely looking like a national championship's just going to be off the table, especially if we're not scoring every single time. And I can't expect Chase Herbstreit to even help us pick up this third down whenever we need as much as we do, but somehow they didn't make the tackle. We have lucked out, though they're bringing another guy down into the box right before this snap. We still get 7. But I'm not sure how we're going to win the game in the long run if no one picks him up. It is now 3rd and 2, and we're literally running back to the same side, except I love the numbers until there's holding. And it's about to be 3rd and long. It's all coming back. It's all coming back. We just aren't used to trailing this season. We've been in front of most of our games. That is going to be right on target. And I was expecting an overthrow. I was expecting an interception, so it caught me off guard. Are we going to be able to end this first half with a touchdown, though? That's what we're looking for. And I think we're either going to get it on this play or we're about to lose 5 yards. No in between. We lost 5 yards. I'm sure that didn't help our odds with hitting a field goal either, but the fact that we missed the kick and then they're able to score another touchdown before the end of the first half, it just isn't looking good for us. We're going to have to turn into a receiver. Are you kidding? That pass wasn't even close to getting to the right spot. We'll run a curl. But the issue with doing that is there's only 12 seconds left in the first half, and we're going to need some bigger gains to get into field goal range. I mean, we know what our target is, so we're just going to call for it over on the sideline. They could have picked it. And I feel like we have better odds of scoring off of a halfback toss than throwing up a Hail Mary to end this first half. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait for our blockers. And now we're going to need some more. This is really setting up to be a collapse to end the year. Maybe some of you could have seen this coming just based off of the fact that our offense had a lot of moments of struggle, but I never imagined our defense would collapse the way that it has against some bigger opponents. And that's really been the difference maker. We already have 150 rushing yards on the ground. We're averaging almost 10 yards per carry, but it just feels like we are out of this game. Huge 3rd and 2 coming up. We cannot afford to not get this. And thankfully, our hopes stay alive. That sack does not help our case, though. We're going to try and get some of it back with this run, somehow getting like 10 out of it. And here we go, 3rd and 6. We're open underneath. It's thrown behind us, but we can work with it. We actually have more first downs than Penn State in this game, which is just telling that we've done a pretty good job of moving it on offense. We just failed to finish that one drive, and they scored in the perfect time to end the first half while our defense still not getting a stop. We really do need to score kind of quick, and it seems like we might be busting it up the middle for a touchdown, but are we going to get a stop before we get this ball back? That was the real question, and it turns out that we have. So if we just run the ball effectively this whole drive, we can tie things up at 21. Though I will admit, as we continue to lose more and more wear and tear, it's going to be hard to do. I don't know if we'll even be out there to finish the game. To score 14 points, we've had to take 24 carries already, and on 3rd down, we just needed an open receiver to make a play. That was actually way better than if it was me making a catch, because I'm not going to take any wear and tear damage. I can also get open in the flat, and they're just inviting us to run this one straight up the middle on them, which is going to get us 7. If we stay in hurry-up mode, they're not going to be able to adjust enough to where they're stopping the run on the ground here. And I've seen the computer try and call a timeout in this situation. They're not calling a timeout. This is perfect. The blocks are there. They did score a field goal, though, which puts us in a position. We march down the field in 4 minutes. We score a touchdown. The Big Ten championship would be ours. And you best believe we are going to milk that clock to make sure they have 0 chance to respond if we don't happen to get that touchdown. We also might score really quick. I mean, that run is setting us up to guarantee at least overtime. We probably need like another 10 on the ground, but I think we're going to be okay as long as we can stay out there on the field. That is my biggest concern. Is coach going to sub us out? I really hope that he doesn't. On 3rd and 1, they have stacked the line and they're going to come down, stop the run. And this is awful. We're going to be forced to take 3. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, though. We hit the kick, and then we got to stop. So we have the football back with a minute left in this game. And we should probably stop running the football. I bet we can complete an easy pass here. Making it 3rd and 1, we get into field goal range. We avoid overtime, and they're going to stop us short, aren't they? They did. I can't believe it, though. Coach is letting us go for it on 4th and inches with 35 seconds left. I respect the aggressiveness, but even I would have probably punted there. And let's see. Can we not make a terrible read, please? In my opinion, we have to return to 5 wide. Our high school roots, this is the formation we would go for if we ever needed a big play. And I think I just got to upgrade my catching at this point. The fact that we weren't able to catch that is such a big deal. Coming underneath, we have enough. No, it's a fumble. It's a fumble. I can't challenge it or anything either because it's road to glory. I mean, at least we made it to overtime. I thought that they might just kick a field goal, so we are lucky in that regard. But I'm not sure how much I got left in the tank. We're already down like -10 speed. There could be a point in this game where we just get pulled at any second. And fortunately, on Penn State's second drive, they were only able to get a field goal. So even though they responded to our first touchdown, we win with the touchdown. And we just got one step closer to having it. We're going to be at the 8-yard line. No, the 5. This is the problem, though. We've been taken out. And there's nothing I can do here besides just simming. I hope it's only for a couple plays. What just happened? Don't tell me we lost the Big Ten championship. We got the win. We did everything that we could to put our team in the best position. But I'll tell you this, it's not a great sign for what we have to do if we're going to win a national championship. It is nice that the Heisman Trophy, along with all the other awards that we could possibly win, are going to be coming home. We just dominated throughout this year. And I do want to point out, we focused on leadership to get it to a higher level, but if you look at our season and career health, that season bar is very small. It's a very good thing we have a first-round bye in the playoff, because I don't think we could make it 4 games. And I do want to compare the stats from the season so far to what we did at West Virginia, almost 800 more rushing yards and another 9 touchdowns. Now, on the receiving side of things, we haven't had to catch as many passes. I forgot how many passes we really caught for the Mountaineers. That was how we moved the rock when we were with them, and we got number 6 LSU, who at one point was undefeated. For them to fall to the 6th seed, though, in just the matter of weeks, they've lost a couple of games. And before we hop into this one, we should probably spend our 16 skill points. Now, we could either become a much better receiver and route runner, which could be very useful, or we could just go ahead and purchase stuff like Recoup. Part of me wants to upgrade sidestep and 360 as well, but I think this is going to be our best chance at just staying on the field for as long as possible to have gold Recoup. And if the Tigers are scoring 41 points per game, our defense better come to play, or else it won't matter how often we're out there. And it's really scary to me that this could just be the end of our season right here, but if we play well, we'll stay alive. At least I hope. The Tigers have already scored on their first possession. We needed that pitch. It's a fumble too. Don't tell me they have it. Even though they don't, they cost us to lose 5 yards, and we just lost another 5. We're going to get stopped on our first possession here. 3rd and 17. I mean, there's just not much hope that I can get us to the marker, but our defense held it down, so not all hope is gone yet. We might still be able to get that national championship by getting through the Tigers first. We should have been all the way. It would have actually been really nice because we know that wear and tear damage is going to stack up. We know that as this game goes on, breaking off big runs won't be as easy. We might just need to focus on managing the clock really well in order to preserve how often we're out there. At least that's the best strategy I can think of. I would love to audible to a pass here and just let us throw it in. I don't even care for my own stats at this point, but we're just going to take a sack. You think you're doing the right thing for your team, but it turns out you're not. We are going to have to run a Texas route, distract the defense. As long as we're scoring, I don't care who gets in. Now, LSU was only able to get a field goal, which is exactly what we needed. Our defense is starting to show up. They're just going to give up points a little bit more often since we're playing better teams. The question, though, is are we going to show up offensively the way we need to? See, it's now 3rd and 8 for us, and I don't know if we're going to be able to convert here. I'm just going to call for it immediately and get well past the marker. But let's say Chase Herbstreit missed that throw, because he's missed quite a few throws like that he should probably make. We would not have been in a good position headed into halftime, and there's still a minute left on the clock. We got to keep the clock in mind a little bit, but at the same time, since we have 3 timeouts left, I think we have plenty of time to score. I am hoping that coming out in a spread formation here, we can just space out the defense so we are able to run straight through the middle. And that might be the strategy that we have been missing out on. We ended the first half with a touchdown. Now we're going to start the second half with 7. But I think we can get bigger gains than that. You see how much room there is for us to just run straight up the middle. We're going to motion a blocker over. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The guy that he brought over just made the tackle on us instead, but there was potential there, and through the RPO, we should have had a touchdown. At least it feels like we are in the driver's seat of this game. For this next stretch play, the blockers are all there, man. Don't get in our way. It looks like our best receiver was about to cut us off for a second, but he didn't. And even if we're getting this back on the 3-yard line, that just tells me that we were able to get a massive 4th down hold on the Tigers. Assuming we can just hang on to this lead, we are going to be headed to the semifinals, though we might have a touchdown. I can't believe it, though. He literally just ruined our touchdown play. I guess we're going to be able to take more time off of the clock. Maybe not that much more time, depending on if we can break both of those tackles. The ref doesn't even know what he's just seen. We're going to start celebrating at the 20-yard line, and I don't see anybody around. How long can we keep this up for? I don't know if anyone's ever going to come, but we're not getting in. And that might have been a little bit of a mistake if they could have had a goal line hold. Well, I'll tell you something about LSU. They sure scored fast, but we're still in the driver's seat. Really focusing on just chewing some clock with this possession. And even if we don't pick up this 3rd and 12, it's not going to be the end of the world. Obviously, I'd love if we could, and that's what you get a good receiver for. We currently have 14 first downs to the only 7 that LSU has, and the big runs are just adding to this domination. With the Tigers turning it over again, there's just not much they can do from this position. I'm not sure they're even going to call timeouts to get it back. And if we just pick up this 3rd and 1, we're going to be able to take our knees, get in our win. I was really worried headed into this one, but then we started to break off big runs, 344 total rushing yards. And that caused my worries to go out the window. It's the 3rd most yards we were able to rush for in a game. We still did better against both FAU and an FCS opponent. But that was a much more impressive performance. No question we're winning National Offensive Player of the Week. I haven't even focused on awards because of how dominant we have been on that side of things. Georgia is going to be tough. I feel like their defensive line might be really hard to run through, and Ohio State seems like they're getting to the national championship. I have a feeling that if we can beat the Bulldogs, that's probably who we're going to meet there. They don't score as many points per game as LSU did, but their team is a better overall. Just something to keep in mind. For our first carry, we're just going to lose about 6. And I don't know why I thought that was a great idea to just run backwards there, but we have the seam. That's a great throw. Chase Herbstreit is stepping things up. For our next run, we're going to be able to bust off like 8. And I think we might as well just stay out in no huddle mode. If we can get some huge gains like this, it's not even going to be relevant after turning it on. Now, Georgia would be able to score right after, but they only got a field goal. And why is our wear and tear already so low? We're going to be pulled out immediately. And what I'm afraid of is somehow on that touchdown run, we got an injury that's going to keep us out from this game for a while. This is all out of my control. If this is how we lose in Road to Glory, I'd lose my mind. I have played my entire career up to this point, EA. You just need to have a system in place that doesn't let me get taken out in some of these big moments, because this could be the last game that we ever step onto the field. And just the fact we could have even been taken out there for the entire time lets me know we need to watch this clock and continue to just shred the Bulldogs. Maybe we're better off being healthy. While everyone else is exhausted, we've only taken a few carries. And that is exactly what you want to see. We might blow out the Bulldogs. 2nd and 5. This is going to be about a 2-yard run. Not even that. I was way too optimistic. We're going to flip the stretch to the short side, though. I just saw the blockers being in perfect alignment, and the cuts are too perfect, man. Georgia stands no chance. 28-3 is not a lead to worry about, unless of course you're from the state of Georgia. We keep getting the ball back in the most obscure spots as well. We could end up taking a safety here, but we didn't. And on a 3rd and 2, there's just no way that it's this easy to run on Georgia. Why did we struggle so much against Ohio State, who we are most likely still going to have to play? If we get Arizona State in the national championship instead, I mean, that is just a blessing. But I have a feeling we're not going to be that lucky. And on 3rd and goal, we're just going to call for it quick, but they should have picked it. At the end of the game, they actually scored, so it's 31-10. And just like everybody expected, the national championship is going to come down to us or the Buckeyes. There's just not much we could do about it. Penn State played them pretty close, though. They were able to beat Memphis by 25, Arizona State by 12. And with our 5 skill points before the game, I am going to spend it on upgrading our route running a little bit and our catching, just because I feel like that might need to be part of our game. If things aren't going well on the ground, we start moving it through the air a little bit more. We've gotten that final leadership bonus as well. Our team is going to be as composed as possible, and I just have to hope that we don't get blown out. We need to keep this at least entertaining, because the last time we played the Buckeyes, it was an embarrassment. I'm hoping it's not the same way this time. We are here at Hard Rock Stadium. I feel like they always put the national championship at Hard Rock. I know it's going to be there this year as well, We get to run out in the rain. There can't be snow in Florida. And something our defense couldn't do the entire time that we played them in the conference championship was get a stop. Well, I'm pleased to say that they were able to stop the Buckeyes on their first drive. But we're in an interesting position. It's already 3rd and 5. I'm actually going to go out for a pass instead of do anything else because I feel like we can call for it in the flat. We just got a little bit more control. And again, we have to be focused on our clock management. If we're not taking a lot of time off the clock, then we're going to be at very low fitness by any time this game ends. We're trying to avoid that. We're going to follow our blockers and just bust through the seam. There's only one guy that might be able to catch us, and no one is. No one is. That's what we get for coming out in heavy sets and just being patient with our running before we really hit that next gear. We needed to sooner, at least on that play, because he was able to track us down. 2nd and 6, final play of the first quarter. It's going to be an easy first. But there's a lot of game that is still left to be played in this one. This handoff going for about 20, 30. They got us. But now it feels like the perfect time to mix in a pass, and we audibled to that pass where they immediately knew that we were throwing the football. I also must not have been an eligible receiver. Either way, drive stays alive. It is very important that we finish off with points against them. And I don't think we're going to be able to take the rest of the first half with us. I was calling for that too. It's unfortunate, but we might still be able to get a big play out of this 3rd and 9. We'll at least take a field goal down the middle. That was why we ran with that exact play. And sure enough, we hit the kick while also getting the ball back with enough time to score more points before the end of this first half. Now, we are so open, but it actually made sense why. Apparently, we were supposed to be blocking there. No wonder no one was on us because there wasn't a single assignment. They're a little bit more prepared for this play, and I can't tell where we're at. Evidently, we got enough for the first down, though. We're going to mix in one run before just heading back to throwing the football. Or maybe we'll mix in one more run. They're probably not expecting it. 40 seconds left on this game clock. As for our next play, it's going to be a great catch. We got our tight end laying out for it, and another run coming out of nowhere for a first down. There's about 20 seconds left. We got to get this next snap off pretty quick. I figured play action has an opportunity to get guys really open, but we made a catch and we had to use a second timeout while not getting any closer to field goal range. So we're just going to run, set up for another kick, and we're going to have to be content with that. Here's where greed might get the best of us, though. There's 8 seconds left on the clock. Why not take one shot to the end zone and see if we could end this first half with a touchdown? We're going to ask for that to be thrown up. And not only did we not even put our hands up for the ball, he made the catch while dragging his feet. I'm afraid dumb decisions like that might come back to bite us, because if we don't finish this drive off with a touchdown, we only get a field goal, let's say, they'll be able to take the lead on us, and it is all of our fault. Do not take a sack, at least scramble or something. It is now 3rd and 6, and we're open. We just had to make our way over to that ball. One thing I'll say we've just avoided as well is these quick tosses. But every so often, we might be able to bust off a big run out of them still. You just can't run them too consistent. Potentially losing like 5 yards there was a risk I was willing to take for that or a touchdown. It's put us in an incredible spot. I thought we were about to be gone. And there is still a minute and a half left on this clock, but we are just shredding Ohio State's defense. When they can't score, we're fine. They actually made it all the way down to the red zone before turning it over, so they're cooked. I just don't see how they're going to pull off a 17-point comeback with only 4 minutes left on the clock. It's a great spot to be in. I'm not sure it was expected, but it is not technically over yet. After they got that stop on us, they were able to score a touchdown once they got the football back, which means we need to carve apart their defense for one more first down, and then there will be absolutely no way that the Buckeyes will beat us. By the time that we do that, we would have rushed for 300 yards on Ohio State. It's just been a great performance. And this is it right here. They have stacked the line. We have our blockers out there, and we are just going to rub it in by scoring another touchdown. This was just a completely different experience from the last time we played. And taking home the national championship, it is the perfect ending to my college career. 4,200 rushing yards in a season, 54 touchdowns. It has been a very hard grind to get to this point, and we have an extremely full trophy room for just one player, but we accomplished a lot. Again, I'm not sure where we're going to end up being drafted. It says I'll only be starting as a 69 overall, which makes me think I'll struggle struggle. And just to stay as quick as I was back in college, I had to lose almost 50 pounds, making me the lightest I've been since I was 16. For a 2-time Heisman winner, these ratings are not great, and I don't know if we can handle the hardest difficulty. I think a lot of it's going to have to do with where we get drafted, and they're saying that how we perform at this combine is going to make a big impact on that, which makes a lot of sense. We're going to have to respond. And all I can say was, how is there pressure? I was an All-American. We need to have confidence in moments like this because we were incredible in college. As you can see, my first goal that we're going to be setting is getting drafted not just into the NFL, but into the top 5 too. And I've not forgotten about the new feature in Superstar this year, Sphere of Influence, which is very crucial because it could give us stuff like home field advantages or disadvantages, and it's also how we're able to do stuff like trade teams. We need to stay on good terms with our agent. Here we are in Lucas Oil Stadium for the NFL Combine, and like always, we're starting with the most important drill of them all, the 40-yard dash. If we want to actually see the field, if we don't want to just be a backup running back, then how we do in a drill like this is going to be crucial. Now, we're using those fast fingers the way that we've been practicing in college. I think that's going to get us a really good score. It's a 4.29, and that is actually the fastest time of all of these running backs, which means we're going to get an A grade, and we're going to get +5 speed and excel. Will every drill go that well for us, though? I would say probably not, just because we lost a lot of weight during the off season, and that's just going to take a major hit to how much we're able to lift. Currently, sitting on 5 reps. If we could make it to 8, I'd actually be extremely happy. It looks like we're going to. This might be the best I've ever done on this drill before. Typically, I make it to like 10 reps at the max, but we're going to get to 11, and that's going to get us to 12 potentially. What a run. It wasn't a full final rep. That is still going to leave us way behind all of these other prospects. It's a little bit embarrassing as we scroll up that we were that low. But what does that get us for a stat bonus? It's still an A grade, so we get +5 stamina and strength. I mean, we are currently just crushing the combine. We're rapid pressing here. We got a launch. That's going to get us a decent one. We landed about in the middle of our expected result, but I have a bad feeling we're not going to get an A grade, and that's not going to be the biggest deal in the world. We shouldn't be jumping as a running back too much. If we are, there is a major problem going on. This is a drill that's going to matter quite a bit, though, because change of direction has a huge impact on how open we can get in the field. So the fact that we just finished number 1, it's some great news. Our grade, well over an A, +5 change of direction. And how many more drills could there be? Turns out the answer is 1. Typically, I always play this as a quarterback, so I have never done this one before. And this is a drill from college that I just wasn't that good at. I'd fail it quite a bit in practice. We only have a couple of seconds to finish it off, and we did just in time. That was an extremely close call, though. No idea if we're going to be able to do it this time around. I feel like we got here a lot quicker. We juke, and we're in. Now we've made it to cut reaction drill 3. I think we have to do about the same thing. But they really emphasize the fact that we need to hit these juke moves, and we stepped out. That is so frustrating. There was no need for us to step out there. This is literally as easy as it gets. How am I supposed to succeed in the NFL if I can't do it? I think you can already see where the struggle might come in. How did we win a couple Heisman trophies? I don't know. During my freshman year in college, at least at West Virginia, running back route tree was a major deal. We ran a lot of these halfback angle routes, and I think we're about to go 6 for 8. We just needed this throw to come when I was calling for it, and we're not going to make it to that ball. It was kind of sad just watching it go all the way, and we know that we're nowhere near, but that's just miscommunication from us and our quarterback. If you compare us to other prospects in this drill, I guess they're not going to. And ultimately, since we weren't as impressive on the bench or with our broad jump as most of the other prospects, we're just going to stay as a mid-first rounder, but that's really good for a running back. I don't understand how the wear and tear is going to work. I don't understand how these stat boosts are going to work, but currently it says we have 99 speed, and we can upgrade one thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to develop our juke move, one of the most important things I want to focus on. Then we have our combine interview coming up. I'm a little bit nervous for this one. They might catch us in some trick questions. And you have to think, what's one thing that's consistent with my college career? I cheated on so many tests, so I don't know how I'm going to answer these correct. One thing I'm not going to be, though, is a snitch. So we're just going to talk some sense into some of the players on our staff. We don't need to tell anyone. And for this next question, game's on the line, but I noticed an opportunity in the opponent's pre-snap adjustment. What do? We have to take advantage of it. We have to have our confidence high. But it seems like we're just going to defy everything that coaches want at the moment. So now we got to take their side on a question just so they don't hate us. Now, if you know anything about our off-season traditions, I'll tell you what, personal trainer, massage therapist, that's the route that we go. We keep things respectful respectful, though. And what in the Pete Carroll question is this? I want the ball in my hands. There's no reason for us to go on the 1 yard line and throw it. From all of that, I don't know if there's any positive takeaways if it was able to increase where we're going to get drafted or not. And our personal trainer turns out to be someone I was buddies with in high school, so we already got a great relationship with him. Our strength and toughness is going to get a +5 boost. The more people we can get in our inner circle, the better. It is now time to see where we're drafted. And it looks like we're getting a call, so it's going to be from Zach Taylor and the Bengals. You know what? We can work with this. I know they've been struggling in real life, but this offense has potential. So we tell coach that we're ready. Our agent's going to be excited. Roger Goodell comes out to announce the pick. 17. I was hoping that we'd go a little bit higher. But guess what? I think this is the perfect place for us to fall. We got some rivalries inside our division. I'm near Cincinnati. I grew up close by there, so this is a good spot for us to land. It doesn't matter I'm a Colts fan. I'll be representing the Bengals. And I think with a contract like this, we just got to sign it. There's no reason for us to hold out at all. I have to assume, though, we're not just going to automatically be the starter. Chase Brown is somebody we're going to have to beat out for the job. Zach Taylor, move up the depth chart, is the next chapter coming up. And it turns out if I want to be the starter, we're going to have to suck up the coach for a little bit because we need a level 4 influence to do so. Training-wise, depending on what drills we select, some of them are going to be harder, some of them give us better bonuses, while others give us more damage to our health. And I feel like for most of my career, I've been put in positions that even though I'm really good, we still have to earn our spot on the field starting. First drill, it's going to be a spin. We're getting like 15, but this is not as easy as it was in college. I can tell that already. We also need to start spending some of that first contract to get some drip on us because this is atrocious. And all we've done so far is just continue to take run after run, outrunning all of these players by a large margin. When you are as quick as I am, the difficulty doesn't make a difference. All Madden seems easy, but this is not a real game. This is just practice. We don't know what it's going to look like whenever we actually have to get out there on the field. This is just embarrassing. With 26 seconds left, we have earned a gold medal. And I got a little bit curious how fast we really are, so I'm trying to run circles around them to finish off this drill. We're able to do it. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off in an actual game. I would assume probably not, but that has got to impress Zach Taylor. We also have some weekly activities. I can either greet the fans or go on a podcast. It's 2025. We're going on the podcast. I'm assuming I said something controversial too because we lost some influence with the fan base. And I was able to earn a little bit of influence with Zach Taylor, but preseason's where we really make our impact. Our first game is against the Eagles, who are coming off of a Super Bowl win. And let's see what type of presentation we're working with. I know they focused on that with this game. I just haven't played it at all this year. Your first taste of professional football as a player, coach is giving you the whole second quarter to show what we got. That's a very good sign. And Joe Burrow's still out there on the field as well. So it's not like we're working with the backups on offense, busting off one broken tackle already. And we might not have done anything after that, but we're going to catch a screen pass, and then we're going to get out of there, running down the field. I forgot to update our drip, so we look so generic, but we're going to fix that after this game. I mean, how can you not get excited for a player whenever he does something like that? I was not expecting for one of our first plays to go all the way, but it gives me an idea that as a rookie, we might just shock the entire league and become the best running back. Running the football might not be where we succeed, though, because we've had 2 carries for 1 yard, and we've done it. We have done it. Are we playing against backups right now? Because we're just smoking these guys. If the actual season goes anything like preseason, we could be going for an MVP. And it would definitely be nice to start earning more influence with Zach Taylor because we don't have many choices when it comes to selecting plays. Currently, it says our grade for this game is just a B, which makes no sense at all. There's a fumble on the play. That's going to be it for the drive. And I think I'm going to be pulled for the rest of this game. So we have lost an opportunity to score a 3rd touchdown, but that's all on Jamar Chase. We're not getting any blame for that drive. We might have only played for 1 quarter, but this stat line in only a few touches really shows our potential with Cincinnati. And our first ability we have unlocked that we could potentially increase is human joystick, which is I think the equivalent of shifty in college. Ball carriers with this ability can quickly shift momentum, change direction, and turn the corner without sacrificing speed. So that is the exact same thing as shifty was. So we're going to take that to higher levels throughout this season. And when it comes to X factors, we haven't unlocked any yet. All that's going to take some time, but as you can see, we jumped up to level 3 on Zach Taylor. We don't need that much more influence to take the starting job. And here we are in the training room. We got Dexter saying, welcome to the team. How are you feeling after your first few practices? I think we're doing all right. We're trying to soak, not BYU soak. Soak all the experiences, all of this in. That's great to hear. I wanted to talk to you about the importance of taking care of your body. The season is long and every week presents a challenge. You'll need to adjust your preparation based on who you're playing and how your body is feeling. Can you handle adjusting that? What I was kind of hoping for was there was an answer where I could just say, no, you're going to have to take more control of that and handle it for me. I have to do whatever it takes, though. That will be on us. The good thing is we have more skill points, so we're going to keep on upgrading our juke move, and that's going to take us up to a 71 overall. I think that increases our chance of getting onto the field. And if we really wanted to be worried about our safety so we don't get CTE like so many players end up doing, we could wear the Guardian cap, but I just cannot do it. I just think we got to settle for something like a typical speed flex. And I'm not sure what's going on with this undershirt, but it's the only one that I can afford, so we're going to rock with it anyway. Hang on, I just realized you can buy it with points or these blue coins, whatever these are. I have a lot of points from pre-order in this game, so we can rep something a little bit better. Now, is it cheesy? A little bit, but whenever we're on fire, we're just going to be able to point over to our right arm. Let's go ahead and buy that. I actually really like these cleats as well. They have the flash on there. They say, I know you can't cover me, so we're going to be buying these. And both of those items have mentioned Ocho Cinco, which is perfect since he was a Bengal. It turns out I'm going to do far more in this game than I ever thought we would. As I was looking through some of these other helmets that we could wear, these are just 6, so it's going to cost some points, but I'm not going to spend them on anything else. I think after we put in some work there, we are ready to get back to the rest of our rookie season. And we're just doing a running back screenplay for our next practice, trying to earn more coach trust with Zach Taylor. But I think it's just the same play every single time. Camera angle's a little bit weird. We cut it back to the other side of the field, and no one is over there at all. I mean, that's all you have to do on this drill. I went to the right side the first time just to see where we could go, but if you go to the left, no one is coming close to catching you. And I can't stress enough how good it feels to be this dominant already. We got a gold medal. Zach Taylor continues to be impressed, and I'm hoping our second preseason game goes as well as the first one. Not only do we get to play in the second quarter of this one, but we also get to play in the third. So we're getting 2 quarters, first carry, we're gonna juke, that 90 juke move coming in clutch, and there is just no way that it's going to be this easy for us to score. We have genuinely built a monster. This is how we played in college. And the question for this season is quickly becoming, are we going to be able to win MVP? Are we going to be able to win a Super Bowl? And trust me, I know how much it hurt for Cincinnati fans to go to a Super Bowl and not win it. That is why I want that to be one of our goals for the year. And if we can break off that tackle, we might have gone. I can't tell whether or not we're facing the backups on Washington, but I don't think we are. On third down, halfback screen play. This is what we worked on in practice, and our spin is still not good. We're at 93 rushing yards, though, so a 7-yard carry puts us over 100 on the day. And I think another thing I'll need to keep an eye out for is wear and tear. If we take a lot of carries, it's going to be hard to do it all season, which is why it's not a bad thing that we're just going to be a receiver for this play, and we're going to have to make a block down the field. We had 2 good ones. I also thought I was going to be able to pull out some wildcat play calls, but it won't let me. Who cares, though? We'll eventually get there. We have to work towards it. And I feel like for being the weakest running back at the combine, we've showed off our speed pretty well. We only have 20 seconds left in the half, though, to finish off this drive with the touchdown. We're going to have to stay in hurry up mode. We're going to have to run around this kid to the outside. Though maybe I can't call these players kids anymore. They are grown adults, and we're just going to pass our way into the end zone. Now, if it's possible, I think the next thing we really do need to target is our stamina. I can see that we're starting to get a little bit more tired than before. And there was a wear and tear screen that reflected that too. We have to be able to handle a full NFL season. We might be able to go all the way here as well. But they caught us, and I still don't understand the player grade system because it says we only have a B, but we have played out of our mind so far. We have 12 carries for 140 yards. We're going to get a couple more, and we might actually earn the starting job before we even make it to the regular season. Finishing off drives seems to be where we struggle, though. On third down, we're going to go through the air, and there's the wear and tear report. -7 speed. Zach Taylor does not care, though. We've not been taken out. He wants to continue to see us out there. So this carry, if we had more speed, it would have been an easy touchdown. At least we still got in. And I don't even know if we ended up winning this game because it wouldn't show me. Washington scored a touchdown at the last second. Do preseason games finish tied 21 all? There was never overtime, so I'm genuinely curious. We rushed for almost 150 yards at least. Receiving wise, we had 42 there. And apparently we're just meeting our offensive coordinator right now. He says, let's discuss your role. You're currently our backup. Chase Brown is the starter. I know that, coach. How do you plan to stay patient while waiting for your chance to step up? I'm going to say I should be starting now. I don't know how he's going to react. I was hoping he would like the confidence, but he doesn't. He says that he appreciates our confidence before probably telling us that we just don't deserve to be the starter. I actually have a few issues with that, and one thing I've learned is the wear and tear recovery percentages are very important. So right now, our left leg and upper body are both at 90%. If we want to get back up to 100% fully, we have to go for at least 10% recovery during practice. If we can become the starter, there is probably going to be weeks where we don't practice at all. And I think this drill is just a one-on-one where our 90 juke move's going to come in big. Every single time, he's going to fall for it and look dumb. It's actually so easy until it's not. That's the problem. You get cocky, and then they start making plays. So we're going to go for a spin move this time and get knocked out. A gold medal is not a guarantee, though this is quite the play. And we're still at a silver, so there it is. There it is. That touchdown was able to get us a gold medal. I don't know how we're doing that, but if we're going to pull everything off, we might as well go for some hurdles. Once we started trying to pull that off, we got stuck at this score, which was still a gold medal, but the combine grade was right all along about our jumping, and I'm kind of confused how our core skills and all of this other stuff is all 99s on this screen. But if we go over to this one, our ratings are clearly not there. I feel like I'm just not understanding something. We also can't upgrade anything physical like we could in college, so our speed is stuck at where it's at, though it is maxed out for now, just because of positive wear and tear bonuses. We're going to upgrade our spin move. And our weekly activities choice is either extra time training, or we could go to the food bank and we could do stuff like play some games with the kids. What did Michael Jordan say? We're going to PT. It said that put us in the zone, which is important. All we care about is earning the starting job before the regular season. And we have to take on my favorite team, the Indianapolis Colts. I hope I don't do them too dirty. It's no longer Paul Brown Stadium, it's Paycor Stadium, but it is full for this preseason matchup, and the spin did not work. You have to think an 84 spin move in college was extremely good, but here at the pros, it's nowhere near top tier. I don't know where the ball is, but I just realized why some of our grades might be falling. It said we had poor route running there. I have to make sure we follow our route to a T. On third down, the run gets blown up. And I'm not sure if we're playing this entire preseason game, but it's not a good start. I kind of figured something like this would happen to us, though, at some point, where we just start out slow, because it happened plenty of times in college, and we still won 2 Heisman trophies. This is not a big deal. You know, with a run like that, as we end the first quarter, we broke a lot of tackles. And it's got me thinking, why don't we upgrade our ability to break more tackles in the future? I think that's going to be a new training focus. Back in college, these halfback toss plays would either get us a huge gain or we'd lose 5 yards. In the NFL, it's a 1-yard gain. And we still need another 40 yards on this drive to get to the end zone, but the burst of acceleration is going to send us there on this play. So that's hopefully the first of many touchdowns I score against the Colts. As we end this first half, we have an objective for this next drive. They said, do not fumble. So I'm just going to hope that our low carrying doesn't come into play, and it's going to be hard for it to come into play if we score a touchdown on the second play of the drive. We're just so much faster. You should have known the kid that rushed for 4,000 yards in college could do this. And I actually think that losing 50 pounds might have been the greatest decision we could make for our career. Joe Burrow did not want to hit us in the flat, though, even though we were calling for it. We got some great blocks on this play. I mean, we might just go for 3 touchdowns in this first half. We're shedding the tackle. We're shedding the tackle. I don't know how we just got out of that because I was juking into the guy. But we are going off. This just has to earn us the starting job. If it doesn't, it won't make sense. Considering that was the last time we'd see the field and we won 42-7. I feel like I put myself in the group with all the other starters. If you look at the influence that we're earning with Zach Taylor, though, we still don't have a position battle. And this is a meeting with coach. I don't know what's about to happen.
Career begins with a superstar debut. Many faces in Canton needed time before they got on the field. Such is how his career is destined to begin.
Okay. Are we about to get told we're going to have a chance to become the starter? Welcome to the start of the regular season, James. We're glad to have you on the squad. Thanks, coach. What do you got to tell me? As you know, you made the squad as a backup, but I want you to compete hard for that starting job. This is not an invitation to a position battle. You're here because we believe in you. Let me have my chance now. I guess I have to be thankful if we demand opportunity. He's probably not going to take it well, and we don't want to burn that bridge too soon, but it was very tempting to just try it anyway. I'm a little frustrated for sure, but this gives us more time to focus in on making ourselves a better player. We're going to increase that break tackle up to 74. We're also going to make our carrying a 63. And we got our sports psychologist saying, your agent asked me to drop you a message and introduce myself. I'm glad you're my sports psychologist. She says, together we'll build momentum discussing your play, and when it reaches level 10, you'll enter the zone for your next game. What happens in the zone? In the zone, your performance is at its peak. Everything feels smoother and you play better. So we need to level up our relationship with her. And we now have an option to get Juke Elite as one of our other abilities outside of human joystick. We also have these teammate abilities, which are just incredible because these two don't really matter that much, but run blocking is major. This can help our offensive line play better. Now, it seems like our stats are back to normal. Our acceleration is currently sitting at a 93. We got 99 change of direction, 99 speed, 80 strength, which is something that really surprises me. But we're still stuck with these skills being the only ones that we can upgrade, so we're going to keep focusing on break tackle, juking, spinning, until we are impossible to tackle. And at a party, we got introduced to a famous dancer. They jokingly offered to help you learn how to dance for celebrations. We're going to take Mia up on that offer. And the reason for that is I eventually want to be able to unlock the cartwheel celebration. It's just going to take a while. What's interesting about our strength and conditioning coach is this is how we're going to upgrade our stamina and toughness throughout the year. So we got to build up this relationship too. And I guess we're just going to be starting the regular season as the backup. We'll still get some snaps every so often, I'd like to assume. But a play like that is not going to come till the third quarter on a 2nd and 4. The only way that we're going to impress is if we can take this to the crib. So that's what we're doing. That is exactly what we're doing. How can Zach Taylor say that this kid doesn't deserve more carries? I mean, our offensive coordinator gets a positive bonus from us playing well, but Zach Taylor doesn't, and we are the 2 times Walter Camp Award winner. That's another neat stat that they just pulled from our college career there on the screen. I wish they'd start showing my college stats in these games so they can realize that I need to be out there more. But I'd actually prefer if I was not the running back in whenever Myles Garrett can drag us down for a safety, because that is not going to make my head coach happy. At least we ended up winning this game 28-24. And what it's going to take to keep on impressing Zach Taylor is being able to be decent at pocket protection against Joe Burrow. We want to keep him healthy, and we also want to prove that whenever we're out there on the field, we are going to be good in pass protection, because that's a worry about a young running back. But as these balls continue to shoot out, I'm starting to realize we're going to hit his red accidentally? That was an awful way to end the drill, because it's just going to delay the inevitable whenever we crack through and get that starting chance. But that's okay. I already see our involvement increasing a little bit more every single week. We're in the 2nd quarter in this game, not the 3rd. And it's not for just one run either. In fact, we're going to get a 2nd carry. I'm hoping that we can get more after this. Juking to the outside, where clearly Zach Taylor is starting to see something, because we're still out there. 3rd play in a row. As a distraction, we get more. I think it's clear Cincinnati was looking for a spark like this on offense, because Jacksonville currently has a lead, but no one picked him up. It's impossible for me to do anything about that. We're running to the side that Travis Hunter is on. He makes the tackle. And whether or not we get a touchdown or a field goal out of this drive all comes down to my ability to get a few yards on the ground, but we get a lot more than that. We're in. I don't understand why Zach Taylor doesn't get influence whenever we succeed, but he doesn't, and we ended up losing this game 31-14. We only got in for that one drive. It's clear that Zach Taylor doesn't see the same potential in us as our offensive coordinator, and I'm almost certain that we're on the same page about that, just because he's hitting me up and saying that he knows my hard work is not going unnoticed. I'm gonna tell him I deserve to start now. I want to see what he thinks. He just says I have to be patient, be ready when the time comes. Coach Taylor's watching, and you'll get your shot soon. I just don't feel like he is. I'm still very confident, though, that even if we aren't able to earn the starting job soon, we will be able to win MVP once we get out there on the field, just due to how much talent it feels like we have. It's going to be a tall task, but I am going for it all during my rookie season. As you can see, they're going to try and catch me here, but the speed is just too much. And after that practice, we need 100 more influence to earn the starting job. I have a lot of faith we're going to get that in this game, especially coming in during the 1st quarter. They see something in me already. We have an opportunity to go up 14-3, which would be big because Minnesota is looking extremely good. That's how easy it is to just get out of there. Nobody in sight. And is Zach Taylor watching? Does he have any sight to see this? I'm not sure that he does. That was the only time that we would be on the field in the game. We ended up winning, but that was it, and we're still stuck as a level 3 influence. Now, I have made a YouTube mistake. It doesn't happen that often, but there's a reason we're reloading up the game, and that's because I stopped recording. I took a piss, and then I came back ready to earn that halfback 1 spot. All we did was go through one practice, which got our influence up another 150, putting us at level 4. But you didn't get to see that practice. Is it really a big deal? No, because it was a super easy drill. I'm just disappointed that I wasn't recording in the first place. There's no position battle or anything. We just became halfback 1. Then for the weekly activity, I decided to rest at home instead of going to a party with Joe Burrow. And thankfully, I noticed that I hadn't hit start recording before we hopped into our first start of our career. It's primetime football. It's Monday Night Football. And we have to perform well because we can still lose the starting role if we don't. That was my reasoning for declining a party with Joe Burrow and the celebrity, knowing this game needed to work out for us, but we're not getting on the field until the second quarter, which I just find to be so odd. It said that we're halfback 1, but it doesn't feel like we are still. We just got to keep on proving ourselves, I guess. And I know I reached for that 3rd down. They're not going to give us credit for it, though, so we had to punch it up the middle on 3rd and 1. But what we are really waiting on is a breakaway play. That's what we're going for. not a good juke. I'm thinking a halfback slip screen could work out really well for us. Screenplays typically have in the past. But this has been a grind. I know the Broncos have a solid defense. I just wasn't expecting it. With the way we've shown out in any game that we've played in the NFL so far, I thought we would just immediately dominate. But I'm starting to see why maybe we weren't listed as the starting running back, because it's taken us a little bit to get things going and we can't get around him. The potential is starting to show though. Whenever our blocks line up, we can actually get big runs. So now we're going to go to the outside. We're currently averaging 8 yards per carry. We're going to be able to get at least another 8 yards on this one. It's our first real touchdown as a starting player if we're considered the starter for this game. The Monday night primetime stuff looks really good as well. Wear and tear, it's picking up a little bit, but not too much to where it would affect our stats. See how we're not getting out there though? Like, we had our one drive, but we're still not officially a starter. Unless that comes with this conversation in coach's office. James, you're stepping into the starting role and it's well deserved. So we just had to wait one extra week. I am perfectly fine with that. We're going to thank Coach Taylor. And he says, I know we've had our struggles here, but our fans are, I couldn't even read it all that fast. Are you ready for the pressure of turning this team around? I am absolutely ready for my teammates. I'm ready for the fans. I'm ready for the spotlight. We're going to make it sound all nice though. And he wants to know how I'm going to earn my teammates' trust. Well, it's having a team first mindset. We need our offensive line thinking on our side. If they're not playing well, I truly will not be able to do anything. If we can just reach level 5, our chances of losing halfback 1 go down a lot. So we're going to go for the most intense training option that we can, which is the long distance halfback reaction and footwork. I think when you do these, the drills are a lot harder to complete, so I'm pretty nervous for it, but we're going to start off getting all of those, and now we got to go quick. We got to get around this stuff. Go for the hurdle. 3, 2, 1. Why was it out to the side like that? Still 8 seconds remaining. We're going to be all right. We can just jump over this. I know when we were in college, you all told me I could do that on this drill, and I had to read the comments to see it. I don't know why I didn't just think of it in the first place. It's really easy to pull off if you have a good jump. We don't have a good jump. We got to run backwards to get that zone, and it looks like we are going to find success again. Our last couple reps in this are all going to go the exact same way, or at least I think they will. We've spent a lot more time getting the zones on this drill, which have me extremely nervous for rep number 4, because I think if we're going to get that gold medal, we have to be almost flawless, and we're going to get tripped up. No, get in, get in. 1 second. The hardest part for me has just been not running over to the sideline and bumping one of those to end the drill immediately. But ultimately, all we need is this 5 seconds to go our way, and that gold medal should get us up to an even higher level of influence on Zach Taylor. It has also gotten us a meeting with our agent. We're getting our first sponsor. Who's it going to be? Thanks for having me over. I've got exciting news. You can come over anytime. Oakley's interested in a partnership. Oakley's not the one I would have wanted the most, but we're going to sit there and we're going to take it. And what we have found out is we have to increase our influence with them as well, just to unlock some of their gear to wear. That's pretty frustrating, actually. They should be sending us free stuff. We're just going to reply to a DM with a meme. I don't know why. I forgot the whole purpose of this hacker being there, so we can reset our archetype if we want. But I'm pretty content with how everything's going so far. I really want to upgrade our juke ability, but we have to earn a lot more XP to make it happen. So I'm not sure exactly how to get that up, but I know how to get up some of these ratings. We're going to spend our 8 skill points getting our break tackle to 80, trucking 69, our carrying 66. And that's just going to make us a better all-around runner. Currently, with our wear and tear impacts all being positive, we're able to get stuff like 90 break tackle, 99 speed, 99 change of direction, 94 excel. And we're going to need it if our first true career start is against the Detroit Lions. I think it is, though, because we have yet to see an intro like this. We're going to get to run out with the team. And it's not like college where we actually get to control the run out and look around the stadium. I think that'd be a neat feature for Madden to add. I've been enjoying that myself. But the important thing is we're getting out there for the first drive. We have been waiting for this moment. Our defense has also set us up in a great spot. It's going to be a toss to the outside for a touchdown first carry. And are you not entertained? This is how we carry this team. Coming into this matchup, Detroit was undefeated, but we're just going to cut to the outside. Are we going to go 2 for 2? Apparently not. The juke did not register, but we're going to go straight up the middle. 2 plays in a row for 1 yard on each one, which is why we really needed this third down. I'm pretty happy with how that first quarter just went for us. And this is a great way to test how good we actually are. Do we really stand a chance at winning the Super Bowl? I feel like we do. What it's going to take is lots of touchdown runs like that one. So far, the Lions have showed no answer to stopping me. The X Factor ability, by the way, is nothing great. It just means we're not going to fumble as a result of a tackle. which I guess is pretty useful. We're trying to get out of his way, but we are so fast that we're outrunning our blockers, and that just ruined what should have been a touchdown run. Anytime we take a tackle for a loss, our X factor is going to disappear. But I'm hoping to get a better X factor once we hit level 20. And if it's going to become a 3rd and 13, we're just going to have to sit back there and pass protection, which we did, but that gain does not get us a first down. I thought the Lions were going to score before the end of the half, but they failed to pick up a huge 4th down. This carry won't do it. So we're not scoring either, but we're up by 7 points. How we open up this 3rd quarter is a big deal. We're going to try and stay in that hole. We really did not get some great block setups there, but we got an opening hole on this play. And I don't think we're being caught. I think that's going to be our 3rd rushing touchdown of the day. I'm telling you right now, if we can do this against the Lions, it's got me feeling very good about our season outlook. But we are going to need to focus on stuff like upgrading our break tackle. I mean, you saw on that play right there, it could have led to us scoring a touchdown. It's going to get us off of that tackle too, even though we didn't have the best running back vision. And we're just going to go straight to this left side for 4 more. I was actually really worried that we weren't even going to be getting on the field much as we started as a rookie, but now we've just made stuff happen and there's no looking back. I mean, Zach Taylor will never bench us. He's finally seeing me at my full potential, and it's not like a cheating scandal or anything is going to get me benched either the way that it did in college. We're getting 5 touchdowns. We are getting 5 touchdowns in our debut. If we don't get into the MVP race off of this game alone, I would be surprised because we have the football back and we're getting more carries. What is the record for rushing yards in the game? We got to be close. In college, it was around 450, but I highly doubt that's happened in the NFL. Right now, we're at 354. And I'm just going to hurry it up because I really want to get that touchdown, but there's nowhere to go. What we have done, though, is we're going for a halfback toss to the outside where we should be able to outrun everybody unless they get off of their block. And we have records to go for because Alvin Kamara had the 6 touchdown game. I remember that. If we can get 7, we have the record. And Adrian Peterson had the most rushing yards in the game, 296. So we already have that one. To have a chance to do all of that in your first career start is just nuts to think about. But we are closing in on it since the backups are not being pulled with 2 minutes left in this game. We just need one more big run, and it's coming on this play. Any NFL record you can think of in a game, we now own it. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, especially since we just did all of that against an undefeated team. 436 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns on 24 attempts. Numbers like that are unheard of because that's what players like Derrick Henry have been able to do throughout the entire season so far. We did it in one game, making us the best running back in the league. And we won't be able to see MVP projections for a while, but I am sure we'll be there. I am going to make the quarters a minute shorter though, just so the stats feel a bit more realistic. Though it's not my fault we're able to ball out that hard. With Zach Taylor, we are looking to get to audibles eventually. We want to level up our playbook. We want to get hot routes. We still got a long way to go there. But one game was all that we needed to show our talent. Joe Burrow is saying he wants to ask us something. What's up, buddy? What is going on? You've been putting in work and the big reason for the success we have here, but now it's time to elevate your game even further. Are you ready to lead your teammates to the next level? I think we just got to be confident with this. I'm not sure what we're going to have to do or what he's asking for. When you're out there, your focus and intensity set the tone for the whole team. That's actually a lot of responsibility. Now it's all on whether or not we play well if the rest of our team does. And even though it might feel like we don't even need it, we are going to keep on practicing just so our relationship with Zach Taylor keeps going up. We might not have been perfect there, but I'm not stressing on it anymore. An embarrassing video of me tripping has been made into a meme and going viral. Your agent wants it removed. I don't think we delete it. I just want the meme to keep going viral. It can be in an edit. That'd be sick. It's good for the brand. Our agent should know that. Now we're going to Green Bay. And I don't think it's going to let me, but after we score our first touchdown, we are 100% trying to do a Lambeau leap. It is raining, so we're going to be slipping off the tackles too. First run, straight up the middle. No way. No way. I thought we were about to take that to the crib already. We should have tried and juked a little bit. That's why you upgrade your juke move in the first place. But it's just speed. That is where we are really excelling as they try and get in fast. We know there's a potential way around this. We go for a halfback toss to the outside. We wait for our blocks to pick up, and we take the 12-15 we get. We're already approaching the end of the first quarter, though, where they have a lead. And it didn't take them long to figure out how to stop our offense. Remember, we are responsible for how our entire team plays. If we're not doing well, the rest of them are also going to struggle. So we need to set the tone with a touchdown out of this 3rd and 5. It's another halfback screen. We waited for our blockers, but I don't think we got it. This is huge. 4th and inches. We got a motion out there to distract them a little bit, and we're just going to keep on going straight up the gut. I started holding my wrist after that tackle. It's got me a little bit concerned, but we're going to get to the outside. We make one guy miss, and we can't get the touchdown. Interesting, though. They call a timeout before our next play, where I was ready to hurry it up and get in. We'll go for the halfback toss, and that gets us a tutty. Now, it didn't let me run over or do anything once we got in, so we're going to have to try to do the Lambeau leap another time. And ideally, that time is at the end of this first half. I mean, we have all the blockers out there. We have all the blockers. Flipping the run was the best thing that we could have done. And now you know exactly where we're headed. It won't let me. Maybe it's only a college thing where it lets you celebrate on the sideline. And all this effort is still not going to put us in front by halftime. As you can see, we gave up another touchdown, and we only have one timeout remaining, so we're looking to have to start throwing. I could call for it here, but we didn't. We didn't catch this somehow, and I guess it's because we thought he was getting a hand on it. Or it might have something to do with the rain. I wish I could just sit back here in pass protection so we get one of our tight ends open. From that spot on the field, all we have to do is get off one more play, run it up the middle. I was fine with settling for a field goal, but we are in the end zone, and that is how you end a first half. We are already over 200 rushing yards before we even start the third quarter. And once again, the blocks are just elite. Our offensive line is doing so much better than I ever thought they would. That's what Joe Burrow was saying, though. Once I set the tone with one big run, everybody's playing increases. But apparently it only affects our offense and not our defense, because as you can see, we gave up more points. It is now 3rd and 14. We're most likely just giving this back to the Packers. I'm sitting back there in pass protection. But they got to Joe Burrow. There's not much we can do once they do. This is where it's going to be really hard to have success. Even winning a lot of games is not a guarantee, because you see the stat line. We're all tied up at 28 with a 1-3 football team. We might be able to say we're locked for some individual awards like MVP, but I can't say anything about Super Bowl, especially if we're not getting more runs like this. I mean, we've broken off a few runs here that are not going to happen against most teams. But let's just pray that they don't score another touchdown on us. Well, we were able to stop Green Bay on the 15-yard line. So this game is going to come down to their 3 timeouts. That first carry didn't do too much, but the second carry is doing a lot more damage. And with the breakaway speed, I guess we're just going to go up by 14. That is now 6 rushing touchdowns, over 400 yards. And we somehow got the ball back immediately. Here I was decreasing the quarter length, and we're basically putting up the same numbers anyway. It really makes you wonder, though, are we going to be able to do this the entire season? I'm not sure. We got tough division opponents to face in the future. We can take a knee here. There was just no reason for us to stat pad after our stats were already as good as they were, with 448 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. I guess when you do that in back-to-back games, the media is going to want to talk to you, but we are just going to have to make sure we stay humble. And week after week, this team displays remarkable toughness. I appreciate that. What does that say about the character of this group? Bold declaration. I can't do it until we unlock media level 3. I guess we'll just be proud for now, but that makes me want to unlock more stuff. And as the year goes on, I'll be looking forward to a lot more interviews. I'm noticing, though, we're just not gaining XP to increase the juke move. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the pay to win thing. We have these points to spend no matter what. And if we want to continue to increase our overall, we're going to keep spending on our juke move, but we don't have enough skill points to get it up to a 96 yet, just a 93. The day that we can change our X factor over to first one free, the ability that increases fake out rate on juke moves, spins, or hurdles, is the day we start going nuts. But for now, we have what we have, and we've unlocked the gold run block drill, making our offensive line even better. One thing that's been interesting to follow so far is our wear and tear is not decreasing. And I noticed something about how good home field advantage actually can be. The away team is worst acceleration, tackle, and coverage. This is really good news for us because we are about to play a division opponent at home. And that division opponent, the Pittsburgh Steelers, a rival in a Thursday night primetime game. It is going to be another rainy one. I'm hoping later in the season we can get a heavy snow game. But for now, that cannot happen. First run, 7 yards. Last week, our stats just look like video game numbers. And it did something really cool for us. It opened up the playbook so there's more runs that we now are able to mix in. What we don't want to do, though, is run it into TJ Watt on 3rd down, so we're just going to flip the play, and that's going to get us a massive, massive run. Touchdown, Cincinnati. I don't want to call it prematurely, but I'm actually having a lot of fun on Madden playing this at the moment. And I thought College Football 26 looked good graphically, but it doesn't even come close to some of the graphics I'm seeing on here. We break the tackle attempt, and that's going to allow us to go even farther down the field. I thought we were gone. We're about to stun on him, though, right in front of him. And you know what? That is something I wish they'd add to the game. The NFL would never approve it, but if you could start fights, that'd be really fun. Nothing better than a fist just going straight into a helmet in cold weather. Absolutely brutal to think about the logistics of it. But sometimes you just got to get that anger out, and they're all over us. For 2nd down, we go for a stretch. and it doesn't go great, but we're just going to hit him with a halfback screen. Typically, that has worked out on third downs. Now we're settling for 3 instead. Minute 17 left on the clock. We get 6. Not a great carry to end the first half. It looks like it's going to be 10-3, but this is where we just get around everybody. And the home field advantage effects have a huge impact on whether or not they can tackle us in the open field. Now, we might only have 4 passing yards in this game to the Steelers' 30, but neither team needs to be throwing the ball. No one's doing it effectively. Our offense can hum either way, though, until we just slipped, and then we break 2 tackles after slipping. How are we still on our feet? I genuinely did not think we were going to be able to run this strong. We certainly did not do it in college, but it is made for a much more enjoyable experience. Now, that wear and tear report, it's getting worse, but we still haven't been pulled from the game, and we don't get the third down. I'm a little bit worried our next drive is starting on the 1-yard line, especially since we slipped in the end zone. So you know what? We're just going to let Joe Burrow try and throw the football here. We're going to run to the flat real quick, and that should have been picked. I don't care about moving the chains. We can give it back to the Steelers. Our defense is playing well. I just don't want there to be a safety. And that turned out to be the right decision. As you can see, we are going to get our first fumble, which was one of the worst hits that we've taken throughout our entire career. But we're still up by 14 points on the Steelers, and if we get this third down, great. If not, we'll just play more defense. I think what's most scary about this one is if the Steelers had an offense, then it could have gone way differently. They've stopped us running better than anybody else that we've played so far. And if we don't pick up this 3rd and 7, they will get a chance to score a touchdown, but I think we should have it bouncing off of a tackle. Well, now we just wait on our defense, and it turns out they were able to hold it down. We still went for 2 touchdowns, 206 yards, and it is obviously an incredible performance still, but we know it could have been better. I would love to call out the media. We're still waiting to unlock that. And then they hit me with this question: who's your favorite lineman to run behind? Whoever made the hole is the safest answer. Here's something to take note of, though. As you can see, the wear and tear impacts cause a difference. So now we have 94 speed, 93 change of direction, 83 break tackle instead of 90. And that's why we need to get closer with guys like Dexter Dokes. Our stamina just has to increase. For the media thing and getting more answers unlocked, we need a lot of influence. Apparently, there are certain quests you can do. There's a Snickers quest. I'm assuming that's some sort of sponsorship. But for media specifically, there's all these challenges. Stuff like get 213 receiving yards in a game, catch 4 touchdowns in a game, stuff that I believe we will eventually accomplish or can do. And that's just another way to increase influence, but even if we recover all of our wear and tear by resting and not practicing, our right leg is still going to be in a little bit of trouble. We're also fighting Kansas City to potentially get the 1 seed in the playoff, as we're both 6-1. It's just another thing to follow, and I feel incredible about playing the Jets. If we were to lose this game for whatever reason, I mean, that would just be embarrassing. And it is no surprise that they did not score on their first drive. Can we score on our first play, though? That's the real question. Sauce Gardner, now a Colt, getting outrun, and there's a flag. There's a flag. Which one of my idiotic offensive linemen ruined the play? We were already gone. Just go ahead, break the bad news to me before I get upset. And it looks like it was a receiver instead. There was just no need for it. T. Higgins took our opening touchdown run and is making us start from the 42. Probably cut the wrong way, but I was really hoping that they weren't going to expect that, and we pushed him to the outside. If we can't pick up this 3rd and 5, it's just going to be a slow start to this game. I'm not open in the flat, and the Jets have gotten a sack. They weren't able to score, though, just making our next drive start on the 1-yard line, but that's okay. This is another opportunity for a deep run. 99 yards down the field on the ground for a touchdown would be a very impressive drive. So that's what we're going for. We're going to try and cut between those two. And you know what? Not everything needs to come on the ground. A halfback screen will really work if somebody picks him up. But no, we seem to be allergic to blocking, so we are losing as we go into the final 30 seconds. At least it's only of this first half. It's not like it's the end of the game, but we should not be dropping that pass. Though we haven't upgraded our catching once since coming to the league. How this next drive goes really sets the tempo for the rest of this game. I mean, we are in a position where the Jets beat us. And it all comes back to T. Higgins with that block in the back after we were clearly going to run for the touchdown either way. If we score there, for all we know, this game could be like 28-0 by now. Finally, we get the perfect blocking and no flags. No flags. So it's tied back up 7-7. Turns out, though, the Jets are going to respond with a touchdown of their own. So we have to do what we just did all over again. And it's not going to be that challenging if they bring a bunch of guys down to the box and we just outrun them. We might have found the perfect play to beat them. So we're going to run it for a 3rd time in a row. Is it going to be 3 straight touchdowns? I'd imagine probably not. But it still got us 4 yards. We're going to go with the fake fullback run, then toss it out, making it 3rd and 3. We are competing for that first place spot in the AFC. Like I said, Kansas State, they're also 6-1, and we are being forced to punt it back to the Jets. What they did was they worked it down the field, and they were able to get 3. I wasn't even calling for it. Evan McPherson needs to be at the 40-yard line, and I think we can get 30 yards in the next 51 seconds, but Joe Burrow is going to have to see us get open there. We finally ran a good route. This also gives me a lot of faith in pulling off a halfback draw play. We cut to the outside, nowhere to go. But there's still 27 seconds left. It's man-to-man coverage. Why did he throw it over there? On 3rd and 9, all we can do is sit back here and block. He isn't going to get it out. He does. It's overthrown. It's overthrown. And so it comes down to a 4th and 9. Instead of us attempting a field goal that's a little bit out of Evan McPherson's range, we're just going to go for it. I was trying to call for it. The Jets are going to beat us. Yeah, if we're losing this game, nobody is going to take us serious as a Super Bowl contender. But we have reached a new chapter, which is establishing ourselves as a superstar. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but Zach Taylor just says, we're not only playing for ourselves, we're carrying the hopes of the team. How are you handling that pressure? I'd say pressure is my playground. We're going to continue to be confident. And after that loss against the Jets, our wear and tear didn't go down that bad, but we're going to continue to rest the rest of the season. It probably still stacks week to week. The celebrity dancer would love for you to make a public appearance with them. We could stay for more training, and you know what? We got to be locked in. Not only can we affect some of Joe Burrow's stats by playing better, but we can also affect our offensive line, and some of these bonuses are just nuts. Even though we're coming off of a loss, that's been a new development of things we can do. And if we can't bounce back against the Bears, we might be in trouble for the rest of this year. There will be no guarantee of even a playoff spot if we lose. I mean, all it came down to was our first 2 carries in the drive would go for like no yardage, and then we'd get stopped. We have no ability to audible, which is really unfortunate because I could tell that this run was setting up to be pretty rough for us, potentially as another 3 and out. We need 2 yards on the ground. And somehow, even though they got through, we fought harder. I thought for sure we were giving this football straight back to the Bears, but that wasn't the case. I'm trying to get to the outside. Once we make it there, it's really about beating one player with our agility, and then we could be gone for a touchdown, though. If we cut it back, up the middle has been solid, too. And that is exactly where we are headed on 3rd and 1 for the big play. We're closely approaching the end of this first quarter, though. We need that touchdown soon. It'd just be nice for it to not be 0-0, and I think it might be able to come on this play. But T. Higgins, once again, he's not blocking correctly. There's been penalties. If he held that guy up, maybe it would have been a penalty. Maybe that's why I didn't get a hand on him, but we would have had a touchdown if he could have blocked him. He's a big body, too. I'm expecting a little bit more out of him. Halfback dive for the first down to open up the second quarter, and that's the type of blocking I like to see. Jamar Chase did the right thing there. He is not jealous, even though he's getting like the ball never now. And it looks like our defense is doing well. How do I criticize our center and left guard there, though? Because those are players that we have influence over that we can make better. They're just not doing their job blocking. It makes it 3rd down very fast. And I don't want Chicago to get this football back before the end of the half. We should be able to hang on to it, though. We're the ones blocking on this play. I know I didn't just send a guy that size to the ground. But hey, we'll take it. We'll also take a quick out route in the flat, getting around him as well. On our feet still. How are we still going? I just don't get it. We were never known for breaking tackles in college. But that has been all that we have done at the next level. And our defense forced a turnover to get us the football back in this position with a minute left. You could argue with not much time, maybe we shouldn't be running it, but I actually think it's the perfect thing to do because Chicago is not prepared for it. We can cut back up the middle to the 12. Genuinely, this is how you just end a game in a first half. You get up by 3 touchdowns, and you suck all the life out of the other team. We also have the football to open up the 3rd quarter, and this is where you truly put that final dagger in the hearts of their soul. On 3rd and 6, we're actually not the running back that's going to get the ball on the screenplay, so we're going to make it about us. I was going to call for it off of a slant. Chase Brown doesn't get enough, giving the Bears a chance to work their way back into this game as they were able to score on their drive. Now, if we're intelligent about how we handle this, they might never even touch the football again, but we also have to pad our stats every so often, and we're so tired we can't finish the run. The wear and tear damage is starting to pick up. I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to recover all of it, but coach keeps giving me carries, so we're just going to be stuck with any damage that we take. Look at us getting down the field and blocking. The drive should be finished off in the next run or two. The longer it takes us to do so, the more timeouts that Chicago has to use. We're reaching for it, and it turns out we are getting credit for 6. I am a little scared to see what the wear and tear damage was from this performance. We took 24 carries for over 200 yards. And it kept telling me we were down like -8 speed. Fortunately for our team, I took a look at the NFL standings, and both Kansas City, Buffalo, and Los Angeles have lost some games since we last looked at them. We are the #1 seed. And you might think that every single AFC Offense Weekly award has gone to us, but that hasn't been the case every single time. There are some other players that have gotten it. We're currently sitting in the film room trying to make ourselves better. We have to have a game plan for the Steelers, mainly because we didn't put up that many points on them the last time. They're saying the defense is going to give us plenty of stuff underneath, which we can take advantage of. I'm going to ask if I can expect more targets. I feel like I should, and that's what our offensive coordinator hits us with. As for going to an interview or going to the funeral of an elderly superfan that passed, I have to go to the funeral. We can always do other interviews. What I'm really excited about is maxing out our juke move all the way up to a 99, and we also have an ability that comes with that, Juke Elite. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it or not, though, because that's where the XP comes in. We could just purchase the XP that we'd need and get it right now. So maybe we do that. As for some of these other abilities, we have stuff like Second Wind, which I hope we can increase more than Bronze. It doesn't seem like we can. Same with Human Joystick. And then it popped up something about me being able to demand trades. So I guess if we wanted to be traded, we could. You know we're not going to do that, though. With the current situation we have, everything is looking great. And let's head on the road to play our rivals. For whatever reason, Snoop Dogg has just popped up out of nowhere, spinning around one of the towels. I don't know what is going on. I guess he's apparently a Steelers fan. I was not aware of this, but it's a big game for them. It's got me thinking, though. The last time Snoop Dogg was in a Madden was like Madden 20 in Superstar mode. And that was such a fun mode that they just let die. If they kept updating it the way that they did during Madden 20, it'd still be going. I just missed little game modes like that. I know it was weird having DJ Khaled at quarterback, but it was also fun. It was entertaining. And ultimately, Madden 20 was a game that didn't take itself too seriously. There was a lot of random stuff that would happen in the gameplay that wasn't realistic. But I think that's what made it so enjoyable. It wasn't trying to be this perfect, realistic capture of NFL gameplay at every second. It's not fun when it is. That's my 2 cents on it, at least. We're already approaching the end of the first quarter, hoping to pick up this third down, but we didn't. We literally have 5 rushes for 10 yards. It was also going to let us go for that at the end of the first quarter, but when we started the second quarter, apparently we punted the football. So offensively, this is going exactly like it did the last time that we played the Steelers. We knew their defense was going to be good against us, but there's the downfield blocks we needed. We are going to get off one more snap before the 2-minute timeout, but it did nothing for us. We're averaging 1 yard per carry at the moment. This is why they told us, get good with receiving, because that is how we're going to move the ball against the Steelers. It's starting to hit me. Maybe I should listen to my coaches more, especially if we're going to win this game. The Steelers have marched down the field before halftime, and they've scored again, but we're waiting on our blocker. We got to make this kid miss, and we're right off of the tackle. Wait, where'd he come from? I thought we were gone. I was about to start celebrating because we had 2 blockers. It seemed like we were just going to go to the end zone. Another halfback screen mixed in. You wouldn't think it'd work twice, but passing is what they wanted us to do, and that's what we're working with. Now, to open up this third quarter, it would be nice if we could establish the run a little bit, which is why we wanted this stretch play to go for like 20. And that's the longest rush we've had in this entire game. It really has been a rough day up until this point. Without that hurdle, we might have a touchdown there, straight up the gut. And I can't flip this run play. We're stuck running to the right side where there's a lot of players on third down, but it's not going to matter because we cut it back, and this is where our speed finishes the job. I thought Pittsburgh might keep it close, but as the game goes on and we keep getting it back without them scoring, their odds are just not looking that great. I have to trust that we'll at least pick up this 3rd and 3, which we do. And then the real key to success, it's not running the football. Like I said, we were told we needed to pass the football more. They're on it. They're on it. We aren't giving up, though. It's another halfback screen. This time, we're able to get out in space and pull off like 8 or 9. So this is a manageable 3rd and 2 that we could get until TJ Watt went crazy. That play has saved the Steelers because they would march down the field and score. We're getting it back with a few minutes left, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to run out the clock and end it. We're currently suffering from wear and tear. We're down like -8 speed, and this next 2 yards is the game. This next 2 yards is everything for us, but we have it. We can't quite take a knee yet, though. We still need to get one more first down, and that's what we've done. We might as well go all the way, except we're getting chased down by Queen. And I know he's quick, but I wanted that touchdown. Even in the rivalry, though, what we're going to do is we're going to be respectful. So we have swept the Steelers, even if it was one of our worst performing games on the ground. We still had 152 yards and 3 touchdowns, though. I wish we could trash talk our opponent, but we just can't. I'm going to have to be happy. You now have 25 rushing touchdowns on the year, What do your touchdown numbers mean to you? We could celebrate ourselves. We could commend our coaching staff. I need something that's going to unlock higher media levels. I don't know what I need to say, though, in order to get them a story, because if we get them a story, they're going to be happy. Maybe we just give the team the credit whenever they want us to give Coach Taylor some. It also looks like, just because we're chilly, we're going to get to play in a snow game this week. And I could sit here and say I don't do the cold, but that would be a lie. It's going to be fun. Remember, this player's from Alaska. We aren't the best team in the league, though. If we just look record by record, the Eagles are 9-1, which is better than us. Inside the AFC, we have a lead on the Ravens, Texans, and Bills by 1 game. And that means our division has not been locked up either. I don't think we've played the Ravens yet. We might have to play them twice. There's only 7 games left in the regular season, too, so it might be next week where we play them for the first time. But that cannot matter right now. We might have a heavy snow game to play in. Not just snow, but heavy snow, because I can barely see a thing. This is awesome. The snow on the ground at the moment doesn't look that heavy. The fans honestly need to be wearing some more clothes or else they're just going to freeze. And the Patriots are sitting at 7-4. Drake May has been incredible, so we got to watch out for them. Our first carry is definitely going to show that this is heavy snow. I cannot see a thing out there, and it's awesome. This is how football was meant to be played. We're going to be running the football for basically the whole game. You could try and say you know where the end zone's at as well, but I have absolutely no idea as we look down the field. I can barely make out anything besides the dude that is right in front of us whenever they go and make a tackle, which they do here. Supposedly, we're sitting around midfield at the moment, trying to cross it. We're about to do so. Jamar Chase, just incredible as a blocker for us. He has truly been one of the reasons that we've had so many big runs this season, and we just got to continue to push it down the field. This is a big 3rd and 2, but we are closer and closer to the end zone now. The cut is great. No one gets a hand on us. They're falling over in the snow. And that's the first touchdown of the game. When we get the ball back, it's really hard to tell where we've gotten it back at. But since I can't see a goalpost or anything, it's safe to say it's on the other side of the field. And the juke is all we needed to clear up the separation to be gone. Having 99 juke move with 99 speed is such a dangerous combo. You can't even see me there, though. It is that snowy out. And I truly just cannot stress enough how nice it is to be having a game like this after some recent performances. While we've been running all over New England, they've struggled to move the football as they still have 0 points. But they just got us off of the field with a stop, making it 4th and inches. That is not going to be the end of the first half, though. As you can see, we're moving, just getting a little bit farther down the field. I was stuck on the line, but it's going to give Joe Burrow a chance to run. And I think we're setting up for a field goal here. But the worst part about it is we wouldn't be able to watch. Never mind. After that sack, we're going to lose some yards. I highly doubt that we could even kick despite being out at the 25. But apparently, we actually hit it. So we're in a great spot. We enter the second half with a 3-possession lead against a team that has done nothing in the snow. And I think I've discovered exactly what I want our playoff games to look like at the end of the season. We're probably about to have the biggest passing play of the day with this halfback screen going for a good amount of yards. And we just continue to do everything that's work. I do truly hope that we get more games like this season. It's a very unique experience, even if it is hard to tell what's going on. And we're not doing anything besides blocking on 3rd and 15 as there's a flag on the play. And I think that's going to be against the Patriots. They are the only reason our offense is still on the field. That's on them. They should have gotten a stop, but the football got loose. And no wonder my goal for this game was to hold myself to 2 rushing fumbles or less, because they're expecting us to have a lot of fumbles here in the snow. Instead, we're just breaking a tackle, getting into the end zone, and closing out a game against New England where they never stood a chance. In the 4th quarter, there really wasn't all that much to get excited about. We just ran out the rest of the clock. And I actually think it's the biggest load I've gotten in this single game in the NFL with 26 carries. This is where things could get really interesting, though. We have finally unlocked 1-1-3, so we have an X factor to care about. And instead of spending our skill points increasing our spin move, which we haven't used that much, we're actually going to spend on increasing our break tackle up to an 86, plus getting another ability, Shake It Off. I was right about us playing Baltimore soon as well, because we're about to face off against the Ravens, where our game plan is something we should actually pay attention to. Remember the last time they said we needed to pass? Well, we need to hear what Marshawn has to say. We're going to have some great opportunities for one-on-one matchups in the passing game, like that last time as well. We really like the advantages your athleticism gives us, but I'm just not sure if I see us catching that many passes. We could, it just hasn't been a major part of our offense, no matter what defenses give us. It's a night game in Baltimore, Thursday night football here, and Lamar marched them straight down the field. They could be taking over that first spot in the AFC if we don't win. That is why we're just going to start catching passes early. The design screenplay is going to potentially go for a touchdown, which it does. It's exactly what we were going for. And this is why you listen to your offensive coordinator. Baltimore has not stopped scoring though, which means we have to be able to do the same thing. And I just realized we have this overpowered juke move that we're not using at all. We need to figure out how to get our X factor going as well. And it turns out to do so, we need 3 20-yard plus receptions as we drop it. That's actually really bad that we just dropped it in that situation there, but we pick up the 3rd down. And I think if we're going to get first one free activated with 3 20+ yard receptions, we're gonna need more halfback screens. It's just the easiest way for us to get that number of yards through the air. If we're able to get free in the first place, and that ball's knocked loose, we're gonna have to kick. These are the types of opponents that we would have to play in order to win a Super Bowl though, so we gotta get it figured out. And did they have some of these players voice record for this game? I swear I just heard Joe Burrow have his snap count. They could have pulled it from NFL film as well, but that's pretty neat. And this is it, a massive 3rd and 11 where we are gonna run our route, we're gonna get open, and we are going to catch the football. We still need the 1st down though, and I swear we would be so open if I could just call the hot route. It's placed well, and there's a 20-yard gain. We get one more reception like that. We're going to have our X factor activated. That was not supposed to be a try. And let's see, are we going to get anything here? No, no shot. Roquan Smith is a beast. There's only so much you can do about that. We don't even get a working halfback screen. But our defense comes up clutch. They got us a stop, meaning all we got to do is get a field goal out of this drive, but they're stopping the run so well. We only have 59 yards rushing on the ground. And what exactly is this graphic trying to say? I am extremely confused by that. 3rd and 10. I mean, we've run so many halfback screens, I'd kind of expect them to stop them at this point, but the truck is going to mean that we don't get stopped, though the wear and tear adding up a little bit. I'd consider that a 20-yard reception, but apparently it wasn't. It was 19, which means we're not going to get our X factor, and it's going to be 3rd and 5. I can sit here and audible our play, but I cannot make hot routes for some of these players, which means we needed to catch this and fight for the 1st. That was almost the game right there because we would have 100% punted it straight back to Baltimore. And if we cut to the outside, we are now in a position where we can win this one. I know for a fact that we can hit a field goal, but we could always run for a touchdown as well. Though we're going to need to get the 2-point conversion. It feels like we should be able to, but they got to us faster. And Lamar got stopped. He got held up, which means 1 first down ends this game. But here's the issue. That did not go very well for us, and it's about to be punted back. Baltimore saved all 3 of their timeouts. But if they couldn't move it down the field on the drive before that one, they weren't going to find any success there. We have closed it out, and I'm really hoping that I can just flex the fact that we were able to win that one. Roquan Smith said he was going to shut me down today. Any comment, I'm going to talk trash. We finally have this. Do I need to comment? I think you all saw how it went for him out there. There were some comments in the media this week that you're not elite and anyone could run behind the offensive line as well. I'm going to be very aggressive. What are they talking about? Please, who's the one that opposing defenses are game planning to stop? I feel like it's about time we run our mouth a little bit. And Joe Burrow says, looks like we got snow for the Bills. It's going to get messy out there. We have another one. We're playing a lot of the better teams in the AFC, but we're trying to get home field advantage for the playoff. If we win this one, I think we're going to have the 1 seed locked up. And just look at the stats rushing wise versus the rest of the league. We're averaging double the amount of yards per carry, 29 touchdowns to 13 being the most out of Derrick Henry. And apparently Joe Burrow has invited us to his home to have dinner with his family before this game against the Bills. I feel like we got to be on the same page with him. We have to miss out on the brand deal. At the moment, he's playing better than he is the rest of the year because he's a part of our inner circle. You can see our offensive coordinator. We get as many bonuses as possible. Zach Taylor will be able to do hot routes soon and get a playbook level up. And we're even close to both our center and our right guard leveling up to the next tier, which would give them 20 run blocks. I think it's time that we just head into Buffalo, though, and deal with a really brutal snow game. We have to somehow find a way to win this one, or else we're going to have to revisit them in the stadium for a playoff matchup potentially. And I don't want to do that. I think it's safe to say this is not the matchup where our X factor is going to be activated for the first time. We're not going to be able to throw the football, but we are going to be able to run it, especially behind our offensive line breaking that tackle. Zach Taylor did just tell me that ball security is pretty important, so we're not going to be reaching out for it too much more after that play. We just wanted as many yards as we could get. And it doesn't feel like the Buffalo home field advantage is really kicking in at the moment. Maybe I said that a little bit prematurely, though, as they just got their first tackle for loss. We're going straight up the gut. And I feel like this is setting up to go just like the game against New England did. as we fight our way in. They ended up spending a lot of time moving it down the field to get 6, but they couldn't hit their extra point. That's just another thing the weather makes really challenging, and the cutback is going to go for a massive run. Snow is going to slow everybody down, including ourselves here, and you can start to hear the boos of the fans that are just disappointed. With almost no time left in the first half, by the time we got this football back, I was content with taking things to halftime. But then we busted off a rush to the 44-yard line, so we're going to try and go for one more as we end this half and get taken down. It's no secret that when you have over 170 yards on the ground in the first half, you should be winning. And on our first drive of this half, we're going to get held to a 3-and-out with a fumble unless we scoop it up and get the first down. What a play on my part to drop the ball and coordinate that with my offensive linemen. It obviously was the plan all along. We've been practicing it and it worked out to perfection. Gonna be 3rd and 3. Every yard matters in situations like this. We're ready to truck and fumble again. This time Buffalo has it, and that's a really good sign to never truck again. Fortunately for us, Josh Allen and the Bills did absolutely nothing with it when they had it, and we just lost 6 yards on that carry, but with a great block, it's a 3rd and manageable. I don't know if we pick this up or not. I don't even know if Joe Burrow is going to be able to see us half a yard down the field. There's someone out there trying to make a tackle. We slipped as well, but it's not going to matter. The drive stays alive and it's looking promising. I really don't think the Bills are going to be ready for a pass either on 2nd down. But the problem is it didn't get us that much. We are far away from field goal range in weather like this, so we had to run for it on 3rd. Only 4 minutes left now. Taking some time off of the clock would be smart, especially since we're down -12 speed. We might have had a really good first half, but that was about it. And I really don't know how to feel about us kicking a field goal, even from this spot on the field, which is why we needed more. With Buffalo's timeouts coming out, it's looking better for us. I think we're going to beat them, and we just need one more. Then we could take a knee, but it's not going to happen. We're slipping all over. We're clearly tired. So we centered things up, put the game out of reach, and got one more stop. I wished for more heavy snow games, but after that one, I think we'll be good for the rest of the year without any more. The second half was just a brutal experience, and my agent says, hey, I've got some exciting news. Your press conference performances have caught the eyes of a Jordan brand rep. My press conference performances are the reason I might get a Jordan sponsor. They're interested in exploring opportunities with you. Think endorsements and special projects. After that, though, I heard nothing else. By resting, we are barely getting back to 100% on everything. And we can actually lock up the first seed in the playoff literally by just winning this week. It'd be really nice because for those final 3 games, we'd probably rest and it wouldn't matter if we won or lost. That's what the picture's looking like at the moment. And I also feel like we have an MVP locked up too. All we need is a good performance against the Ravens at home in front of our fans. But I have not forgotten the way that they stopped the run against us. They're very good. In fact, they're so good at it, we might lose this game still. I don't know. If I had to pick one team I want nothing to do with in the playoff, it's actually them. And this is exactly why. We still have gotten no big runs. This is our chance. This is our chance. We're going to swerve again. 4 rushes, 43 yards. It feels like things are looking a little bit better, a bit more optimistic, but you never know. They got off of that tackle, making it impossible to get anything there. With our blocks and Jamar Chase getting in the way, we're not scoring, but we should have been able to get a touchdown out of that. It's all good, though. I just have to trust our offensive line to hang on in there. And they look like they did a pretty good job, but Joe Burrow is inside another one of our players as we snap this ball. I don't know how he got it. Turns out the Ravens' last drive ended on like the 2. So that's the next place that we have it. Very close to taking a safety, though it's not going to happen anymore. I have a feeling Joe Burrow can get this out pretty quick as well, so he shouldn't take a sack, but the drag won't get us a first. And I can't say I'm surprised the Ravens did something with it. We got to start getting those 20-yard receptions. It just feels like it's never going to happen against this defense, though, which is why we've just decided to run a couple of times, though I don't even know what that play was. Currently, we're sitting at 11 rushes for 65 yards. Again, typically a decent stat line and great for a first half, but not when you have to carry an entire offense on your back. We have a chance to get a huge run here, but we just didn't hold up. This Ravens defense is so stacked that even getting a 1-yard gain is going to be a challenge for us. On 3rd down, though, I thought we had it, except 75 didn't pick him up. And that means we're being pulled out of the game. I don't think that's a great spot to punt the football, but clearly Coach did. We are just getting chased down so easily, and we got hit for a fumble. The Ravens are definitely going to beat us now. At least that's what it was looking like. They were guaranteed to go up by 2 possessions until Lamar Jackson threw an interception, and we're back in within 7. We just aren't getting what we need. It's not going to go well on this play either, except we've spun, we've juked, and that's it. That is it. That is how we tied things up at 14. How do you like that, Baltimore? How do you like that? Morale was low. I was feeling bad. I thought I wasn't going to pull off another good run and we were just going to lose. But we gave ourselves a chance, and that's all you can ask for. Now, unfortunately, the Ravens were able to score. But here's the thing. We're already past midfield with 50 seconds left on the clock. We can still tie things up. I got stuck there. That should be a drop. And it works out perfectly because we can go back to the run for a play to see if we pull off another big one. I mean, that's how we had our success to score. Just like that, we're at the 29-yard line. We're going to run a quick route. It's going to bounce off of both of us, making me want to go straight back to running the football because I don't even know what happened there. Our right tackle is selling. Actually, I think that might have been a tight end on that play. We're open underneath. That'll get us to the 12. Okay, as long as Joe Burrow doesn't force it anywhere, we should have a chance, but he definitely forced that one. Jamar Chase was not open. He threw it into double coverage. We're going to call for the quick check down, and this might be a controversial play call, but we have one timeout left. I really don't believe Baltimore is going to be expecting the run. How did he play that? I really thought we had the touchdown there. It's this play or nothing. Halfback angle route. We're open. I don't know who has it. He's in the end zone. Jamar Chase. Now, here's the question. I want to go for the 2-point conversion. I think we're going to take it to overtime. And we did, but the Ravens only got a field goal. With one touchdown run, we win this football game. But they got to stop letting them get in so clean. I don't even stand a chance at making a play whenever that happens. We're going to cut it to the outside, which wasn't really intentional. It was supposed to be straight up the gut, which is why we're going to hurry it up and do that, or Joe Burrow's not going to give us the football. I don't know what just happened. Now he is sitting way too far back. He's not going to be able to take the snap. We had no choice but to use a timeout. I really don't love this, but we can't audible anything now. So we just run. We have to have that. No, they didn't give us the first down. We've picked up our third loss of the year. That loss stings even more than the one to the Jets does, who are 2-12 at the moment. As you can see, though, we've clinched the playoffs. We should be able to clinch home field advantage after this next week. And that's going to be a primetime Sunday night game down in Miami. Our first drive starts on the 6-yard line, but that should be fine. Our playbook is as open as it's ever been before, so we're going to get even more run plays to mix in that teams have yet to see from this season. And Miami's 7-7, so they're probably fighting for a playoff spot. But we could end that hope with a good game, and it's 3rd and long. We might be punting straight back to the Dolphins unless we can get out in the flat, turn up field, and not be tackled. That's going to give us a lot. 20 yards to be exact, and we're going for another 20-yard reception here. I want to get that ability activated so bad. That's a fumble. I feel like recently we're fumbling way more than we did at the beginning of the season. The wear and tear is starting to take a toll. And it's weird how we were basically better off offensively a few weeks ago. In fact, some of our best offensive games came during my first couple ones in the NFL as a starter. But maybe it's because we were playing easier teams. I can't really remember who we faced. On 3rd and 13, I mean, our last couple halfback screens have gotten stopped. They were ready for this one too. And it says we're already down -7 speed due to wear and tear. It really has just continued to get worse and worse for us throughout the year due to that. Though we could get like 20. And I am truly starting to think that the playoffs are just going to be a disaster for us unless we get super lucky. 2 minutes left in the first half now. We're just stuck on the offensive line. But it might be better that way. We still were able to make a catch, and that's a great throw from Joe Burrow. Now we can go back to the ground, where typically our speed to the outside would get around him. But those days are long gone when we're already this exhausted. I haven't even noticed a bye week at any point during our season, which is what we want. 3rd and 10, I think we're settling for 3 unless Joe Burrow has a good pass play drawn up here. It's dropped. What an incredibly embarrassing first half of offense. There have been so many plays that would have been touchdowns just weeks ago, but they haven't been due to our speed. And I am extremely nervous for the playoffs. If we can just clinch the 1 seed with a win here, the next 2 games have to be games of rest. And we just have to hope that that actually makes a difference for us. I mean, we're already 14 carries deep in this game with no rushing touchdowns. We have 67 yards, now 70. And I'm not sure if I see us even scoring. We're currently down -10 speed in this game. And don't even get me started on the losses we're taking to our break tackle and change of direction too. We could not run through them there. Miami will make it 4th and 3. The cutback went well, keeping the drive alive for a little bit longer. It's just going to be another few yards, hopefully, on this one. But most of our plays are going to need to become passing plays, as that's how we're going to get the largest gains against the Dolphins. It is just nuts that on a primetime game, this is the score headed into the 4th. And if the rushing touchdown is going to come against Miami, it's going to be in the next few plays. Don't count us out from the MVP race yet. Statistically, we have been so good that we just needed like one more rushing touchdown and I'm going to feel comfortable. Even if we don't play at all in the next 2 games, I think it is ours. I just noticed the Wildcat formations have opened up in the playbook as well. But that was literally just setting us up for failure. Some of our best offensive linemen as well just don't seem to be blocking that correctly. T. Higgins with a grown man's play there. And I just cannot believe how much our defense held it down in this matchup. They keep getting us the football back, which is actually not good because we're trying to run out the clock, which is just giving me more carries, more wear and tear. And even my coach won't let me get off the field. We're going to have like 30 carries in this game. At the end of the day, though, we won 17-0. And I truly believe that's it for the next 2 weeks. Now, apparently the media doubted us in this matchup. I could mock them after we won if it was unlocked, but we still haven't. So the biggest factor was honestly other players stepping up. I have to sit here and thank my offensive line too, but I wasn't happy with them. I mean, look at my current wear and tear. We can sit here and get the 30% recovery, but we're just going to take all that damage back so quickly. And one of the main things it comes back to is Dexter Dokes is still a tier 3 influence. As you can see, we have now clinched our division, but we still have not locked in home field advantage. So we do have to play one more game before that final one where we just hopefully sit our starters. What I'm really curious about in this matchup is how quickly our wear and tear deteriorates, because it just felt like in that last game we were not able to stay healthy for long, but it might have been because we took a certain hit. Now we're breaking off a big run, and this is the start that we needed. We're so back. This is about as many yards as we had in all of the last game. Genuinely, though, morale was pretty low. I was thinking that we were washed up, that we weren't going to have success, and we've done it again. We have done it again. Now the Cardinals stink. They're 5-10. No offense to any Cardinals fans. I have a friend that's one, but they stink. And that is what has made this game feel so easy. We know what's on the line. We want to make sure that we get that first round bye and that we get our home field advantage. Those are 2 very important things for the playoff. And this is why we can't be deteriorating on our wear and tear. When we're at 100%, we are the fastest player on the field, and almost nobody stands a real chance at catching us. I mean, we just burst to the outside like it's nothing. And it really opens up potential touchdown runs. Like here, they're inching a safety back because they already sense the fear. But it still could have turned into a huge play, and it does. We're now over 200 yards on the ground deep in this game, and we still have a full wear and tear bar. It's a very good sign. And I guess to start this third quarter, we've gotten another chance to break off a massive run. Yeah, this game's over. We're not going to touch it the rest of it. You think I'm joking too. We're only taking QB kneels. I don't think Arizona's going to come back from this point. So this is the best way for us to secure our win while also protecting our health. Now on third down, we're going to try and pick it up, just because that gives us a chance to run out more clock. But then it's straight back to just disrespecting Arizona. We ended up winning 34-6. And these stats are just ridiculous. It should have been 300 rushing yards on 8 attempts, which would have been a nuts yards per carry split. But I accidentally ran the ball one final time at the end of the game. As for whether or not we have to play against the Browns the final week, it seems like they're making us. But we have locked up the 1 seed. I will go for that exact same strategy we just used in the fourth quarter. On every third down, though, I will still take a carry just to see if we can move the chains. And if we happen to win this game this way, it'd be incredible. I think we had to pretty quickly learn running to Myles Garrett's side of the field wasn't a great idea, but this one didn't work either. Now, as we near halftime, currently, it is 0-0. The Browns haven't been able to score. We're going to pull out the Wildcat just to see if that can help us get something going in the third quarter. But the Browns still shutting down the run. And we're still shutting down their offense too. It's just a horrible game. At some point, we're going to have to try run up the middle instead of to the outside, which gets us our first down. And it's got me thinking, if we've made it to 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter with only 5 carries, why not just try and win the game? Because a couple other runs like this are going to be super easy to get against other players that are probably gassed. Now, it wouldn't make sense for them to be gassed since the defense hasn't been on the field, so I take that back. But we did exactly what we needed to, and that's when the Browns offense figured it out. I'm still not too worried about what happens in this game, though. I didn't even want the ball here. But it is hitting me that we are most likely headed to overtime, and that's just going to be worse for the tear. The Browns got the ball first, and they weren't even capable of scoring, which I just find to be impressive. We're running for quite a lot, and we should have ended this game in regulation. The fact that it's still going on is dumb. As worried as I was about wear and tear, it just hasn't been that bad, though I will say, we've taken a little bit. Though it shouldn't carry over to our first playoff game anyway, since we're getting that first round bye, and we'll take it. We took it to the 20 before calling a timeout. And I was thinking Coach would send the field goal unit out there, but he didn't. At least he did after that run, though, so we're going to take down the Browns. And come to think of it, it's kind of dumb that we were trying to lose to a team in the AFC North. At some point, it's just about the principle of not losing to them. And we're going to get the winner of the Bills and the Chargers game. So far this season, we have 3,200 rushing yards and 39 touchdowns, so when they announce the MVP award, it better go to us. And I could either play Madden or we could go to PT. We're going to have to go to PT here. This could help us stay healthy throughout the entire playoff. At the moment, our center, our right guard, and our left tackle are all getting plus 20 run block. Just something that I've taken note of, and I completely forgot they reseeded the playoff after the first round. We're getting Kansas City. I actually don't like that at all. We're going to increase our break tackle, and then another thing I've wanted to increase recently has been our carrying. I've just been noticing more fumbles. We're going to get that up to 72. I think it'll help us, and into Coach's office we go. I'm expecting a lot from you this weekend. You've carried us through the season, but the playoff atmosphere is different. I will rise to the occasion. Kansas City is going to throw everything at us. I want you to stay calm, trust your instincts. Can you keep them motivated and locked in from the first snap to the final whistle? I'll make sure we're all on the same page. That's all I can promise. I feel like that convo didn't really change anything about what's going to happen. We know we have to win. We're just going to rest. I don't care if everything's at 100%. We have to be prepared. And although the Chiefs are 9-8, I'm sure they're going to put up a good fight. This is exactly what we have worked for, though. We said that we wanted to win a Super Bowl. We wanted to win an MVP. Well, one of those is going to be done as a rookie. But I can't guarantee the other, especially when we're facing off against Patrick Mahomes, who has already gotten his team on the board. I think it's key that we get a touchdown of our own on this drive specifically, and I would really love to activate our X Factor at some point. It's just getting those 20-yard receptions is rare. I feel like 3 of them specifically is such a hard ask. And on 3rd and 1, we've never used this specific run before, but it worked out well. If the blocks hold, traps can be super dangerous. Halfback stretches, though, are where the real danger lies. Like I said, this is our best run. It's definitely led to the most touchdowns this season, but we're losing at the end of the quarter. It's not anything to be too worried about, though. We just haven't had the time to put together a good drive. And I feel like the one that we've been on has been extremely solid. Currently, we're averaging like 8 yards per carry. Kansas City hasn't had an answer, but the problem with all of these 8-yard carry runs and not 70-yard touchdowns is that wear and tear is stacking up. So by the time we get to the 3rd and 4th quarter, these plays aren't going to be as easy to come by. Now, that was just a wide open touchdown, which was nice. I think it's even nicer, though, our defense was able to get a stop. If you leave Jamar Chase in man coverage, he is incredibly dangerous as well. There's still 1.5 minutes left on the clock. He's going to drop that. But I was trying to let him get back-to-back big plays. We're going to follow our fullback. He gets us to the outside, and this might be a touchdown run to end this first half. Do we give Kansas City a chance to score as well? I think we have to. If you have a touchdown in front of you, just take the points. It was the logical thing to do, and defensively, we got the stop that we were looking for. Now, we're starting the 3rd quarter with a massive run. I have yet to get a huge boost of acceleration like that, the way we could do it on the college game, but we finally did. And with the Chiefs failing to put together another drive after that touchdown, I've realized that this one is over, especially if we finish that. Honestly, I feel like we could have taken that one to the house. We're going to mix in play action. Jamar Chase is going to be wide open deep. Joe Burrow is going to see it, and we've got it. We've got it. After we went ahead by a decent bit, due to the way that we handled it, we still have positive impacts from wear and tear at the end of this game, which is exactly what you want, as we are just going to be 1 game away from the Super Bowl. I'm not sure which team we're going to be playing, but I'm hoping it's not the Ravens. It doesn't matter what I think or hope, though, because as you can see, they just beat the Bills by 16 points, so that's who we have. In practice beforehand, I ended up having a conversation with Joe Burrow. He asked about how we were feeling with this matchup, and I just have to say that we're going to take care of business. I can't let him know that I'm worried about the defense. He probably is worried too. But here's the thing. We've prepared for this moment. We're extremely healthy. And I'm looking for a massive carry on this first play. We're running into a bunch of X Factors, a bunch of superstars, but they all pinched in. They were expecting a dive. We hit them with the toss, and it's going to pay off. Genuinely, we could not have had a better start to this game. But the Ravens' offense was very calculated with how they just drove down the field, making it 7-0. I'm actually open to running back our touchdown play, though, seeing if we can do it again. We know how many talented guys are over there, but we had the numbers to block them, and we did here too. We're only a few carries into this game, but we're looking extremely explosive and dangerous. That's going to be touchdown number 2. Though I see we're already losing a little bit of speed, which will add up as this game goes on. When we get to start a drive at this spot on the field, we truly have to take advantage of it. And I think we're going to settle for at least a field goal at the bare minimum, but we could just get a touchdown in the next couple plays. At the moment, I think the city of Cincinnati is feeling pretty confident. It feels like they're going to be headed back to the Super Bowl where they hopefully do not lose this time. But how we end this first half is everything. Now, I might have made a mistake in 2 straight bad run plays up the middle. Typically, this works out really well for us. I thought we wouldn't get held to a field goal, but we did, and we just have to live with it. Now, I think it's clear that our outside runs have been the ones that have worked. The inside runs have not. So we're going to keep going to the outside. And we're starting the third quarter the right way. We are in the driver's seat of this game, but I would still love to get one more good drive. We score a touchdown, and then we're up 3 possessions. We'll also be taking off even more time on that clock. And I've been observant. Our wear and tear is getting a little bit worse. We're down -6 speed, 4th and 4. That means we're just going to be kicking again. And sure enough, the Ravens have scored. So if they're able to stop us and get this football back, it would be a game, but it's not going to be a game if we're breaking off a massive touchdown run. Instead, we're putting them to sleep. I guess they could still come back, but they won't. I'm really interested to see if Joe Burrow can handle this 2-point conversion, though. I was blocking for him. It panned out, and I just saw a pop-up that said Baltimore has 5 turnovers somehow to our 0. What is Lamar doing? We just got the football back on like the 30-yard line because of that. And luckily, after the Ravens would score, we're just going to pull out a play action for a Jamar Chase touchdown. It's too easy. The fact that we've not been using Jamar Chase off a play action mixed in with our runs this whole season is nuts to me. He gets so open, it's not even funny. Super Bowl bound, how are you feeling? I wish I could call out the doubters, but since I can't, we're just going to be bold about it instead, which means we're unstoppable. We've dominated all season. We're about to make history. If I could leave a comment on the Ravens defense as well, I want to talk trash. Why can we not unlock it? I guess praising their players is pretty disrespectful. Never mind, it wasn't. I was thinking that we might have praised them for playing horribly. 1 game left. What can you say or expect for the Super Bowl? I think we just got to guarantee a victory. We got to get Cincinnati fired up. Before we can play that game, though, Zach Taylor is telling us, congratulations on the MVP. You deserve it. So we are hearing it from him. I've got to ask, now that you've reached these heights, how do you plan to stay at the top and keep driving us forward? It's really about building this momentum together, or validates what I already knew. You should have been starting me from the jump. We're also going to get some messages from our agent. You won Offensive Player of the Year. I'm sure we won Rookie of the Year too. But what I wasn't expecting was her saying we should celebrate soon. Yes, we should. When it comes to my stats, my final 2 upgrades are going to be getting up to a 90 spin move. We have 4 skill points to spend. It felt like the best place to use it. And I'm actually taking off this X Factor ability since we don't use it. I would much rather just not fumble. This is more useful. Then we have Human Joystick, which never upgraded, Juke Elite, which we focused on, Second Wind, which gives us a chance to replenish some stamina, and Shake It Off, a chance to break the tackle. Just some of our other key abilities. Statistically, we are now an 85 overall. We still got our 99 speed. We got 95 acceleration, 82 strength, 88 agility. I've seen some of these grades that we can't control increase, and I just saw who the Super Bowl is going to be against. I'm not too excited about it. We've put in the work, the sweat, the sacrifice, and now it's time to finish what we've started. I am 100% going to leave everything on the field. We got to be fired up about this moment too. It's against Philadelphia, who just took the Falcons down by 6. So both 1 seeds have made it to a Super Bowl, and I know it's going to be a shootout. As for some of this presentation, I'm excited to see what they got in store for the Super Bowl here. It's out in San Francisco at Levi's Stadium. You can see all the colors around, and this is going on very far away from where both of these teams are located in the US. We can't let the Eagles go back-to-back, though. It certainly helps that their first drive got stopped and that they're already missing multiple tackles. But that might not have been the best route for us to take on that run. The cutbacks have very rarely worked for us. Instead, we run with a stretch to the outside, and that's going to be the first touchdown of this Super Bowl, as we are just gone with no one near. I think that's going to be the first of many to come. And it is just so nice that our defense is currently playing the way that they are, because they've already gotten another stop. We just have to avoid getting held to a 3-and-out here. On second down, there's such a gaping hole for us to hit, but it wasn't enough for us to get a first down. On 3rd and 1, I'm sure they're going to go with some pressure underneath, and Joe Burrow and I just weren't on the same page. I thought he was hitting Chase Brown in the flat. Still, though, the Eagles continue to struggle offensively. That was not something I could have predicted. And I just noticed Jamar Chase is not out there on the field. Joe Burrow is throwing this one. That was meant to be a completely different play than it was. And so was that. He isn't running the plays. I think hurry-up mode's a little bit broken. We're going to catch this one out wide, get nothing. And that'll force us to punt it back to the Eagles. At least we didn't leave them enough time to score, but I see that X factor getting activated for Philadelphia. How are we still up? It is truly just remarkable, and this is where we see if T. Higgins can burn them deep. If Jamar Chase was healthy, that would be a guaranteed touchdown. But he's just not in the game, which is fine. We run the ball a lot. We can't let that take away from the fact that we're about to go up by 2 possessions against the Eagles. And so even though it's a super safe thing to do, we just ran it up the middle on 3rd down. That field goal did us wonders. It forced Philadelphia to settle for one as well if they wanted to stay in this game, as their last drive didn't go the best. And I can't say this has been the most impressive performance of all time. We've certainly had better games than this one, but eventually we got to break something. We're just due for it. We already had that first big touchdown run, but we typically get more than that. And that is exactly why we picked up this X Factor ability, because as long as we don't get tackled for a loss, we shouldn't be fumbling the football. We're going to cut it back and just let Philadelphia continue to hit as hard as they are. We might not get the first, but I think Evan McPherson can hit this kick. And if he does, we are up by 10 points. It was just really hard to tell. By the time that Philadelphia would eventually score, there was 0 time left on the clock. So that means we are winning the Super Bowl. And we can sit there pointing to our finger. We're going to get that ring on there. We're also going to just pour out the Gatorade on Zach Taylor. And when it comes to everyone touching the trophy, we all got to get a hand on it. It wasn't too long ago that we were next to Roger Goodell getting drafted to the Bengals. Now we're lifting up trophies next to him. And I think it's pretty obvious. If we could do all of that as a rookie, if we've already won 2 Heismans, we're just going to continue to find success in the NFL. I'm happy at Cincinnati. We are not going to demand a trade. From this point, there is nothing left to prove. We've already achieved everything, and I would go on to win another 6 MVPs, 7 Super Bowls, just have an incredible long career, even as a running back. But that is going to do it for this Road to Glory and Superstar career. I hope you all enjoyed. If you want to see me do it with other positions, I can. Defensive players I'm a little bit iffy on, but you all seem to love these series.